my friends said you moved out west. You tell me stories underneath sunsets. Could it be more than just one night? Kissing the cab ride, head turning left, right. Get a ticket for two to wherever you choose. Drinking some red out of the blue. You say my name with your accent, makes me remember how much I missed you. Hope you're planning to stay for a million days. You'll be my summer in December. Hey boy, trust my intuitions always. I'm not superstitious, I got lucky. Stole your heart and it was mine for the taking. I'm bad at pretending, you know I'll be true. Sunday mornings and midnight lights turn into songs that you watch me write. Stole your sweater on that night. You took a picture, keep by my bedside. So you're mine when you're gone, baby, please don't be long. I got my ticket to the west side. You say my name with your accent, makes me remember how much I missed you. Hope you're planning to stay for a million days. You'll be my summer in December. Hey boy, trust my intuitions always. I'm not superstitious, I got lucky. Stole your heart and it was mine for the taking. It was mine for the taking. It was mine for a million days, in a million ways. Stole your heart and I got lucky. Stole your heart and it was mine in a million ways, for a million days.
I'll take the blame. I've seen the world go down in flames. I've felt the strain of every loss I can't reclaim. Our steps retraced from when we went our separate ways. I've missed these days. I never thought we'd see this place again. I know the feelings always fade, but nothing else could make me stay. It's not too late for us to slip away. For us to slip walked this road, the one foretold would lead us home. Our fate's unknown, but time will mend our broken bones. I've held the weight of all these years spent in decay. These times are strange. I never thought I'd see your face again. I know the feelings always fade, but nothing else can make me stay. It's not too late for us to slip away.
Welcome to the NACE Starleague studio. You're here for day 2 of our Open Premier Grand Finals. Yesterday we had the Grand Finals in Rocket League and Call of Duty. 2 champions were crowned and 2 more will be crowned today, specifically in Overwatch 2 and League of Legends. I'm your host Jacob Palmer, carried over from yesterday, and I am joined by a new fresh face too, actually, but we'll get to that soon. But for now, Artemis Ray joining me on desk right now. Great to have you, Artie. And this first matchup, I understand, because we're going to be pulling up the schedule, what we have lined up for us today. There might be a little bit of a home field sort of puzzle piece put into play here.
Look, everyone knows that I'm biased in favor of Boise State in most occasions. I mean, I went here for many years. It's taken, look, half of my life at this point has been spent at this university. However, where did I grow up? Washington. And one of the schools in particular today that we'll be having for Overwatch is University of Washington. The Huskies are going to be taking on the University of Minnesota Twin Cities for the title of the Open Champion for NACE Starleague in our spring season. So with that being in mind, am I going to be a little biased towards the Huskies? Well, if you do really well map 1, then yes. If you don't do well map 1, I'm going to start roasting all of Washington State.
It's either, 100% hot or 100% cold kind of thing here. No in between. But we also have Gophers versus Huskies for our first match. And then in League of Legends, we'll have Cal going up against McMaster, specifically UC Berkeley going up against McMaster. So we'll have 2 more champions crowned. Again, congratulations to yesterday's winners in Columbia College and Fisher College. You missed a heck of a Rocket League match, Artie. That was one for all time, one of the best championship matches I've ever seen. Hopefully, we can see just as competitive matches today, starting out with Overwatch, and these might be the teams to do it. Who do I mean specifically when I say these teams? Well, let's take a look at the opening lineups for these teams. On Minnesota, we've got Alka, Salami Boy, Vind, Cupcake, and Vantage.
And for Washington, we have Karin, I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher this, Noyaxons, Ichi, I'm going to say that's Trouble, and Daleth?
Daleth, that's an old-timey alphabet letter, Phoenician alphabet.
I did not study English, and this is why.
Well, you know how the Greek letters, alpha, beta, gamma, delta, Phoenician, aleph, beth, gimel, daleth. So you see kind of the root there too. That's your language history lesson for right now. Not that it's going to make any slick of a difference as we head into Overwatch, which we're going to be starting out on Lijiang Tower. So to discuss something a little bit more pertinent to the conversation at hand, we have another voice to bring in that I teased at the beginning of this broadcast. Joining me and Artie, we've got Rich Rad joining us to help cover the grand finals for the Open Premier Division in NACE Starleague. He will jump right in just a moment's notice, join us for the matches. And as we're ready to head into the conversation, Lijiang Tower, first stage.
Okay, so this is kind of a very niche thing that I want to bring up, and it's just because we've seen a resurgence of a lot of players, a lot of tanks in particular, wanting to play Doomfist on some of these Lijiang Tower maps. I'm not saying it's bad. I actually really enjoy seeing some good Doomfist play. However, there was a bug that was present in the game for a really long time, and that was on a sleep dart. If you missed your sleep dart, but Doomfist came in at the right moment and hit you, regardless if you hit a wall or not, you would actually you would get your sleep dart refunded. That's been fixed, so now Doomfist is even more viable if you want to run him on one of these Lijiang Tower maps, but I digress. Hello, Rich Rad. It's been a hot minute since we've casted together. I'm excited to have this match with you today. What are you looking forward to as we jump into Lijiang?
I mean, realistically, just the competition with what we've seen recently in Tier 1 and just how it's continued to be developing here in Collegiate. We've had, even the variety of other tournaments all functioning together. Just the competition as a whole is something I'm extremely ecstatic about. And I just can't wait to see if we're going to see any sort of flavor text almost with what the compositional adjustments might be and compared to what we've so notoriously seen, which is anchoring on a lot of Orisa.
Yes, the battle cattle has been coming in very strong. Personally, I think you just roll out on her, and then if you don't feel like you need to be playing Orisa, you can swap off. But I think, honestly, if you don't come out on Orisa, you're setting yourself up for failure in the very early beginning of the fight.
Absolutely, because just the amount of value that the Orisa brings into this and just that sheer power and force on that front line, it's really challenging to try and work from that front to back. You look for alternative opportunities as we're going to be heading into this first map of Control. A lot of that flanking angle or elevated positioning, such as we've seen with Echo, Pharah's on rare occasions, that are really trying to take down those backline supports, or even having a Tracer to weasel their way into a position that's a lot more advantageous for them.
Well, we'll see if we possibly have one of those Tracers come into play for this game. I mean, there was that slight Tracer change to her recall cooldown, but from what I've noticed, it's not really bugged a whole lot of people, except for those players that kind of just play her on autopilot and already have a set repetition and rhythm they like to run with. So it's been disrupted slightly, but as long as you're aware of it, I'm pretty sure these Tracers will be okay.
Absolutely. It's one of those things where I almost feel it's like, when you don't ride a bike for a very long time and then you ride it, you're like, oh, I have to kind of gain my bearings. You just have that little bit of a mental reset of, all right, my cooldown's a little different here. The timing is a little off. But once they start getting into it, I think it just innately kind of comes with just the level of competition that we have here. And because of their longevity of playing that type of hero and within this level of, quality of gameplay, I think they're just going to get those training wheels off real quick.
I hope they do. My other concern is Lijiang, a staple support we normally see is that Lucio. There's been a slight nerf and slight buff to his kit, but of course the rollouts have not changed. But with that in mind, I am a little worried about how Lucio's will perceive the amount of damage that they are doing during some of these engages, thinking they should be able to find eliminations but don't. So hopefully they're prepared to take a double take or smack someone not once but twice to find that full-blown elimination. I do believe that your prediction of seeing the Battle Cattle was correct. I saw an Orisa 4-1 squad, and it looks like the other team is going with Wrecking Ball. Another tank that received some significant changes. The ability to give shields to your team can come in very clutch, and I do believe there's going to be a Tracer in tandem with that Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, and that's something that I cannot wait to see how the maximization of this adaptive shield is really going to work out for them and giving that extra support to the team, similar to like what we see with the commanding shout from the Junker Queen. Nice pile drive in though early to see if they can get that elimination, but Boop's already come out quickly here. Seeing if they can roll through.
Has just decided to roll through, disengage, try to take as many cooldowns and attention as possible, but the other team is not falling for it very quickly. They've just decided to stage outside. The Tito has had this switch step forced out. Attention's being given over to Ichi, but they've not picked a firm target just yet. And Tracer has not followed up with this Wrecking Ball. Slam comes through. Ichi, Sneaky, both getting eliminated. That's one for Void Bear and one for the Lucio. Noxus will find Cupcake, and we are down 2 players for Washington and 1 for Minnesota. Never mind. Make that 4 members of Washington are now eliminated.
Front position by Vind, White Room angle going to be coming through from Washington with this Wrecking Ball to see if they can get that backline presence, harassment, and utilize this kit that the Wrecking Ball can do. Even potentially a knock-up here by Bridgeway, a little cheeky as they're going to go back in for a reposition, and they actually get out scot-free for this engagement.
Wrecking Ball, Tracer, Lucio all have made it into the point. They're biding their time, and it looks Ichi's going for a backline commit, tries to force cooldowns, doesn't get anything out, uses that shift, gives the forward pressure from the team a little bit of extra shield, slides through, gets Aqua down. Void Bear is also eliminated, but comes back here very quickly. Cupcake's going to get eliminated for Minnesota. And we have this Pulse Bomb online. We see the Terra Surge, but it will not find the elimination. Vin will get eliminated. Sneaky is gone, and now we've got Lucio trying to ride for their life on that wall. Will not survive any longer. The Tracer recalls onto point with 1 sliver of health. It's just a quick smack to the face and a wave goodbye. Point will be walking over to Minnesota. Well, sorry, away from Minnesota to Washington. 52%. All on the blue side, but at this point, I think we still can get 2, if not 3 fights in and still be at what could theoretically have 99 to 99 between these 2 squads.
I mean, the big focus right now is going to be those support ultimates and how they're going to enter in with that Kitsune Rush coming out quickly from Cupcake. Might look to fall back here, still being hesitant. Sneaky going to look for the shot. They return in now with a Kitsune Rush of their own. Getting some hefty damage into the back. The overclock has been held onto this with the minefield going to be placed to zone back, but there is so much sustainability. Pulse Bomb gets quite a bit of chip damage onto it as there's a follow-through from Washington where they're able to completely eradicate on this point, and really, really well done with a severe amount of ultimates that were put into that.
The Pulse got, you mentioned the chip damage from the Pulse Bomb, and just the follow-up couldn't come through. That Wrecking Ball ultimate, the landmines cut off so much potential for the dive and the opportunities for Void Bear to find anything because of the just shutdown of that entire angle. Now, Washington looking for an opportunity to sustain here on point. We've equalized and surpassed Minnesota's percentage here on this first capture objective. Minnesota has walked forward. The horse is there. Void uses Spear. That Spear spin force as well. Fortify is still technically online.
What?
But if you're Vin, those cooldowns need to come back. If you're getting dangerously low, your supports do not have these ults online, and unfortunately, we lose our horse. They're getting sent to pasture. Now, Void Bear is going to be gone. Aqua is gone. Cupcake is gone. Minnesota is falling. They did manage to get control of the point for a little bit. It's gone back over to Washington. It was just playing the time that they needed, so to speak, for Washington, looking out for when they could engage based off their sine wave that they had with cooldowns. Works out favorably, but we still got roughly 2 fights in the back pocket for both of these teams, and the only ult online is going to be that Terra Surge with the Pulse Bomb.
I mean, the big part of it is Minnesota gets another lice on life for this because they were able to swap it away from Washington in the nick of time because they backpedaled with that Wrecking Ball and Tracer. So this final fight opportunity now for Washington to try and take the advantage. Minnesota now in the back, clustering towards the White Room. The spin to win for the moment, continuing to jostle Vin back, but there's a Terra Surge now that's going to be available that they want to use to potentially pull this group together to finally lock down the Wrecking Ball, but they're being very hesitant here. They're showing a lot of hesitation to not overcommit until they absolutely need to. But the Sound Barrier and the Suzu now gives full coverage of this, where Minnesota has to force the Kitsune Rush to try and counteract and shift this tempo as it's in the 99 to the overtime. And it's still Washington coming up here with these eliminations and really being able to put Minnesota on the back foot as they take this first round.
Unfortunately, I think no one was able for Minnesota. I mean, the horse was in front line trying to make sure you create that space, but if you're watching, the wrecking ball doesn't need to be right in front of the horse to block out anything that she is doing. Your whole job is to get in and play disruption. Whereas for Minnesota, what we're looking at is, horse comes in, we get off angles from our DPS, but they couldn't find those off angles because Washington thrives in this chaos. They thrive in the ones, pushing you out of position, and then no one could touch this point. I foresee, even though as much as I love the battle cattle, the horse coming in clutch, it just was not enough. They predicted it, the Huskies were ready, so they came with the wrecking ball tracer composition, and the stationariness that we have coming from Minnesota is just not going to cut it here on the second point if this wrecking ball is left to do whatever they want to do.
And now as we enter into the second round here, Washington already up one, feeling confident going in against Minnesota, playing the opposing side instead of going head-to-head on that stairway. Really having Sneaky look for an angle and find a shot. Big Braille doesn't quite get the elimination. Minnesota extremely low in health percentage, and at this point they're attempting to see if they can recover from it and manage to get Sneaky, forcing back that hit scan and completely annihilating any sort of recovery in this moment, as Washington now is just looking to regroup as it's going to be given to Minnesota.
Ended up losing our tracer early, and then the other tracer did fall for Minnesota, but at that point in time, Washington had already had to start backing off without the tracer to force pressure on a specific angle that they wanted. Now as we're going into this next fight, the first ult line is going to be Cupcake with that Kitsune Rush, and that is an opportunity for Minnesota to lock down this entire corridor here that we're staring down from Aki's perspective and just prevent Washington from swinging wide and taking the angle that they want. But Aki takes the spear to the face, is forced to disengage, and is getting chased by the tracer. Going to use the slide to get over to the horse with Mega Pack, finds 2 eliminations in conjunction with their tracer and Orisa to pick up a third. Now this tracer's trying to find their Kiriko. Kiriko gets away. Tracer gets a smack to the face, and that is a team kill. Minnesota locking down the objectives, good for 40%.
Now, closing towards that 50% marker, things get really dicey. Looking at the spectrum here for Ultimate Economy, it's very clustered once again. There is a massive amount to contribute into this, as the Kitsune Rush is the go. Pulling them quickly into it to try and counteract against it. Vin going to do the same.
Oh
with a
my
beautiful
goodness!
onto 2, that they wonderfully pair this to completely shut down Washington.
That was a dirty pulse bomb that Suzu just could not land. And 66%, at this point when it's 66-0, normally I would say that Minnesota has this map in the bag, but we've seen it time and time again here in collegiate esports, especially at this high level, that we will hit 99 at this point in time, considering there's a beat online, there's overclock, pulse bomb, all coming in ready for Washington on this engage. They just need to force out the Suzu early, which means target that Kiriko, target the Lucio, get someone switchy. The Tracers are in a 1v1. Recall has been forced. We're going to have to use beat to commit to this engage, and there's a follow-up with the overclock as well from Sneaky. Akio props there. Beat is used from Salami Boy. Vind is eliminated, and typically losing your cake does mean that the point is going to flip over, but it's at 99%, so now Washington has to play this perfectly as they're down many members. The pulse goes off, but everyone managed to survive from that one, and it looks like, yeah, Washington will have to settle for not taking the control center and go to night market.
Ooh, things are getting dicey here. But, I mean, when we talk about a grand finals situation where we've got competitors that have been fighting for so long for this type of title, you know it's going to go the distance, and that's only what we can hope for. As we take a look at that replay once again, beautifully done. The pulse bomb swoops in on top of the Terra Surge, where you get that explosion radius onto 2 for an easy cleanup. Everything starts to snowball afterwards even further, since they've already been able to capitalize on so much of that point percentage. Heading into this last one now, it's interesting to see how they're going to play it. Typically, we do see the Symmetra come out first, so you can get that positional advantage, or potentially look to keep it, as we do get it out the gate. But there's a swap for the Tracer, so they won't look to keep that for the long run of Night Market and try to continue leaning into this TBT right now.
Minnesota has already made it into point, but they do find the elimination on McKieran early from a rail shot from Aqua. Losing your Kiriko means you just have no choice but to back off. Losing flex support is never fun to deal with, but Sneaky will get eliminated. Ichiu did not disengage fast enough. Also finds themselves in the nether realms for now. Cupcake gets eliminated, And we do see Lucio's going to fall for Washington. It's a lot of back and forth damage happening. It's just the disengage, re-engage, using that Lucio's aura healing around corners as much as possible. Definitely worked out better for Minnesota in this instance. And that's going to be the point now in favor of that squad. The question is, Washington, what's your counterplay here? The lack of swapping, I mean, that tells us that these teams are very confident, but it does concern me. There's a lot of cooldowns just committed by Ichi. They don't land the spear either as they're trying to just gain the space in front of the two doorways. Aquila will fall to the Lucio. That's another spear spin, and Vince now has an opportunity to look into the back line as we hear I believe, no beat was dropped. I got a little bit crazy for a moment.
Things just getting a lot crazy here when we go into this third round as some beautiful shots come in for Sneaky, able to eliminate the tank, but in the trade-off you do lose a lot of that throughput healing, so there's going to be a massive weight on the shoulders of this Lucio to try and sustain through it, and the fact that they don't have that Kiriko, but they're actually going to have enough damage throughput from Washington to outmatch them because that tank was gone.
All right, so I'm wondering, is it going to be Cold Beer to find a massive pulse bomb, or is it going to be Noixion to find the huge pulse bomb in this instance? I mean, Vind almost has that Terra Surge. Ichi base, it does. We'll say 99 is close enough to having it. There it is. The check mark is there. We saw it happen earlier. It's a matter really that's going to come down to Kiniko's. Are you saving your Suzus? Because here comes the Terra Surge, the Spear Spin in, the B in response. Full speeds have actually been dropped. Cold Beer is going to get punched in the face and sent back to spawn by Noxious. Cupcake drops the Kitsune Rush, but it was not enough. Two have fallen from Minnesota. Soon to be through with Akio dangerously low. You can see 2.5 slivers of health just left. Vind ends up following, and now there's a hunt down for this last survivor, and that one is also gone. Sojourn, you tried for a little bit, but now Washington is in command of this point as you see the pulse bomb not land properly, and that's a reset for Minnesota.
And now I'm watching carefully and how they're going to look to enter in onto this. I mean, they've got the Kitsune Rush, which is a big win condition here, since you did have Cupcake use that earlier. And again, they don't have the sound barrier, which is equal in comparison between both Minnesota and Washington, but they have a lot to lean into this, and Minnesota's going to have to play this perfectly, but you do see an elimination come out early once again onto the Tracer. That's the second instance this has happened.
Kitsune Rush is going to be spent in response with a follow-up with the overclock. We see Vin pop that Terra Surge, but everyone has their get out of jail free cards. Cupcake, however, despite making the breakaway, will end up getting eliminated, and then Dealith and Sneaky follow suit from Washington. Washington is down 2. They played really far back to start this fight when you were talking about where Minnesota was going to engage from. Washington was just chilling on the point, which I think was their downfall. They left so much space open for Washington to do with what they please. And now Washington is in control. It loses control as Minnesota is now finally at 45% on that point capturing.
But here's the thing, though, is the Tracer comes out tenfold, able to swap this back, and the overclock guarantees the last 2. This is going to be desperate place for Minnesota to attempt contention onto this. They have to force the dive forward from Cold Beer, but the rail shot takes off their head and is unable to be able to keep it in the overtime for Washington to take this first map of control.
That was a little painful. I mean, when you're playing those rush characters like Lucio and Tracer, sometimes you even swap over to a Wrecking Ball to try to get a touch. You need to get in with 3% left on the objective to still cap and get it into OT if anyone's unfamiliar with that mechanic. But to have that dream just shattered by a rail shot coming out from these Sojourns is just it's painful, but also if you're the one delivering it, you love to see it.
And also a thank you to our sponsors, one of them, Truth. If you are thinking about quitting nicotine and want support, Truth has a free texting program that offers tips, motivation, and daily check-ins designed to help you every step of the way. Check out thetruth.com/NACE Starleague to sign up. And also a thank you to Mavix, the official gaming chair of NACE Starleague. One lucky viewer will win a Mavix chair during a NACE Starleague Grand Finals this weekend at Full Sail University, so tune in this Saturday, April 27th, and Sunday, April 28th, for a chance to win. I almost found it kind of poetically thematic, the fact that we had the final play from Sneaky, and then right after that, we have the play of the game from Akua, 2 Sojourns that just, when their team needed them, you know, Akua, their tank drops, but he's on the overclock, swinging the fight back himself, and then Sneaky just ending the fight, not even allowing Minnesota to get a touch. We're going to be seeing, I think we might be seeing the start of a rivalry between the two of who's going to have the most hero plays.
I mean, that's the DPS's job, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Sure. Fair enough.
I mean, it's just you have to think about the ability to turn the tables in the blink of an eye. It's honestly, even with you not having, let's say, the ultimate and being able to get those consistent rail shots, just understanding that you can get that amount of damage onto the front line, onto that tank, and synergize with those rail shots. It can just instantly turn where you're just like, oh, we're feeling really confident, and then just like you saw right at the end of it, Cold Beer gets picked up, and out of nowhere, you lose all opportunity to either try and take a fight or even contest.
You just have to be aware of it, and honestly, when it comes down to it, the projectile size changes that took place, what now, 2 seasons ago, basically make it so that if you aren't really careful with your engages, you can almost guarantee that any hit scan shot is going to hit you with how large they are now at this point. You have to respect the Sojourn, change your pathing, or at least really spam those AD keys and try to crouch spam to get into an objective.
Yeah, all you'll see is just like the dodging and the sidestepping, and just make a good old time out of it to see if you're gonna not have your head ripped off. So
I will also say, Artie, you know, there are these wonderful moments where a certain player's tag is just so out there, sometimes your brain short circuits hearing it. When you specifically, I wrote this down, I got it, you were saying, so we're going to see if the Tracer pulse bombs Cold Beer. And I was thinking, is there a change in strategy here, or like they going cold turkey? Is that related to cold turkey or anything? Like, are they too over reliant on the? And I'm like, oh wait, the gamer tag there. So, but for 5 seconds, I was on quite a tangent.
Look, it's the end of the semester. It's close enough, right? Also,
you know,
your name's that close to it.
No, not at all. I mean, we'll let the gamer continue to demonstrate the way that they're playing, how loose they actually are going into it, as we've got hybrid now for King Zero being the next place. And honestly, being able to see Cold Beer participate in the way that they have on this Tracer, I've seen multiple occasions prior, whether it's come through the collegiate circuit outside of this specific tournament and their history with Minnesota and just overall competition. Their pulse bomb and their Tracer play is something to really be concerned about. If you can stifle and deny the value that Cold Beer can bring to the equation on harassing those back support members, it's going to be a really, really big boon for you. But again, we've already seen this TVT continue to come out. There hasn't really been, I would say, a heavily favored when it comes to the Tracer duel. Not as of yet. We've only been able to see one map of control, but as this continues to develop, you not only talk about the Sojourn matchup, but also this Tracer one, because it can be really, really influential in how these teams maneuver not only around the map, but the way that they take these fights.
I'm going to see your statement, Richard, and I'm going to raise you a little bit. I think it not only comes down to the Tracer in this instance, but I think it also comes down to which support is willing to disrespect the 1v1 and come in and help their Tracer really fast to either secure the elimination, prevent their teammate from dying, or honestly shut down the angle from that Tracer so that other Tracer cannot do anything. I am that support player who says I don't respect 1v1s, and if my Lucio is in my front line helping my tank, the tank is okay, they're not taking too much damage yet, because obviously Tracer's off doing something. And then you can shift your focus for just a moment. Throw some healing papers. Just said I'm sending paper, you send a kunai just in the general direction of that Tracer 1v1. That little extra chink of damage or little padding of healing gets that Tracer an extra opportunity to either A, not use the recall first, that's one of the biggest things, or B, you accidentally get the headshot on the Tracer and then your Tracer goes, oh, okay. And you're able to come back into the fight with your Tracer and you have a 5v4. I really think while the 1v1 is important, it's taking it at the right time that your support has the opportunity to assist you, or even your Sojourn can just drop a pot shot over in your general direction.
Yeah, we'll definitely make sure that those papers are sent next day Federal Express. Priority mail, make sure it's given, because I also would do the same thing. I would be like, bruh, like, I know that you're fine over there, Mr. Tank. I'm going to go over here and we can take the advantage, because I care more about the win than the TBT.
Exactly.
So,
Question is,
bigger picture here.
Did you screen for Kariko Prime so you can get it almost instantly?
You know, I may have to take my different subscription to that now, because I think I'd prefer to have it within a 24-hour window. Absolutely.
I was really excited. I saw Winston get flashed on screen, but my hopes were instantaneously dashed as per usual. They probably scouted out the enemy was running with Lisa, and so there's no point in running Winston into that unless you just want to play touch and go. The spear spin has come out, and the spear landing over onto Ichi from Vin. Ichi, though, is just going to play around this corridor in the opportunity to walk away into natural cover. Can have their Kiriko come in to help out as needed, as Kiriko's just drifting above them. Tracer is feared and forced to recall early. Spearspin also, again, exhausted from Ichi, but Nixius will be eliminated. That first one gone from Washington, not too big of a deal, but they need to be aware that there's a lack of pressure being put onto the enemy front line, so that means their tank is easy pickings, and as I say that, Ichi will fall.
And with Akua getting that consistent damage from the Sojourn again allows a lot of defensive presence for the moment, but Washington now looking to regroup so they can come back into this tenfold, a minute off the clock. That's a big pick though from Sneaky. That's gonna turn this quickly. They do lose the Lucio on the return side, but this defense is really gonna start crumbling under the weight.
It's important now to play the timings properly. If you are this defensive squad, Orisa in conjunction with that Lucio and the Sojourn will be able to find that elimination, but Orisa is very low, so that means Lucio has to get first touch, goes, plays Disruption, the Spear Spin comes in. We're also going to use that Disruption Spear over on the high ground to prevent Washington from being able to hold that angle for a couple of moments, which gives you breathing room to engage on this point. Noxus, again, is going to be eliminated for Washington, and they will lose Lucio shortly thereafter. However, for that first fight, as long as it was, they did get 49% on the objective. However, it lurks back to that 33% mark. That's not terrible, but it just took them so long to get a foothold on that objective.
Well, and understanding that you can give ground and allow this first initial tick and a half to go to come back as a full 5. Nice 1-for-1 trade, but you're going to lose the tank once again. So this makes it even more challenging here for Washington, as they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. They've got 2 minutes to go. They've at least gotten something to their name with giving that initial tick, but with how Minnesota's playing and they continue to stagger this out, they've got ultimates for free for these next 3 rotations if they really wanted to.
I know I mentioned Ichi that I was excited to see the Winston, but this relies heavily on your positioning. With 90 seconds remaining, we've got time for 2 fights. There is no good staging opportunities, so we have to rely on this Kitsune rush to help our Winston get in and find the elimination opportunity. However, I see that elimination chance get thwarted immediately when there is an enemy Lucio dropping the beat right in your face, and Cupcake follows up with their own Kitsune rush after they lose Vin. They pay the price of an ultimate. Salami Boy will also find themselves in the graveyard for a little bit longer as Cold Beer gets eliminated. Ichi, you managed to pull it off, and you do almost have that Primal Rage, but as people start trickling forward, is there going to be heavy staggers now coming out from Minnesota? If they lose this tank early or that Tracer early, exactly what's happening to Washington is going to happen to them.
Yeah, Vin has to get out of there really quickly to look for a stable position to re-engage, but 3 minutes and 20 seconds, a moderate time that they can use to work through this streets phase. Bookstore most likely going to be the corner that they want to anchor on if they can at least move forward enough to hold that position, but Ichi's going to make this really challenging as they dive in onto the flanking position. The Disruptor shot attempts to get that chip damage once again onto the back line. Great coordination between the Winston and the Tracer to pincer the back line. Salami Boy picked up by the Primal Rage, and now it's just going to continue to knock this tank out of position so that they can isolate and eliminate them for this extra distance to be gained.
Not to mention, they found that elimination onto the Tracer. There was a Suzu dropped immediately onto Ichi to sustain that Winston, but I got scared. Looking over, I could see Cold Beer 98% on that pulse bomb, and that Suzu was going to be on cooldown. However, they immediately recognized the situation at hand and said, no, I need to throw you back in the fridge, and sent them back to spawn. So now we still have this Terra Surge in conjunction with the pulse bomb coming from Minnesota. We saw that work out earlier between Anorisa and Tracer, and then we're going to have that Kitsune Rush pulse online for Washington here very soon if they can just buy their time. Lucio's playing very forward as a point of force for their team. Could get punished up on this wall, manages to wall right to freedom, but Ichi not so lucky. A big giant target on that Winston's back as Terra Surge comes through. Sneaky going to be able to be saved by the Suzu.
Sneaky gets out just in time as well towards the outskirts of the Terra Surge, but there is still a lot of punishment going to come in from Minnesota. They want to be able to isolate and select these last few that are staggered here to gain not only a better time to recover, and also can look to really hold down at this archway, where it's much more advantageous for them to compete against this attacking side from Washington and how they're going to enter in onto this. The Winston is something they still have to keep a watchful eye on, but there's going to be so much funneled through this doorway.
I mean, if you're Minnesota, you have that Kitsune Rush online. You've got the overclock ready to go, basically. Winston's jumping in. You see the shield drop. The bubble is used. Suzu's used to back off in conjunction with amp speed. You still have overclock. We heard the Kitsune Rush get dropped by Kieran, so that's a disengaged moment. Hit your S keys if you're Minnesota, but they didn't back off far enough. They lose Cupcake. They lose Aqua. Vin did pick up one. Cold Beer's going to fall, and now Vin is the last to be eliminated. Thankfully, they're not getting staggered too heavily right now by Washington during that fight. But I'm I'm pretty positive no Tracer is even going to be able to make it to this objective, and that's going to be a point and lock for Washington, and it's going to allow them, I think, what, 2 minutes and 30 seconds-ish on the clock to find that third objective.
I mean, Sneaky has been landing these shots so consistently every time. The overclock is absolutely giving them the advantage in these fights, and Akua is a little bit behind the 8 ball at this moment. They're constantly just being outmatched initially by this Washington team, but now, hopefully, in this moment, in the couple of bends that remain, Minnesota can start capitalizing and take the advantage. Nice javelin mid-air to deny the extended jump forward so they aren't able to escape into this, and that's going to give another reset here where Washington is going to have to build up to these ultimates and potentially try to use this sound barrier as tempo or to mitigate that overclock specifically from Minnesota.
The scary part of that, losing Ichi so soon, yes, Ichi does almost have his primal online, is that Minnesota didn't spend a single ultimate, and now they use that continuing rush to find Kieran, and they're going to find Sneaky. Ichi falls once again as well, and Washington, yes, they didn't spend anything either, but one ultimate was used from Minnesota, and they can get that one back easily if there's a lot of healing being sent out by this PDCO. So with that in mind, I'm a little concerned. Washington just did 2 dry fights, did not find a single elimination. Yes, they finally have all 3 of the 5 ults online, but they need to start hitting these Q buttons first in advantageous situations in order to come out on top of this fight.
And it's such a challenging place to be with only 60 seconds to go. You really don't have the opportunity to force out one of these 4 ultimates from Minnesota. So they're going to have all 4. Pulse bomb on the inside of the barrier has to force the primal rage defensively, gets the juggle, and Akua is down. Once again, it might not have been Sneaky taking them out this time, but it's absolutely this aggressive primaling with also a synergistic boop alongside the knockback from the Winston.
Okay, Washington, I was questioning what was going on, and you have answered. You're waiting for your perfect opportunity, but when you wait so long, 30 seconds left on the clock, and Minnesota's coming out with Akua with the overclock, then with this Terra Surge online. Hopefully these remaining ultimates will find the way for you to get to this final objective. You lose Sneaky, though, one of your powerhouses. As soon as it's forced out early, and you lose Wind as well for Minnesota. Terra Surge is not going to be online. Cupcake getting really close to this Kitsune Rush to help their team sustain. Tracers is trying to get a foothold on the objective. Colbert will be eliminated. Ichi now pushing forward to that left corridor. The entry point for that defense is forced to disengage. There's no time left on the clock as the Terra Surge and double Suzus are used. Lucio is going to be eliminated on both sides. Winston comes back in, only 60% roughly on that primal rage. So it has to rely on the healing from their supports to stay alive, but it might not be enough. They lose Akua from Minnesota. Sneaky falls. When your DPS are dying as the tank, that means you're taking a lot of pressure now, and it's getting risky for you to stay alive any longer.
As the overtime will look to dwindle, Minnesota on the defense is capable of denying a full completion here, despite the really early eliminations that were coming through from Washington to try and stagger them out to hopefully take the advantage. But now that we do take the swap of sides, we'll be curious to see if it's going to be Minnesota able to look for that full completion, or Washington defensively can actually deny them before ever reaching that golden box of victory.
I praise the willingness to swap over to the Winston with the understanding that there's a lot of high ground you can control, but the issue that comes with that is you have to rotate perfectly, and this is a heavy spam composition that Minnesota is running, just like Washington was, with that Horse plus Sojourn and Tracer, and even Kiriko and Lucio with the capabilities of doing a decent amount of damage. When you're staging, you have to take so much time to get in those spots and wait for your cooldowns to come back to you when you're rotating on these high ground spots. I think that was really Washington's undoing. 2 engages on dry fights where they're just building ults, and they got eliminated without any ults being done to them until the second fight. And then again, just that slow rotation on the high grounds, waiting out cooldowns, it chewed away at the time bank that they had remaining. 2.5 minutes dwindled to nothing, and they did not end up with that third check mark.
And now as we see defensively here, you're going to have that return back to the Orisa, which I like. I feel that in this case, you do need to have that type of stonewall front line, those javelins as well, to potentially try and mitigate some of this movement that we're going to see most likely work their way through theater up towards stairway and try and take that high ground bridgeway, where you can see the Lucio is continuing to stick near if they want to go for a boop or a knockback to deny accessibility from Minnesota, as they're going to make quick work to move through the statue and actually not opting to go stairs and more so round underneath and more have a 2-prone attack.
Well, Lucio Lucio and Tracer are trying to prevent that second prong from being able to get into position for the attack setup. They do lose Cold Beer to a smack from the Lucio. Akio switched over to the Cassidy, which can be advantageous if you're really struggling against the Tracer, but I enjoyed the Sojourn play a little bit more, the oppression stance that a Sojourn can present. We lose Cupcake and we lose Aqua. Yeah, this is why that Sojourn's better, I think, because of the movement, the slide. You can get out, and it allows your Kiriko to get out with you if they follow up with the Swift Step to get into safety. Whereas the Cassidy, you got that tactical roll, and it doesn't move you that far.
No, not at all, as we're going to now look to try and get... Defensively, Itchy is watching them move through this hotel position. Mitigation up top with the spear spin for the moment as a nice javelin comes in onto Vin. They will look to try and continue holding strong. Big pickup, though, onto Sneaky. The fact that you eliminate that Sojourn is so critical onto Washington, as you have Minnesota basically taking this for free. They've rerouted Washington back, and defensively, they aren't really able to stabilize. They might just be able to take this away from them because they can't take the fight onto the point. And again, even if it does end up going finally in favor of Washington defensively, they've still forfeited a tick and a half on this.
This is very similar to what we had during the initial first or second fight here during our first half of this map. So I understand, you pointed out, it's okay to give up ticks, but I find it interesting the staging that we have coming out from our defense. They really favor this low ground. Typically I see the Orisa starting on that high ground corner and then rotating down as needed to get the Kitsune Rush coming through. This is kind of why, because you don't have a get out of jail free card, and you are forcing cooldowns just to get into space. We have the duel of the fates happening with these Kitsune Rushes on point. Cold Beer does not find, well, I have no idea what the heck happened to Cold Beer, but Akuya is going to be eliminated. And we have the beat come online for Salami Boy to sustain Minnesota. Unfortunately, Karen will fall, so that's the Kiriko gone for Washington now. Ichi's forced back around this corner, is taking a lot of front pressure, decides to try and meet up with the rest of their squad. Spearfin's in, can't find this elimination. The pulse bomb goes out too little too late, I think, as they lose Cupcake. And I don't think that pulse landed on anybody either.
2 ticks now looking for the third. They've completely forced back Washington. There's still some point presence, at least with Ichi. Can they actually follow up? And once again, the overclocks come in to turn the tides. It's now only going to be 60 seconds here for Minnesota on the attack to try and claim this point and move themselves into a streets phase position.
I think this is going to come down to Cold Beer and Cupcake being able to get their ultimates online. Path towards the high ground, just specifically because if you see Sneaky do something like this, just use their shift to get to that high ground. Opportunity now to get into positions here if you are the front line for Minnesota. Unfortunately, a well-timed sound wave coming out onto Cold Beer will eliminate the Tracer, and Cupcake is soon to follow. This Lucio is having the time of their life on that high ground.
35. Oh man, you're seeing these picks come in beautifully. Again, just continuing to chip away at the ranks of Minnesota, that they are just unable to have a solid 5 entering into onto this. And now we're in the final fight territory. They have to bank on this Kitsune Rush from Cupcake being generated in just a few seconds to utilize for this momentum shift to hopefully match against what Karen is going to have.
Theoretically, we could have this Kitsune Rush come online in the nick of time and then follow up with a Lucio beat from Salami Boy, but neither of these supports can fall. Cold Beer also very close to that ultimate as well.
Oh,
Kieran
big.
has been eliminated for Washington.
That's huge.
That is a good sign. Finn finds Kieran. That is another one. Finally, Minnesota has the advantage. Aqua will find Ichi as well in a 3-player assist commit onto the tank. And finally, that Lucio has been honestly on a field trip, not getting interrupted by anybody. Finally is now back in spawn.
That pick was the win condition. You deny the Kitsune Rush for that engagement. So now it's going to carry over Cupcake's Kitsune Rush because they don't need to use it. Everything shifts right now. Even though there's only 2 minutes on the clock, the fact that they have this to be able to gain some momentum and start recovering that distance, and because of how far forward they're playing, they really have a great chance to do so. It's not going to be easy, especially when you have a boot kill coming out like that.
And we have been with that Terror Surge online, but is choosing to just disengage and wait out for those cooldowns to come back online from the rest of the squad. I think that was just a case of good communication coming out from Minnesota in that instance. Typically, we see people that are like, oh, I'm in danger, let me hit Q. But now all the check marks in this lobby are ready to go. So who's going to hit it? And it looks like that answer is going to come from Vind and Kieran. Generic in response to the Terror Surge. We won't find anything. Follow-up beat drop from Salami Boy just to try and sustain and pay a little bit more than the other squad. But the other Terror Surge is now used. Okay, that's enough ultimates. That is the 5th ult.
There's a lot committed into this Cupcake, attempting to see if they can gain some momentum off of this. Now it's only 60 seconds, and unfortunately, that Kitsune Rush does not pay off. And now, Minnesota on the attack has only the overclock to work with. There's a pulse bomb, there's a sound barrier, there's a lot to work into this. So the moment that you see Aqua get that active, instantly you're going to see a sound barrier to completely try and nullify it and deny them from getting any eliminations, because you cannot see the type of play that Sneaky has had now come from their opponent on Minnesota.
The only hope in this instance is if you're Washington that your Lucio is aware that this overclock is ready to go and looking for targets. And Lucio, you typically are the one who's going to get forced early, so to circumvent the opportunity to find the death counter on you, you'll just hit the beat. Liar seems to engage into the enemy space. Aqua ends up finding themselves eliminated after hitting that overclock. Cupcake also falls. There's 16 seconds left on the clock. There you're Minnesota. This is a desperate attempt to disengage and stay alive, but Ichi is aware and says, no, I'm sending you back to spawn one by one. You will fall like dominoes, so you do not have the opportunity to get back past this archway and touch the objective.
The second that Minnesota lost the Sojourn, they knew they had to backpedal, but unfortunately they did not have it with a quick enough movement and just reaction to it. And that's where Washington instantly punishes. They're completely denying that final recontest. This is a well-deserved player highlight from Sneaky, who had on 3 separate occasions the overclock just maximization. I believe this was a triple in total when they had it. A later one further in Furnace, and then on the return here, there's just so much value coming out from this Sojourn, and I really do see Sneaky elevating themselves among the rest.
Another shout out to our sponsors at Truth. If you're thinking about quitting nicotine and want support, Truth has a free texting program that offers tips, motivations, and daily check-ins designed to help you every step of the way. Check out thetruth.com/NACE Starleague to sign up. And a thank you to the official gaming chair of the NACE Starleague, Mavics. One lucky viewer will win a Mavics chair during a NACE Starleague Grand Finals this weekend at Full Sail University. Tune in Saturday, April 27th and Sunday, April 28th for a chance to win. That fight where both teams had all 5 of their ultimates, I was paying such close attention to the trading. I have to say, I think the fight started out okay in terms of trading. I mean, you got in terms of not overextending in terms of your ultimates. You got the Terror Surge, Kitsune in response, then Overclock in response, then Sound Barrier in response to that. But then when it all started to fall apart was when Minnesota went down to, when a couple of picks were got on them. Instead of disengaging, the pulse bomb was thrown out. 2 more ultimates were expended, and at that point, I myself was saying, this is probably over right here. Just that split second of spending that ult after the fight is probably already in retreat territory.
And that's an instance where you start to see things really begin to spiral. And it's not to say that they're not, level-headed. It's just that it's like, oh, maybe can we buy back into this? Do we feel confident that I can turn the tide? And this is where, independent awareness of what your contribution into the fight really starts to rise to the surface. And when you overcommit like that, it is just so punishing, whether it's towards the later portion of your time bank or the beginning portion of your time bank. It's all about how you cycle those and when you really want to look to try and get the best bang for your buck on those ultimate uses.
So, Rich Rad, I want to ask you this. When it comes to Overwatch, Artie and I are no strangers to personal requests, whether it be a stage we like or a hero we want to see. I got to say, though, for you, Orisa Main, you've been eating well today. I mean, we've had plenty of Orisa play that we're seeing in these replays right now. Do you have any commentary on the skill of Orisa play? What's your impression so far from these 2 teams?
I mean, personally, again, ever since we've seen the revamp when it came to Orisa so very long ago, there were always these mixed feelings in the way that the kit functions, but with the way that it presently is now, and just being able to have this type of fortification that, you can really almost control the ebb and flow of a fight. The Javelin is very, very monumental, and when it comes to isolating individuals or getting those significant picks, if you can land a Javelin, that damage follow-through from the Orisa or just the coordinated communication from your team can really change again, the outcome, because you're getting somebody pinned into the wall. You're isolating them. You're really forcing out a lot of those cooldowns, whether it's from the support themselves, or if we had even just a moment earlier, I believe that was mentioned as well by Nerdy, where there was the Javelin forces the recall. They completely lose that escapability, and they're denied any chance of coming back into a fight. So the Orisa and its kit and the way that it just plays with the overall composition and the meta that we're continuing to see really just holds so much value, and there's not as much that really match against it unless we start wavering into map specific adjustments when it comes to the tank line.
I'll die on this hill. I personally, Javelin, most satisfying thing to land in Overwatch.
Yep.
More than Sleep Dart for me, honestly. It's just whenever I manage to get that Javelin, and yeah, I know, I'm stirring the pot, Artie. I am stirring the pot.
We can just see the expression on Artie's face. Just like, I'm sorry, what happened? Can we like dial it back a moment?
I am appalled. As the Diva player who likes to eat ultimates, and as the Ana player who likes to sleep in ulting Genji, I'm appalled.
Do we need to get a full courtroom scene here? Us slamming these desks, objecting to each other?
Call me Ace Attorney.
To be fair, the Orisa can also eat with spear spin, not throwing any salt into the mix, but they can also do that too. Centaur's got some. I mean, come on. But if we're going to talk about something that I think is satisfying and exciting, it's where we're going to go for our flashpoint, which is going to be Surabasa. I know Jacob and I have consistently seen this in our previous weeks when it just comes to collegiate competitive play, so no surprise here for the NACE Starleague as well. And it really does come down to how this initial neutral happens in the central position of the flashpoint, and then where they continue to transition with that consistent RNG basis of how set up will you be to be able to take that next point.
Kings Row 2.0.exe, basically.
So,
yeah.
I have a saying when it comes to specifically Flashpoint at this level, and I know Jacob recently got to experience me saying it, and that is first 2 points don't matter. I say this because when these teams are so equally matched, really, if you do these games come down to a game of mistakes, and you're the first team to make a mistake on the first objective, well, you've lost it, just because the 1.8% per second is so fast of a capture pace for this map, and it's so far from your spawn guaranteed. Point 1, you lose it. Odds are point 2 is really not going to go in your favor either. So those first 2 points, really, in my mind, I always tell myself I could be huffing the copium as well in this instance, so don't hold this against me, everyone who's watching. But even in competitive play, when I'm casting other teams, I'm like, first 2 points don't matter. It's all about the last 3 points. You either start the actual opportunity to go back and forth with the third, or you lose. That is it. It comes down to the third.
See, I don't disagree with that. Like, I very much am right on par with you, but the part that gets so scary is because when you do gain that advantage, it's like there's a no holds bar. Like, you have to play impeccably for that third one, and that's what's so challenging. And like we mentioned, there is that possibility of RNG where if the next flashpoint that opens up, it's more favoring the team that lost pressing forward. It at least presents you into, let's say, a neutral engagement, depending upon the percentage that's obtained from that first fight. But it really does snowball, and it can feel daunting when you lose that first one, and then if it's late enough on the point itself, it can then carry over into that second one, and I agree, it's so scary. And you have to have that mentality of knowing I have to just disregard the significance of this because it's going to be really, really bad if I let that get to my mental.
Very thematically appropriate, I must say, for the market flashpoint. You get a 2-for-1 deal if you take it, basically.
Right. If you call in the next 10 minutes, yes.
Oh my goodness. I did not sign up for this many dad jokes today, but
I'm glad to be here with you, Artie.
When you knew of all people that I was going to be here, that was going to happen. So
I also need to give you like one piece of just what's happened on my end since the last time we casted. There was an instance where you and I casted together and you asked me what my favorite candy bar was. I'm not even kidding. Clear's mom brought me that candy bar the next time she came to town.
I heard. I was so jealous. I feel like now I have to somehow find like a crossroad to get there so I can also state my favorite candy bar so that I can get one too, or it'll just, again, we'll talk about the FedEx next day shipping. Maybe that'll happen, but that was great. I think you like tweeted about it as well, where you were just like, yeah, like I literally got this from Claire's mom, and it's awesome.
That's my shopping, is I mentioned food on broadcast, and somehow magically
Hey,
Mommy Clear
yeah.
comes and helps me out.
We all need, that one thing that we always go back to, the old reliable.
Yes, and my old reliable is still just going to be huffing copium when it comes to Flashpoint until the end of time.
It's just
It's a good one.
It's always so fitting that already the very first time they bring up first 2 points don't matter, it exactly plays out in that way with a complete reverse sweep, mind you. It's just, Artie just turned and gave me the biggest look I've ever seen, and I'm like, I gotta hand
I
it
felt
to you.
it from where I'm at. I can just sense it. I feel it through the digital connection from afar. I'm only kidding. It was I know that it's nothing but sheer love and compassion with that look. As we're gonna hop into this one and hopefully make sure that this one is, again, this is a reverse sweep moment. This is where Minnesota has to dig deep. They really need to make an impact here to not only be able to take this map, but try and climb the Mount of Everest and not find themselves getting the short end of the stick.
Unfortunately, they can't use Venture to try and dig deep because I believe they're still banned for NACE, and it looks like Sneaky's going to make that uphill battle even harder by eliminating Cupcake from Minnesota first. Cold Beer gets dangerously low, will get healed up. Cupcake now is back on the way, but we disengaged. Lucio's just going to walk back there, and Cold Beer was getting chased by Lucio from Washington. This Lucio has been bloodthirsty. This Frog Boy, I don't know what they ate for dinner, what they ate for lunch, but they are so hungry for a snack, and everyone on the side of Minnesota looks as though they are the snack.
All I'm hearing is a ribbit most of the time. Instead of like the elimination sound or the boop, you just hear ribbit. Like that's what they have to incorporate into eliminations for the Lucio, because I would just have a field day with that. I actually think I would become a Lucio main if I did that, but as we do see Cold Beer again continuing to keep tabs on that outskirt towards the right-hand side to move up through the stairway to see if they can find an angle. And also, having this high ground is so significant, but again, that Javelin completely nullifies any sort of high ground advantage. And even a Javelin to come through on the cross again onto Sneaky. There's just so much denial onto those DPS players that are so vital and critical to take the advantage of this. Health values are so low for Washington, and finally, Minnesota's able to persevere.
And they also find Lucio, the Frog Boy, finally croaking here for the first point to tip in favor of Minnesota, 16%, but that's 75 for Washington. The willingness for both these teams to disengage and re-engage on the point might end up being their Achilles heel in this instance, because we have seen both of them back off, try to use natural cover. Washington specifically manipulates the map geometry so heavily in their favor that I'm concerned Minnesota, if you back off too heavily, Washington's getting a foothold, and they're instantly taking that objective right out from underneath you. The rug will be pulled, and you're going to have to rely on the second point. We have Tsune Rush used to engage coming from here, and there's no elimination just yet, but that frog gets really low on the side for the side of Washington. Cold Beer forced to recall in. The pulse bomb doesn't find anything, but Cupcake will be eliminated. Vin in response uses the Terror Surge. Aqua will also pay and spends the overclock to find Ichi. Washington sent back to spawn with their tails between their legs, but Akirin, I think you're getting staggered a little bit, my friend.
Yeah, Minnesota being able to take this first one, and again, it's in a very, I would say, decent timing. They've been able to get the full elimination, so they're not going to have to worry about any sort of stragglers. They could potentially look to gain advantage when it comes to this positional shift to this next flashpoint, but here's my perfect example, is it's going to allow this neutral positioning for both teams because it favored the spawn position of Washington. So now they actually are able to get onto this point first and deny Minnesota presence to actually gain it first.
One thing you mentioned, Artie, I just want to say really quick. I'm looking at Daleth the whole time here. You already said that he's been so hungry, and with just all the possible boop locations on this point, I'm looking out for him. I'm lasered in.
It's a little toasty where we currently live in Boise. I don't know about you, but that Lucio is looking to help everybody out by sending them into the drink. And there we go. First one, Cold Beer is not in the drink. Did actually have their body on the concrete, but I digress. Vind is soon to follow up, and then there is another one. It's Aqua, and then Cupcake. Technically, also that was a assist coming in on Sneaky's full elimination to Cupcake. This Lucio player, like I said, this human being is hungry right now for these kills.
It's like a cooked frog leg. It might not be deep fried, but it's pan seared. It still ends up being cooked, So either way, it worked out there with those boops. Now, as we can see, Cold Beer on the outside. Again, really trying to check and keep tabs onto where that support line is. Also doesn't want to find themselves getting booped off once again or eliminated by this aggressive Lucio play. Nice pull for the moment as the counter with the Kitsune Rush, both equally combining into this. Washington continuing to have the advantage, and they're going to break the streak here if they continue to play this well. But Vind eliminating Sneaky might just be able to turn this around. Minnesota comes back in tenfold and now swaps it over at 93.
I am a firm believer, as someone who plays both Lucio and Kiriko in these compositions, that if you spend Kitsune Rush and the enemy team is willing to also Kitsune, you as the Lucio on your squad, and if there isn't a huge cooldown use, don't use beat. Because the enemy is just going to use beat. We saw it. We saw Kitsune Rush, enemy beat, and Kitsune. Just hold the beat, because we just spent 4 ults, and they did borderline nullify each other, and the point is in favor of Minnesota right now, but now, no beat. No Kitsune Rush on either side. And guess who has ultimate? Aqua. Guess who's really close? Sneaky. Guess what ult could really save you in those instances? Beat.
Oh
and
my.
Noixious is learning the lesson, but right thereafter, Aqua is punished by Ichi in conjunction with their Sojourn, that power of Sneaky, to find the elimination on the enemy Sojourn.
Last fight opportunity here for this specific flashpoint. Washington going to go for a regroup, a Cold Beer. Again, checking the back. Does almost get the elimination, forces out the recall, but now we're going to have the ultimate active, the overclock coming through. We've seen Sneaky be able to persevere through this once before, but Salami Boy shuts down the support. The numbers in favor of Minnesota, where they are able to dominate and be able to take this second flashpoint, putting themselves on a final flashpoint for the map win.
Now, is my prediction gonna come true twice? As with regards to when I've casted with Jacob on these flashpoint maps, will Washington start to turn this back in their favor? In all honesty, I don't mind if I'm wrong, because that means Minnesota starts to reverse sweep entirely with the opportunity to full 3-cap here. We are in another situation where there is a chance to send someone into the drink, but what I'm really looking at is Washington buying their time a little bit here because they have so many ults almost online, whereas Minnesota guarantees 3 ults, almost 4 if Ben gets that Terror Surge online fast enough. The Lobby Boy goes in, does some poke damage, doesn't overstay their welcome, will choose to disengage as everyone else is wrapping around the main. There's the first ult to get dropped from Cupcake. It's the Kitsune Rush, followed up with the answer. The Lobby Boy trying to show that they can do just as much as the enemy. Lucio Sneaky is gone. The powerhouse of damage eliminated for Washington. The Kitsune Rush was also spent. Ichi dangerously low in the Terror Surge. Cold Beer accidentally blinks off the map. That's Aqua and Cupcake both gone. Salami Boy, I have questions for you, but you know what? I'll respect it in this instance because you needed a little bit of extra tender love and care given by the sound barrier to keep yourself alive as you're in a 1v1 with Tracer, and your Risa is trying to live and help you. Which Lucio will wall ride to freedom first? The answer is Salami Boy, who's also going to find their teammates and help them get back to the objective.
Salami Boy just was playing a whole different type of dodgeball game there. Like, actually shifting through the physical world that we live in, being able to survive through that. And now, at this point, Minnesota is in a beautiful position to be able to take this. Really, the Pulse Bomb is the only thing that Washington has to their name. And Minnesota, they've already just gotten so much percentage and could actually have the overclock once again for this if it does go for a swap. Drawing back now, Vin getting pushed. Beyblade action with the Orisas. Knocking them away, forcing a great momentum forward. Gets the 2-piece here for Minnesota, and they have made this a 3-0 flashpoint map to start that climb. They've dug in deep. Their cleats are covered in snow, but they see the top of Everest and say, we're not done yet.
It's the first step of many to a possible reverse sweep, but to paraphrase Rich, I'm sure it will be a reverse sweep made up of nothing but love and compassion.
Yes! I love it. I'm so glad. As we get to take a look at the lovely play of the game, though, which is, you know, what we were emphasizing. The significance of a Lucio Boop, where those eliminations are so beautiful. Oh my god, that's awesome.
Another shout out to our sponsors at Truth. If you're thinking about quitting nicotine and want support, Truth has a free testing program that offers tips, motivation, and daily check-ins designed to help you every step of the way. Check out thetruth.com/NACE Starleague to sign up. And also thank you to Mavix, the official gaming chair of NACE Starleague. One lucky viewer will win a Mavix chair during our NACE Starleague Grand Finals this weekend at Full Sail University, so tune in Saturday, April 27th and Sunday, April 28th for a chance to win. I gotta say, Rich Rad, you've kind of been, every time that we've casted this semester together, you've been kind of a good luck charm in making sure that the matches get a little bit interesting and like they're not complete sweeps. It seems we've always at least gone over to push whenever you're here with us. And I do remember, in terms of what's chosen for push when you're here with us, Coliseum has been picked just about every single time. I'm getting another look of love and compassion from Artie here.
Oh, well, I can't see it. I can only sense it. So I will live vicariously through you by seeing that love and compassion. But I mean, again, you're absolutely right. I've been very blessed and gifted with the Overwatch deities that allow us to have more than just a quick 3-0. It's something that has trailed along with me for an extended period of time, but I'm okay with it. But now when we do look at what this next map is going to be, oh my goodness, the cycle shall not repeat from what you and I have seen, and we're going to head on to Esperanza for our push map. So, Artie, please tell me what your thoughts are in regards to this map selection.
Okay, so for anyone unaware, I actually used to compete in Calling All Heroes. And my coach, his name's Gatsby, a fabulous human being. I love him. He's taught me a lot on Lucio. But whenever it came to push, there is only one map, and it is Esperanza. So I love Esperanza. He's like, it just allows for a lot more adaptability with compositions. The terrain shifts just enough that if you're really struggling and the point has been capped, you can just swap to a different composition to actually full counterplay. And yes, granted, the meta is not as friendly to counterplay, I feel like, when it comes to the tanks in this moment as it stands, but I still feel like Esperanza is the most friendly when it comes to the opportunities to shift things back in your favor when you are, quote-unquote, in that uphill battle. Not to mention, it is the map that does not have the uphill section as heavily, I feel like, in comparison to like New Queen Street. I hate that corner right after the first checkpoint. I'm like, hey team, can we just play for control of this point and not try to push the door? I'm sorry, but we're gonna be here for 8 minutes because I don't want to deal with 2 snipers. And then when it comes to Coliseum, I mean, you've done contenders, I've done contenders. We sit there and we're staring down a corridor.
8-minute neutral. 8-minute neutral.
it pains me every time. And so Esperanza, it's like, okay, I'm gonna stage and get ready to fully engage on their backline on my back high ground, and then someone needs to pressure the main on the objective, and then my supports, good luck, don't die. That is how it works, and I love Esperanza for that reason. There's more natural cover, I feel like, in that starting area, so long as you're aware of your cooldowns and how far you can take yourself in these situations, and that's why I like Esperanza. I'm waiting for the day that another push map is added, but until that day happens, there is only one, and it's going to be this one.
And we've seen plenty of exciting moments. I even remember when we were just watching recently the Championship Series, where there was a lovely Lucio duel that went on for, I believe, 2 minutes straight.
Incredible.
So that was quite amazing. And this map is just full of joy. But, you know, to build even further on when it comes to, like, the strategy and the tactical dynamic of this, the other thing that's so really important that a lot of teams have either emphasized when I've talked with them or even when it comes to some of the coaches that I've spoken with is really understanding after the initial neutral, when you go down that initial rampway under the bridge and just before checkpoint, that bridge itself can be such a significant anchor for you to look to hold defensively or play offensively. And then if things start to go a little bit away from you, whether you manage to get the checkpoint or not, you can really look to have enough time to get back to the neutral and not allow yourself to lose such a significant amount of distance to then recontest on the opposing archway. As we're going to see this angle of it right here, this archway on both respective sides can be so important to play and the timing that you play it.
Well, let's see which team has the better timing, and if we don't have an accidental pull of a teammate from our life weaver at the wrong opportunity. I mean, it is going to allow the Kieran on this Ana to survive a little bit more. It allows a more elevated style of gameplay to be a little cheeky with that phrasing. And if our Winston gets delivered to the enemy waiting arms by a spear spin or spear, you can just get yoinky by your life weaver. But your life weaver can't yoink you to safety when your life weaver's right next to you and you're getting spear spun into a wall by Vin, who now gets the high ground themselves, but their corpse is the only thing there.
That's just one of those feel bad moment whenever, I mean, it's not a feel bad moment for me because I play Arisa, but when you just keep him in the corner here like, hey friend, you're really, really not going anywhere. Sorry, if my, like, villain arc just showed, you can all just indulge in that. As you can see now, the high ground still being maintained on this bridgeway. As I mentioned, beautiful two-piece from the Tracer play. And this is just Washington coming out with a vengeance on giving up a 3-0 map of Surabasa.
Look, I'm a pot stirrer. I might be from Washington, but I'm going to stir the pot. Minnesota, you need to start this reverse sweep. You cannot let Washington get this first objective clip point here. This is so hard to pull back in your favor with your current composition because Ichi has access to that left high ground, the right high ground, can even disengage to the high ground right behind them, whereas your squad is so focused on just this main push point objective. You need to send your Lucio, your Tracer, have them go wreak havoc in this backline. Akia, I'm relying on you to hit one heck of a rail shot onto that high ground, please. Nope, we're gonna have full high ground rotation. I appreciate it, but now this is where that light weaver play comes in clutch, I think. It's up. Oh, we're blocking him with the tree of light.
The fact that the Cassidy dropped off the bridgeway, that was so helpful for them to be able to escape. Sneaky lives because of that, since there's no sightline onto it, so they continue to deal damage in synergy alongside and are able to actually weather the storm of this and return to keep pushing the barricade.
So now the situation seems to have gone from bad to worse. Already raised the siren call of Minnesota, and we are still seeing absolutely no changes over on the composition. Washington continuing to make forward progress with about 7 left. Although this could be the toehold right here.
Pushing under the archway. They need to make some kind of momentum because, again, there's 7 minutes. There's a lot of time on the clock. Pulse Bomb comes in, fortified to weather that damage and attempt to survive through it. They've done a stellar job of it as the supports are close by. A pickup now, again, with the Primal Rage onto the support. They solely rely on Sammy Boy, which is just not enough healing, and they continue to push this forward and are ever approaching the completion of this map, which we don't get to typically see often.
I mean, you guys don't get to see it often from what I am hearing in this regard.
True.
I mean, to be fair, again, nothing but Coliseum.
Coliseum, yeah?
Well, Vin, my question is, you saw the yoink. Can you get in there with a little bit of speed from Salami Boy and find a fabulous Terror that won't get interrupted by a well-placed pedal from the Lifeweaver as your team has decided to rotate to the high ground once again? But that means Ichi and company just drop off the high ground and take care of those that were late to rotate, i.e. your poor Cassidy, who's over here with 1 health. Coldbeer will be eliminated. And now your Sojourn and Kiriko are looking tasty, but Ichi, you go down to Aqua. Coldbeer, you might be gone, but you're not forgotten. Your team now has the opportunity to start to push forward. Finally, the bot is stagnating as we see another life grip onto somebody to pull them to safety. And now everyone for Washington is all located on this high ground, excluding this Tracer, who gets dangerously low, gets booped and thrown to the wall, and that has been getting the elimination onto Noxious.
See, but like, here's the challenge, is Minnesota was so focused on the fight at that point, they couldn't opt to give somebody away to actually keep pushing the bot, so they're right back to this neutral position onto the archway. The Tree of Life is going to give the healing and sustainability. You do lose at least 1 support, but if they continue to just ride this out and regroup, the Winston comes back in, that's actually going to be a little helpful. But they can just, again, they can run the clock here and not feel uneasy about it and really just look for a solid 5 and be comfortable because this bot will not be able to get to the checkpoint.
The tragedy of the situation in this instance is that 2 will not get forward spawn, and that Cassidy is staggered heavily, being the last one to get eliminated as we crossed over that center point where the bot originated from. So that is a long spawn push coming out for Sneaky. Have fun with your walk. We have Kitsune Rush and B coming online from Minnesota once again. Sneaky is the only one currently for Washington to have an ult. It's that Deadeye can be used to try and keep yourself alive in most instances, give your team extra time, or even just a reload. Ichi coming up on this Primal Rage, but needs to engage safely, is forced everyone from Minnesota to disengage off that high ground, allowing their team to... Oh, we saw it! That was a life grip yoink from Lifeweaver onto Cassidy for Sneaky to try to do something sneaky, but it didn't work out. Now we have the beat from Salami to try and just let their team do as they please, chasing after this Lifeweaver who, for once, is playing very passive, but I guess that's what you do when you're playing Lifeweaver and you're used to playing Lucio. Delete is going to get deleted.
That was the highest of noons I think I've ever seen. And I feel pretty confident that that's going to be some kind of play in the future that we see happen more often.
Is it really sneaky when it's in the middle of the clear blue sky?
Well.
75% of video game players don't look up.
Also
Touche,
true.
Touche.
Also true. I love how we all have come to that conclusion, because that is a reality. As you do see this bot now look to push. Nice denial there with the boop onto the Winston. Not giving much accessibility to this. A high noon comes out by Cold Beer. Doesn't get any eliminations, but this is a chance now for Minnesota to actually really get close enough and potentially gain the advantage. But Washington able to get that nano boost onto the Winston gives them so much more value to be able to turn this back. And the fact that they deny this with 3 minutes and can go back to that neutral position is really, really important. They lose the closer spawn because it passes the checkpoint, gets the entire team kill, and we reset.
The difference in this instance, though, of the entire team dying is that it was rapid succession, and theoretically, yes, all of Minnesota is getting that close bomb. They're going to be able to go to the high ground and take it away. They don't know Ana's there, but we do, and that Ana is in everyone's sights. We see the life group come in.
What a grab.
In time, and we have a terror surge that I'm going to say was used to zone some people out, because Kieran ended up getting eliminated nonetheless, and Ichi forced to hit the Primal Rage, pay the price for losing one of your supports, especially the one that keeps your Winston alive, means you have to keep yourself alive. Ichi finds Cold Beer. Noix will also find Ben. Salami Boy goes down to Sneaky, and this bot is pushing in favor of Washington yet again.
Oh, goodness. Sneaky really landing those shots. Almost instantaneously eliminates Salami Boy and then continues to pressure down the Tracer play from Aqua. They're now at a 2-minute position and have basically, I would say, this fight and then have to ride it the whole way back.
Sneaky?
Oh. Remember how we were talking about being sneaky in the high ground? Well, this, I think, classifies.
Here it is
Oh!
again. That's how you do it.
But nobody really is caught in the sight line. A very quick retreat here from Washington. Very well done, but they have to keep Corinne alive on this Ana, which is so vital for them. And they actually weather that again. So now they can look to hold back onto this bridgeway and keep tabs on it, but losing the Tracer is not what they want.
Look, I respect the silly plays, and as a horse player, you may know that there's a similar one using Terror Surge on Petal with the Light Grip. I respect it, but on the same notion, it's failed twice, and now both times it's almost resulted in your team being completely eviscerated due to the massive cooldown that is used in that instance, i.e. the Life Grip. Maybe we don't try a third time.
I mean, the really unfortunate part here is when you take a look at the ultimate economy, it is Minnesota with 5 ultimates for only 27 meters that they need to gather. So this is going to be really challenging for Washington to be able to match. They have to just come through as the ultimates already become unleashed.
I mean, this one from Cold Beer, more or less just to get intel on where people are standing and force the rest of Washington to do nothing but disengage. I mean, yes, they have Life Grip if someone's too far forward, but beyond that, it was dangerous to walk into it. Sneaky gets eliminated first for Washington. That Petal gonna manage to get some people to a level of safety with enough time to buy for Tree of Life to get dropped, and also using that the healing dash to get out of the Terror Surge means Vin doesn't pick anything up. Life Grip in this instance was very close for comfort, unfortunately, but still, we see that those supports are able to survive, and the support that doesn't make it out alive is Cupcake, who is busy dealing with this Winston, and Lucio also falls, so that's Vin and Salami Boy now waiting out in spawn for the rest of their squad.
There's only 12 seconds left. They're going to have to rush into this, and the fact that there was 5 ultimates from Minnesota, they could not break this defensive wall that is Washington, as already they're going to go in for one last attempt to keep it contested.
That bot is in the neutral territory once again. Cupcake has fallen to Kieran, and now the Primal Rage. The angry Winston is in play. Deadeye is used to sustain for an extra moment. The other Deadeye is popped. Vin has gone over to that Doomfist, gets eviscerated by a pulse bomb. Makua comes in. Kieran finds the elimination. That's the Portal Combat coming in a little bit too strong today from Washington, but it works out in their favor. In a 1-2-3 Grand Championship, Washington, you didn't have to make me feel bad that I moved away. Y'all are the champions, congratulations. But Sneaky, let's give you a moment to celebrate your success with this play of the game. I pretty much guarantee it's not one of our funny plays we had earlier. It's not. This is just some standard Cassidy play.
We could have only hoped that it was the Lifeweaver high noon grab midair. That would have been, I think, the highlight. But, you know, again, major shout out here to Washington. Looked a little shaky on Suravasa, but they came back tenfold and really demonstrated why this title of champion is theirs.
The perfect exclamation point to end the match when you have to defend against a full slate of ultimates and you absolutely have to win that team fight in order to claim the championship. I think they proved to everybody they deserve that trophy.
Absolutely. 100%.
I mean, they disengaged perfectly. I was a little surprised, in all honesty, to see the Lifeweaver come in, but I mean, if you want to run the Winston, it made sense. You wanted to make sure you could keep your Ana alive. The Cassidy stuff, I will write that off because you ended up being the victors in this instance, but had you lost, I would have been really sad for y'all. Also, I apologize that you were forced on the Lifeweaver. I have yet to experience this, and this is one of the few instances I've actually seen a Lucio player get forced onto Lifeweaver. I don't feel like force is the right word, but accommodate their team's request to want to run a comp, so therefore you're no longer playing Lucio. Playing Lifeweaver and actually still popping off without doing damage. I feel like some of those life grips came in absolutely clutch, specifically, of course, to keep that Ana alive when Ana was a little too close for comfort in the combat.
I feel like the conversation went, do you want to play Lifeweaver? Yeah, sure. Oh, okay. That I could feel would be like the legitimate conversation, like a 3 interaction response, and it's just like, all right, we do it.
Lucio, you need to chill, so get off Lucio. I mean, they're still very successful. They get their own championship title for the NACE Starleague season, but, yeah. I mean, Rich, what are your big takeaways from everything that we saw?
I mean, big takeaways is I do have to give major credit for Minnesota to attempt to try and counteract against Washington with their victory, because one of the big things is that they did understand who the big player was. Sneaky was somebody that really was able to have such a large influence when it comes from a DPS line to shutting down a lot of opportunity. But here's the thing, is that you saw this adjustment when it came from Washington saying, hey, they see where our strength is. We need to be able to have adaptation. And that's one of the key things that I always really like to talk about, not only just in the collegiate sector, but in like the overarching sense, is that having that knowledge and understanding of just being able to adapt in the moment and realize with the timing and tempo and how you play this game, it really, really does shine in the bigger spectrum. And that's why these teams like Washington is able to come out with a win like this in a grand finals match.
Well, after a quality match like that, I am more than pleased to say we've got the top 5 plays of the game for you before our break. And stay tuned. We will have the League of Legends Championship right after this. So make sure that you're still with us. Take a break, get a drink, make sure that shield plating on your turrets is well secured. We will be back with the championship match after this.
Washington pulling them quickly into it to try and counteract against it. Finn going to do the same.
Oh my goodness!
On to 2 that they wonderfully pair this to completely shut down.
Shield drop, the bubble is used. Suzu is used to back off in conjunction with amp speed. We still have overclock. We heard the Kitsune rush get dropped by Kieran, so that's a disengaged moment. Hey, your S keys in Minnesota. There we go. First one, Cold Beer is not in the drink. Did actually have their body on the concrete, but I digress. Vind is soon to follow up. And then there's another one. It's Aqua.
Back in tenfold, and now swaps it over at 93.
I am a firm believer as someone who plays both Lucio and Kiriko. Have a get out of jail free card, and you are forcing cooldowns just to get into space. You have the duel of the fates happening with these Kitsune rushes on point. Cold Beer does not find Will. I have no idea what the heck happened.
Quitting isn't easy. Truth has a free texting program called This Is Quitting, and it's literally like having a superpower for quitting. It's 100% anonymous, free, and it's built to be like your bestie.
Text TruthMC to 88709.
We will have a similarly competitive fight in our COD match where you got the Fisher Falcons going up against the Wichita State Shockers. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer. I'm joined by Colin Majunkin. Colin, one of these teams has had a pretty busy day. Can you tell us what Wichita State has been up to?
Wichita State has been busy playing in another league, the Collegiate Call of Duty League.
Wichita State have been fighting so much to get to this point. And the players, it looks like for Fisher's lineup are going to be Phantoms, Dark, Gunsy, Dylan Rex, and Drugsy.
On the side of Wichita State, we got Class, Exotic, Zepp, and Jake.
And Fisher really does have a deep roster for Call of Duty. Is going to be very important, and I hope that these teams don't get into the trap, because sometimes we see teams like if they have a strategy, they're going to stick with it no matter what. We are going to be starting out on 6-star, however, going on toward hard, so let's get to it. Fisher's going to be in the take position near Island. Long-range file exchange. Zepp takes out one of Fisher, now gets two. Phantom's on the point, trying to hide in the water, not going to get away. Zepp on a streak of 4 now. Getting pretty close to that cruise missile if he can stay alive.
Wow!
That's what we were talking about all this time for Zepp. They need to take back the point now. Hard point's unlocked and kind of biffs it, isn't able to get anybody.
State holding on. Berkeley gonna come out there. Gonna sit this corner right here. Dylan Rex now walking around bar, trying to work this out. Gunsy sees one. They're in all the movement they can. They get 2. Now it's down to 2v1. Fisher down to the 1. Bombs is going to go down, but here's a massive flank by Dylan Rex. He's the head of class, going to take him out. Bombs does not go down here. Zepp now charging, is going to find the elimination.
Early lead for Wichita State. They're going to levy that into a 2 lead. Class in an awkward position. He still wants to find the time to plant on B, but he's potentially flanked by Phantoms.
Oh.
Phantoms is going to find him out, so now Zepp has to pick it up. He's caught in Tiki.
Plant the bomb for anything. They're still sniffing this out. Definitely not as fast as they were able to get last time. Dylan Rex is going to get one. Jake to get a second. Also going to get headshots by Phantoms, though. Wichita State now down to 2 bodies here. Fisher having the man advantage right now. He's got to play it well, and here's an assassination. First of the series, Gunsy gets the credit.
Things are ticking down in favor of Fisher. Phantom's already on a 5-kill streak. Wichita State trying for this flank. Going to try to hop up from under. In fact, their bomb holder's going that way as well, but they've got an awkward situation where they got to climb up the ledge, and already Fisher making them pay dearly. Championship match for a completely different league. There's a ton of weight on the Shockers right now to perform against the team that a lot of people have considered to be the favorites.
Also playing at a different time zone than like us. They're playing at a later hour of the night. While I don't particularly think as a gamer that playing at a later hour of the night will marginally, so we're going to see a lot more of this come out through Invasion. And it'll also be interesting, so yeah, this was the map that I got to watch Wichita State play Search and Destroy on, so it'll be interesting to see how much they switch it up and if they're going to be able to contend with Fisher here right now, or if they're going to let Fisher take map 3 and the series to boot, who, after engaging in a gunfight, is so critical, as we see Wichita State do that exact thing, is they're going to get 3. As Gunsy is finally able to respond.
Down to about 8 apiece. Wichita State makes their way onto the point, but Exotic is flushed out. And Fisher takes a 2-life lead now. Unable to get any sort of toehold in trying to retake Bathroom, so try to throw out a nade. Jake might be opening something up with a pick onto Gunshi. Class will be traded back, however. Fisher doing a great job holding down A and has already claimed it. They now only have to worry about getting B.
Elimination on to 2 down here as the Fisher College go on a rampage for a little bit and continue that as they now are going to get, as they're not going to capture. Videos on, etc. But I also think it gets to show a little bit more the carefulness and the patience of a team. But I don't think we saw that with Fisher, and I think that's exactly why they actually were such a strong team right there. And we also see them got to take that in for a 3-piece, going on a streak of 2. So we're getting pinched a little bit by the rest of Wichita State. Has an inkling of where class is, dives in, not able to find the elimination.
Quick dive in, retake on the point for Wichita. Fisher, main thing standing in between them is Exotic. You can move into Junk. He's trying to hold a cross angle. They're able to flush him out. That's an absolutely huge take by Fisher. Now there's some remaining stragglers from Wichita State. Ooh. The bell is tolling for Wichita State, and that pick off to Jake, bringing things closer toward the Falcons. They're winning just about every single one-on-one they're getting in. They're just one away, and the Falcons will claim it. 4-0, a complete sweep
here, and one of those ones that, it's good to see this final kill. Almost that third take they almost got there would have been really impressive, but they deserved it. They won it. They were better than Wichita State today. And it's a really heartbreaking day for Wichita State to go back-to-back losses on some pretty big, important games. But
up ready to go. So you've got Indian River State College ready to go up against Columbia College. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer. I'm joined by Colin Majunkin to call all the action for you today. Colin, we are doing the open division, not varsity, so a lot more club-level competition outside of an official university's varsity program. You've had a lot of their lineups, just the individual players that will be showing up for each team. For Indian River right now, we have got Slayer, Bacon, and Taco Stash.
For the side of Columbia College, we got Exorcist, Gusky, and Cryptic.
And both these teams,
defense an individual player is going to do when they turn you on that head and challenge you in a different way or manner, it can mess up the flow of the attacking or defending team and leave an opening or a gap. So it's really one of those things of, are these teams going to play it traditionally or are they going to go non-traditionally? Honestly, I've seen great teams do both.
And Optic denies him on it. And now Excel tries to take a shot. It is blocked by Taco Stash. Reads it perfectly. We are still at a scoreless tie, but you can tell Columbia College is really hungry right now to end that. This could be an opening now for Indian River.
Oh, the missed touch there is definitely one, and the Bacon's going to slide it right off the backboard. It's interrupted as well. Excelus getting one, going for a solo play. Bacon runs out of boost, but is going to be saved out by a teammate.
Taco Stash following the ball upfield. XL will stop the forward momentum. Slayer takes it over to Taco. Shot on goal will land. Indian River up. College has been showing that they are getting a fair amount of opportunities to score. It's not like the ball was in their half of the field the entire game. Still plenty of opportunities to score and improve as we move along. Into the second stage, we move on from Manifield to Forbidden Temple. Maybe a little bit of a change of scenery.
It's really a testament to a team's mental fortitude. As right there, Columbia College had a brilliant opportunity, but all of Indiana River was there in the right position, going to get a beautiful saving dive there. Oh, but a missed shot or a missed defensive pass.
Oh, big opportunity right here. There's only one on the goal. They see it and they put it in off of the cross. Play it off the backboard, but Bacon keeps it off to the side. Centering shot again with Excel and Cryptic in tow. Ready for the follow-up shot, but Taco reads the situation, trying to keep the ball in Indian River's possession for a clear. Now the double touch. Slayer takes it toward the backboard. Opportunity here, and they dunk it down. They are ready to play here in the finals and give Indian River a run for their money.
Yeah, and saw a lot less opportunities, a lot less of those gaps and those mistakes that Columbia College made in the first half that resulted in a lot of goals being scored. And that's exactly what it seems they need to be doing to shut down Indian River. I mean, It's kind of that simple math, right? Give the team less opportunities to score.
Oh, a lot of contention right in front of Indian River's goal. Gusky setting it up again. It's going to fall right down in front. You saw Excel go flying past it. He tried to get a goal, but wasn't able to get the touch. Opportunity for Indian River to clear, though. Excel, quick follow-up, redeeming himself, getting a goal.
Well, my goodness. Columbia College is back with the lead.
I am so pleasantly surprised by this match. Normally when we get up to this level of competition, we see a lot of low-scoring games, a lot of, 0-0 until overtime because both teams are so good at matching each other.
No.
But Bacon with a cheat, just what I'm saying.
This one, it's been a complete change of pace that I love to see.
And now we head on into the fourth match. Both these teams, Indian River and Columbia College, have been giving us a show. I don't know what's going to be happening later on this week at the Varsity Premier Grand. To touch on it. And Columbia College now with an opportunity to get an early lead. Excel going to send it up to the backboard. There's no one there. Follow-up denied by Bacon. Heads off to the side. Shot on goal. It almost looked like Columbia College had gone up too far, but no. Gusky comes in with the rotation, and Cryptic turns it into a
play shot from the side of Columbia College. Going to put them up 1-0. A little early in this matchup, but definitely not entirely over for Indian River right now.
Between these two teams who have been matching each other shot for shot. 2-2 in this best of 7. We're moving on to game 5. Guaranteed to at least see game 6. But, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this goes all the way.
Yeah, this can 100% go all the way. It has been a back and forth, trading punch for punch, blow for blow, every time, every game. And not even game to game, even just from like goal to goal. It's been that same formula every time. And it just shows that these teams are pretty evenly matched as right off the bat.
Putting pressure on. Tries to let it fall down. Taco blocks again, but now that he's committed, the follow-ups are coming through, and Taco is able to get a shot back over to the corner, keeping Indian River in the fray. A miss by Gusky, but Bacon, a bit of odd on the positioning there. He ran out of boost, cannot continue the play. Cryptic will make him pay for it dearly.
Less of a qualified team or less qualified shooters and smart shooters. It's just so much so that Columbia College has started adapting a little bit more, and their defense has started coming out strong. We're seeing less of those mistakes that they made in games 1 and 2, and they're really starting to turn out into a really dangerous team right now. That Indian River's got to get a bit of a pre-jump in there. I'm trying to keep it alive. There's Excel, going to play a little bit of disrupt. Gusky get a touch of the wheels. Cryptic still in control of this ball. There's Slayer to get one. Excel quick to follow up on the touch though, still sitting in Indian River corner right now as a bit of an overlap of defense right there. And we see
try to set it, let it drop off the backboard. Gusky will have none of that. Send it back toward mid. And a quick shot by Taco, saved by Cryptic. Indian River trying to get back on the board, but Columbia College not letting them get a toehold.
Cryptic trying to meet a teammate back in the middle here. This could be an opportunity for Indian River
to clear this back out, get back on into the blue side of the field, and try to make this a one-goal game again. Taco Stash once again back toward Columbia College. Can they get some sort of centering? Not if Gusky's anything to say about it. Shot back into the back corner. Doesn't quite get it. Quick shot, though. Gets it from Bacon.
Gusky also nearly have won the demo as well, but not enough boost. There's a shot opportunity, and nobody. Oh, there's Cryptic out of the corner of the screen. Going to come to be the savior of the day for CC College, as we're now under the minute mark. Bacon gets dunked on, but there's an open net opportunity, and quickly but surely.
Ready to go. So you've got Indian River State College ready to go up against Columbia College. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer. I'm joined by Colin Majunkin to call all the action for you today. Colin, we are doing the open division, not varsity, so a lot more club-level competition outside of an official university's varsity program. You've had a lot of lineups, just the individual players that will be showing up for each team. For Indian River right now, we have got Slayer, Bacon, and Taco Stash.
For the side of Columbia College, we got Exorcist, Gusky, and Cryptic.
And both these
The
teams.
defense an individual player is going to do when they turn you on that head and challenge you in a different way or manner, it can mess up the flow of the attacking or defending team and leave an opening or a gap. So it's really one of those things of, are these teams going to play it traditionally or are they going to go non-traditionally? Honestly, I've seen great teams do both.
And Optic denies him on it. And now Excel tries to take a shot. It is blocked by Taco Stash. Reads it perfectly. We are still at a scoreless tie, but you can tell Columbia College is really hungry right now to end that. This could be an opening now for Indian River.
Oh, the missed touch there is definitely one, and the Bacon's going to slide it right off the backboard. It's interrupted as well. Exodus getting one, going for a solo play. Bacon runs out of boost, but is going to be saved out by a teammate.
Taco Stash following the ball upfield. XL will stop the forward momentum. Slayer takes it over to Taco. Shot on goal will land. Indian River up. College has been showing that they are getting a fair amount of opportunities to score. It's not like the ball was in their half of the field the entire game. Still plenty of opportunities to score and improve as we move along. Into the second stage, we move on from Manifield to Forbidden Temple. Maybe a little bit of a change of scenery.
It's really a testament to a team's mental fortitude. As right there, Columbia College had a brilliant opportunity, but all of Indiana River was there in the right position, going to get a beautiful saving dive there. Oh, but a missed shot or a missed defensive pass.
Big opportunity right here. There's only one on the goal. They see it and they put it in off of the cross. Play it off the backboard, but Bacon keeps it off to the side. Centering shot again with Excel and Cryptic in tow. Ready for the follow-up shot, but Taco reads the situation, trying to keep the ball in Indian River's possession for a clear. Now the double touch. Slayer takes it toward the backboard. Opportunity here, and they dunk it down. They are ready to play here in the finals and give Indian River a run for their money.
Yeah, and saw a lot less opportunities, a lot less of those gaps and those mistakes that Columbia College made in the first half that resulted in a lot of goals being scored. And that's exactly what it seems they need to be doing to shut down Indian River. I mean, it's kind of that simple math, right? Give the team less opportunities to score.
A lot of contention right in front of Indian River's goal. Gusky setting it up again. It's going to fall right down in front. You saw Excel go flying past it. He tried to get a goal, but wasn't able to get the touch. Opportunity for Indian River to clear, though. Excel, quick follow-up, redeeming himself, getting a goal.
Well, my goodness. Columbia College is back with the lead.
I am so pleasantly surprised by this match. Normally when we get up to this level of competition, he ran out of boost, cannot continue the play. Cryptic will make him pay for it dearly.
Less of a qualified team or less. And we see
try to set it, let it drop off the backboard. Gusky will have none of that. Send it back toward mid. And a quick shot.
Get a bit of a pre-jump in there. I'm trying to keep it alive. There's Excel. Going to play a little bit of disrupt. Gusky get a touch of the wheels. Cryptic still in control of this ball. There's Slayer to get one. Excel quick to follow up on the touch though. Still sitting in Indian River corner right now as a bit of an overlap of defense right there. And we see
try to set it, let it drop off the backboard. Gusky will have none of that. Send it back toward mid. And a quick shot by Taco, saved by Cryptic. Indian River trying to get back on the board, but Columbia College not letting them get a toehold.
Cryptic trying to meet a teammate back in the middle here. This could be an opportunity for Indian River
to clear this back out, get back on into the blue side of the field, and try to make this a one-goal game again. Taco Stash once again back toward Columbia College. Can they get some sort of centering? Not if Gusky's anything to say about it. Shot back into the back corner. Doesn't quite get it. Quick shot, though. Gets it from Bacon.
Gusky also nearly have won the demo as well, but not enough boost. There's a shot opportunity, and nobody. Oh, there's Cryptic out of the corner of the screen.
Welcome back to the NACE Starleague studio. We are in the midst of our second day of Open Premier Grand Finals. We just crowned a champion in Overwatch 2. Congratulations to you, Dub. And now we move on to League of Legends. A new set of casters in here to cover all of the action. I'm still your host, Jacob Palmer. I am joined now by Arya Strasser and Paul Vaughn, aka Soulpan, to call all of the action here for this league tournament. Always nice when we have you two in here to cast the league tournament. Always a great change of pace, a little bit of a change of company that always kind of helps stir the pot. But the main company that we need to focus on right now are our two competitors, one of which UC Berkeley, aka Cal Esports, definitely a well-known name in the esports arena. McMaster University going up against them to claim this championship title. But so I mentioned a little bit earlier, whenever we cast Overwatch, Artie and I are never short for requests. We always, have a favorite stage or a favorite hero. Now is your chance, the once in a blue moon we have you two up here for league requests here and what you're looking for in the upcoming match.
So I've looked over both these teams, and I want them to follow my storyline, which is Cal Berkeley is such a storied esports team that's been around forever. This club has been winning titles as a club. It's awesome. Super excited for them. They have a roster that's going to run a team that's safe. It's a scaling comp with an ADC, a tank top. They want to just play around bot lane. On the other side, McMaster Maroon, the challengers here, are running such a high aggro, high tempo composition. I want them to just both play to their styles, play to these strengths, and just show us two unique sides of League of Legends.
I definitely love high aggro teams. Those are going to be fun to watch.
And the specific rosters that we have for both teams. For Cal Berkeley, we've got Jimbo, Dark Lord, Little Fawn, Stabsy, and Bile. And then for McMaster, we've got Valendrake, Kikos, Danny, Moonswag, and Savage Cab ready to compete here down on Summoner's Rift. We will get into the picks and bans very soon, ready to see what these teams bring in what you said, playing to their strengths and weaknesses.
We'll have to see. The big thing for me is McMaster Maroon, I think, plays this very super high aggro jungle and mid lane through Kikos and Danny KS. The thing that I'm worried about for them is that Dark Lord is a crazy good Taliyah player. This is a champion that is just designed to shut down that style of composition with the ability to lock people out of the ability to dash. And if the entire goal is to dash onto the ADC, they'll be running through a whole lot of damage in that Taliyah.
For sure.
So I mean, that's just one expected ban. The other big point for me is Stabsy has got to put on a carry performance this series. I'm staring at Stabsy. I'm expecting high damage numbers. I'm looking for one of the hyper carries that they play through Zeri, Aphelios, and if we get lucky, of course, Jinx.
For sure. Looking at the support for McMaster, it looks like they play a lot of engaged supports, which is going to be really hard into that Taliyah for sure. In terms of engaged supports that aren't going to need to dash anywhere, I see like maybe a Blitzcrank, maybe a Thresh. Thresh is pretty good right now. And as long as you don't take that Q, you're going to be fine.
Still the risk there, of course. For me, the big thing is that the Thresh is just one more piece, or the engaged support rather, is just one additional piece that'll be following around Kikos and Danny KS. This three-man duo will just be running through the jungle. If Dark Lord is not careful and, just has to be very, very on the ball, making sure that he's not getting just dove on by this three-man squad.
For sure.
And we are waiting to get on deck with the match. Once again, if you are just joining this is the NACE Starleague Open Premier Grand Finals. We have been covering it all week long. We started out yesterday with Grand Finals in Rocket League and Call of Duty. We just crowned our Overwatch 2 champions, and now we move on to a League of Legends. And a quick recap to give our champions the recognition they deserve. We had Columbia College go up against Indian River. And I said this to Artie, I'll say it to you two again. Boy, I wish you two were Rocket League casters, because that was one of the best championship matches I have ever seen. Indian River, Columbia College, 4-2. It felt just like a privilege to be able to cast that. Then we got Wichita State versus Fisher in Call of Duty. That was swept by the Falcons. And then we just covered the Minnesota-Washington match. 3-1 win with the Huskies pulling away the victory. Now the question is, we have had one sweep and two matches that have kind of been back and forth. Will League ultimately end in a sweep of its own, or will we see the back and forth that we have been so blessed with these Open Premier finals?
It's tough to say. I think for me, my predictions this series, I'm seeing a 2-1 for McMaster Maroon. As we actually get into draft here, we have Lee Sin locked out. This is one of the aggressive picks, so this is going to be Cal on that blue side against McMaster Maroon on the red side. Milio banned away, one of the enchanters that Bio likes to pilot. We need to pick through the picks here. Makes me think that potentially McMaster Maroon's looking to draft a little more CC than maybe we would have previously anticipated here on the desk.
Taking out that Rakan as well, and the Lulu on the other side. Just banning out those kind of more enchanty engaged support for one, and for Lulu, just another great enchanter banned away.
Yeah, that's going to be a big part of it as well. I mean, if you can target the support, it's going to affect Stabsy as well. Stabsy is going to be the main carry here for Cal. Has to absolutely pop off against multiple threats coming in from McMaster Maroon. Savage Cab, haven't talked about him too much yet, but this is another player that has just a roster of carries across their match history this season. So looking to see what they can bring to the top lane and put a whole lot of pressure on a gym ball for Cal. There is a missing ban here, but we're going to have to hear which one that is from production in just a bit. So I believe I heard the chat going off with that one, trying to communicate what that ban was. The last ban here going to be the Zac, removing one of the probably best tank junglers on the patch, and just disabling some of the engage here for Dark Lord 70.
For sure. He seems fairly strong this patch and in general. Ooh, and Ahri. I'm always a fan of watching that.
B1 Ahri here, I mean, I do like this pick. It's going to enable them to actually have a little bit of mid-jungle pressure themselves. Ahri very good at catching people out. The last ban we just got word from production was actually Nidalee. So they're locking out Kikos of the two best early game super heavy snowball junglers here. That wasn't Nidalee banned there on blue 3. The counter picks to this Ahri will be Silas. Technically a flex pick on this patch with those jungle buffs. Most likely going mid here against Ahri before Danny KS as they look to lock their second. Still just buying as much time as possible here in draft for themselves. Make sure they think through all possible outcomes. Could be the mid-jungle power duo here, but we'll see what they want to lock in.
And we'll have to look and see what how much worth they're going to get out of the Silas with the ult, as the Jinx is picked up as well. Very nice hyper carry for the ADC position.
Yeah, that'll be Moonswag piloting that one. Also kind of taking away arguably the best pick for Stabsy to just pop off and full carry this game. Jinx doesn't have the strongest of laning, which is not something that I think Stabsy and Bile are going to be able to punish with their picks being mostly enchanter based. We'll see if they can lock in anything that can match the hyper carry potential of this Jinx and allow them to also continue to get ahead. And Alistar Zarya will be the answer. A little bit dangerous here. Alistar not the strongest level 1, but I mean, they already see the Jinx. They're feeling safe. They feel like they can make it past level 1. And then Alistar, great pick into melees. And I will stand by this. Silas countering Alistar is the fakest counter in League of Legends.
That sounds about right.
The whole idea is Silas can steal Alistar ultimate and becomes very tanky, but Alistar, you're still playing a melee into Alistar, and that guy's just you're gonna take the tanky ult, and then you're gonna get knocked up and pushed away. So the entire time you're tanky, you're just CC'd. I don't think it does a whole lot for him. We'll see if Danny KS can prove me wrong here with the Silas.
And with the Zeri as well, the Alistar being able to lock people down into that more short-range AD carry gives, unless you hit her ability through a wall short range, gives her just so much more potential to get off that shotgun blast of damage.
Yeah, gonna be running around the fight here. They haven't actually drafted a super heavy lockdown tool on the side of McMaster Maroon to like really get on top of the Zeri and make sure she's not just running over a team fight. There is another missing ban here for McMaster Maroon. We're gonna have to hear from production on that one as well. But we are into the second phase of bans here, looking to just lock out a few of those potential counter picks and get yourself some safe blinds here, as we unfortunately have missed another ban, it seems.
Not another one.
Dropping like flies out here. We'll hope their mechanics in-game are better than the mechanics in Champion Select.
Definitely. Curse that timer.
It's okay. I mean, a big part of it is when one player misses a ban in a Champ Select tool, there's going to be some delay, and then you got to communicate what the actual ban was, and then the other team needs that extra time to make up their ban. So we're gonna get all the word on what these picks and bans
I mean,
are.
don't feel too bad about it. We've got Valorant coming up here too, and I gotta say, it's just something about Riot games. It's just always, you never know until 30 seconds after the clock hits 0. You know, it's almost a rite of passage at this point.
Indeed.
We'll get all the word on what draft has gone to, but so far with these first 3 picks on both teams, it already looks like both teams are playing to their style. Everyone's buying into the narrative, and I'm just really excited to see how Cal and McMaster want to handle this one.
Definitely going to be interesting to see that Braum Jinx, giving that Jinx just a little bit more safety, blocking the Zeri shotgun blast, and being able to slow them down for the Jinx to catch up before Get Excited kicks in.
Braum's also one of those picks that just really enables your melee carries as well. It makes me really excited to see what they're going to lock in for top jungle here. I mean, they have the counter pick on McMaster Maroon as well. Everything, like, it's just a very exciting comp that I'm thinking they're going to build. Again, we don't know what it is just yet, but we're getting into draft here pretty soon, and we'll find out for sure.
So just to recap, we are currently on deck for the first of the match, the first game of the match, championship match in the Open Premier Grand Finals for NACE Starleague. Currently started out. Oh, and here we go. We're getting the update.
The news is coming. We're almost caught up to where we were in the champ select tool. It's like they're still locking in their last couple picks here. The big thing I'm excited for, again, is the top jungle here on red side for McMaster Maroon. Savage Cav is a carry player. They're going to try and most likely, actually locking
wasn't a Braum.
Stealing away that Talia. Oh, sorry, getting back up here. This looks like they've already done all their picks, so we're just gonna we're gonna see what they're finishing up here. It was a Volibear locked in. Potentially, maybe there was an error with the graphics. Anyway, let's just watch the rest of this draft. We'll see what they end up locking out, and this will be 100% confirmed once we get to the bottom of this draft. Karma, good thing to lock out here. Removes again. It's just gonna be a top lane ban actually, as they want to get a safe pick in the top lane for Gym Ball, and it would be another pick that would actually enable Stabsy to just hyper carry and run over the game.
Thresh, as I mentioned before, very good engaged support, banned away. Except it was banned away. Yeah, banned away from the side. Got a little mixed up.
And man, we're into 4 enchanters locked out here. Janet and Karma both going away as well, so really don't want to see those super safe picks. Really don't want to give Cal Golden Bears the ability to disengage any fight.
This is a little behind the scenes thing here. I know our casters are probably thrilled here because they were looking over the notes before this, and I just heard a very particular tone in their voice when like, oh, all these enchanters.
Oh, enchanters.
They just ruin everything. Everyone wants to have fun, everyone wants to throw a hook, and enchanters are just like, no, you can't do that.
Okay, that's always the best strategy in any game you're playing. The other team doesn't get to play the game.
Yes, exactly. Nautilus locked in here, so no enchanter for this team. Very exciting pick, absolutely.
I get one hook champ.
And you know what? I'll give them this. Renata Glask is potentially one of the most exciting enchanters that's out there.
I'll give them that.
Yeah, rather than disabling the enemy team from playing the game, and they do a little bit of that as well. It's more about keeping one carry alive, and when you get the reset, manage to, stop the Zeri from being dope, it just looks awesome. Love to see the Zeri come back zombified and just run over a fight.
It'll be fun to see that Renata ult being used on that Silas Jinx. Just turn him right around, go back to your team, go destroy him for us. But on the flip side, the Silas getting the Renata ult as well is going to be very nice against that Zeri Volibear.
Yeah, one of the most interesting things here was Kikos actually stole away the Talia. I don't think Kikos plays it as much as Dark Lord 70, but it's still a powerful pick in its own right. Not a whole lot of, you'll be able to stop some dashes here on the Talia. You're mostly just looking to combo actually off the back of your Nautilus or Silas and really just burst through one target with this pick.
Rek'Sai being picked up for the jungle, looks like, and a Fiora. Ooh, that's gonna be a fun top lane.
It's gonna be rough. Yeah, this is the carry pick that I was kind of expecting to see from Savage Cab. The most interesting thing here is we're actually gonna have to wait for trades, I think, as Volibear and Rek'Sai double flex picks here. Either could go top, either could go into the jungle. The Rek'Sai top nerfs, I believe, have come through on this patch, but still a playable champion, just not as powerful as it once was.
There's still a little beauty left in the blade.
Exactly.
Just a little bit.
Dangerously sharp. Looks like it will be the Volibear top, so excellent call on the Rek'Sai going into the jungle there. We got our teams locked in here. Finally, we see the full draft, the full picture has been revealed to us, and it looks like it's followed to expectation, at least in my opinion. I'm really, really following
Which,
this narrative.
to
I
be
need
fair,
it to
was your
happen.
request.
It was, exactly, yes.
For sure. I would argue there are some decent ults for Sylas to steal there. I know maybe some of them don't look as promising, but there's few things scarier than a Sylas stealing Ahri ult and dashing at you 3 times, throwing his chains out, and then healing.
Yeah, there was actually changes to Ahri that gave her dash resets, and the one thing I remember, I was reading this today, and I don't know if this changes out yet or if it's just on the PvE, but Sylas ult actually doesn't give you Ahri resets when you
interesting.
take the kills. I don't know if that's functionality, I think it's functionality they're adding on the next patch, but not the best ult to steal, I think, just because of that, because you're missing the one key component, which is just continuously following the fight.
That is fair. I'm a little confused on that though, because Vex ult resets. If I remember correctly, Darius ult resets even though it's useless. Well, bleed stacks, he doesn't get those.
It's hard.
Useless. But with the Ahri ult not resetting, yeah, that wouldn't be quite as good.
A big thing I'm looking for is the Zeri ultimate. You just get your
Zeri.
own AoE nuke. You can just drop on the middle of a fight, chunk everyone's health bars out, and they have the Jinx as well. So when you're just looking to get someone low and get that first reset in any fight, Talia and Nautilus, very good at enabling that. And I think that's the biggest interesting pick to me is Moonspike picking up the Jinx. It's just kind of a funny combo, honestly.
Seeing a not Jinx. It's funny until late game.
It's
And
funny
then-
until you're hooked into traps into autoed 6 times.
Yep. And then if you manage to get away, there's a rocket inbound.
Funny.
I'm glad you agree.
Yeah. Oh, man. I don't know how many will get the reference, but it's just like, funny. Funny person here. Again, just a quick recap on Cal Berkeley and McMaster's lineups. We've got Jimball, Dark Lord, Little Fawn, Stabsy, and Bile. Then we've got Valendry, Kikos, Danny, Moonswag, and Savage Cab. Ready to jump into the mix, and as we're just waiting for the final few minutes of spectator delay to set in, as we look and now know confirmed what each team is bringing to the table, there is certain that RNG element in which dragons are going to come into play.
Oh man, you never know. I think everyone's always dreaming of the Hex Rift. I just love the ability for the higher tempo plays. Everyone's always in every single fight. You take a portal, you run through the dragon, you smite steal it. There's just so much potential for fun plays whenever the Hex Tech Rift comes out. I'm a big fan.
See, as a tank support main, I just love Ocean and Earth. I know those aren't probably the most popular, but
All right, here we go. Cal versus McMaster to decide it all for the Open Premier Grand Finals of the NACE Starleague. We're ready to head on down, crown a champion. I will hand it off to you two, Aria and Paul. Take it away, and let's see a great match.
And here we go. We're marching out on the Rift. Biggest thing to check for, of course, right off the rip here will be the level 1 shenanigans. See what these teams are getting up to on either side of the jungle. So we get our preview of the rivers here. A nice calming, serene setting before both teams tear this rift apart.
for sure. And with the new map changes, I'll admit I've played more ARAM. I haven't played the new map changes. How do you think those might impact these teams here?
I was actually just thinking about this. There have been changes to the timing of Grubs and Dragon. Grubs now spawning out a little bit more independently on their own timer allows for your bot lane to rotate up later rather than having to flip an objective and play for either Dragon or Grubs. Could be interesting. I think the Grubs 100% are going to be a target here for McMaster. The Fiora would absolutely love to have just buffed Grubs to run over the top lane. If she gets a lead over this Volibear, Jimball will be in trouble, and Jimball will not have really have much help, as Fiora's just way too hard to take down for Rek'Sai.
For sure. Become the split pushing menace or the team fighting menace. Either one works.
I mean, it always is a little hard to team fight for Fiora. I like the ability of, sometimes, I mean, you do have to just say, we need to 5v5. There is the ability to do that with the riposte. There's predictable CC through Renata, through Ari, and through a little bit through Rek'Sai if you want to get really tricky with it, where you're actually going to be able to stun up a front line and then chunk them down. You want to have Savage Cab in the side lane, but if you can't, sometimes you can settle for that team fight.
Looking like a little bit of mid lane shenanigan happening here.
Classic. Gotta watch out for that Silas level 1. Meanwhile, we actually have a leash happening here for Kiko, so it looks like they really want to accelerate this Talia towards the top side. Look for a play, most likely towards mid, to try and get on this Ahri, as Danny KS is making this matchup very volatile to start.
For sure. That Ahri's going to have to really capitalize on hope for now and just stay as far away from that somewhat powerful Silas early on.
And to expectation here, Dark Lord starting on the top side, pathing down towards Stabsy here on the Zeri. Really wants to try and either nullify any gank as they don't yet know exactly where Talia is starting, or just try and find some advantage of their own where they can get onto this Nautilus, who is surprisingly squishy when you are already stuck on support items, blow up a kill, and get Stabsy the much needed lead that they're going to need to run over team fights.
Just some normal top lane farming going on here. Oh, spoke too soon.
It's always too soon in the top lane. Jinball chunked out fairly early here. The good thing, or the risky thing here is, of course, Dark Lord 70 pathing away as Savage Cap continues to find excellent trades here. We'll get a little bit of damage back. Massive chunk, actually. Taking half the HP with that level advantage. So good hook here in the bottom lane. Deal will get pushed back by Bylul. Stabsy looks for a little bit of damage, but just can't find any more autos, as it looks like we've managed to neutralize some of the HP loss here in the mid lane. Picos has passed directly up here, though, and Jinball needs to crash this wave and get out of here. Picos in the wings, just waiting for the opportunity, and here it comes towards the top lane. Savage Crab looking to get closer. Nice knockback here by Picos. The Seismic Shove will connect, and it's an easy pickup. Ghost Burn, no flash available on Volibear to just teleport on out of that one, and it's first blood over to McMaster.
And the unfortunate fact of that is Volibear just could not Q. You Q, that Fiora is just going to poke you. And that's the end of that.
Yeah, it's a little rough here in the top lane. Did manage to crash the wave, so it's not all lost. Fiora also actually doesn't have teleport to just get back to this lane.
Looks like
but yeah, they're looking for a return gank to top lane here very, very early.
Nautilus. Showing off why Nautilus is a nice, safe, engaged support.
Good buffer on the Q hit on the wall there. Flindre able to get out of that fight without taking too much damage. Pico's still looking for more here. It's going to be a gauge on the mid lane. Danny KS managed to block up Fawn, but it's a knockup from Rek'Sai actually as the flash comes through. Red buff ticking. Will it be enough? Picos gets the damage across and forces him back. No blood to be found in the mid lane here as Picos, the savior, red buff of their own ticking, managed to find the kill actually. The seismic shove lands. Picos finds another one here in the mid lane.
That was so close on a variety of levels. The charm originally on this replay. Oh, never mind, not on this replay.
I mean, yeah, it was just such a close fight here, barely escaping the red buff slow, managing to just keep Dark Lord barely at bay. And in the end, it was just a step up too far here for Little Fawn, not able to avoid the seismic shove, and without any flash, they're just going to go down.
And just before that, originally how it was going well for Berkeley, they are getting away, getting that charm, allowing Dark Lord time to come in, really turned the fight in their favor up until that slight misstep.
They were winning up until they weren't.
Yes,
is
exactly.
The classical phrase.
That's just League of Legends in general, isn't it?
I didn't lose, I merely failed to win.
There you go. Kiko's here with those 2 kills in the pocket, have picked up the Ionian Boots of Lucidity and a Dark Seal. So looking to continue to snowball here. They want to get to lanes quickly, and they want to continue to stack up some AP. Dark Seal, such a good buy, and it's part of what's been making these AP junglers so potent on this patch.
For sure. It's a scary item. It can also be scary for your team, because sometimes you buy the item and then everything just goes. Nice charm there.
Good trades here coming out for Little Fawn. Actually looking for the engage on the Danny KS, but it's Picos in the wings once again. Bile here is actually roamed up as well. I'm going to stop any kind of 2v1 shenanigans from coming in at the end of the play, but it's a good chunk on the Danny KS.
Nice buffer on the Q there as well.
I was asking if Jinball would be able to neutralize Savage Cabin. Looking like they're doing a great job. Picos once again towards the top lane here. Jim Ball really forced back, but still, having this level lead, having so much great damage being brought down here on the Savage Cab, making their lane nice and easy.
Something you gotta watch out for. Don't chase an Ahri under the tower when there aren't minions to cover for you. There will be an E.
Yeah, it was coming, and Valentil felt that one, got chunked out to about a quarter there, and with this health bar advantage they've managed to create for themselves, actually, they're looking to start up a dragon here for Cal Berkeley.
And it looks like Hextech Drake is out, or Hextech Soul is out of the run.
Not too bad, but still, every team's happy to pick this one up. It just makes your auto attacks feel great. There's a 5% attack speed buff on that one. Junglers love it, ADCs love it, and just because it has cooldown reduction too, everyone ends up loving it. On the flip side though, we are going to just have a bit of an objective trait here. It looks like Kikos is just going for the Void Grubs instead of trying to contest his Drake. But this is kind of what their team needs. I mean, as long as they can take 1 or 2 dragons and just prevent the soul from happening, they're going to be in a very happy spot. Savage Cab, though, needs to get this lead and needs to create a commanding side lane pressure to pull people away from this dragon.
This is scary there. Run.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice engage here. Valen Drake gets caught out, and Savage Cab and Neem on the top side looking for a 1v1 opportunity here. They come quickly become a 2v1. Dashing under the tower. Jim Ball goes low, goes back on in. The shield going to keep him alive, and it's able to walk out of there with the health advantage. Jim Ball continuing to impress here in the top lane against Savage Cab.
Definitely 2 terrifying ults to see, healing them up. Well, I guess not healing, but like giving him more health. Made that fight much closer than it looked.
Level 5 versus level 7 is not looking good here for Dark Lord 7. He just gets bursted down instantly. Danny KS claims one here in the mid lane, going aggro on the Sylas.
Danny says, "This is my river, not yours."
Yeah, it's always risky. I mean, this is one of the timers where junglers are a little bit weaker. I mean, Dark Lord 70 didn't get to the Void Grubs for the extra EXP. Certainly hurting right now, level 5 to level 7, and hasn't actually, or I don't think I found a good backhammer to really find any items to be able to fight the Sylas there. So good heads up from Danny KS to find that kill, and then just pull the trigger on it.
Sure. Gets an extra couple stacks on the seal as well.
Yeah, double Dark Seal here for the mid jungle duo. They're just showing this aggression that I was expecting of them. Very exciting to watch, and we'll continue to put down the pressure here. The real question is, Stabsy currently has that 1 kill, and I need them to transfer this lead towards the bottom lane. McMaster wants to try and make sure that Moonswag is going to be able to compete in the DPS war against Stabsy.
Sure, they're going to need to start getting some pressure down there on that bottom.
Heavy engages here in all lanes as everyone's getting chunked out just a little bit. Can we actually force the ultimate here out of Little Fawn? Gets a lot of damage out of it, but will not find the kill, and now at absolute risk of getting bursted down here by Danny KS.
Oh, Nautilus is coming.
Nice hook on in from Valen Gray, but in the backline, Moonswag has been abandoned as Stabsy looking to run over everyone. Nice CC layering here coming out as they'll pick up 2 kills for themselves. Flash out from Stabsy to survive. Bio will go by, and 1 will be claimed back for Kikos. Danny KS in trouble here as well. Will certainly go down to the combination, and it's just absolute savagery across the rift here as Savage Cab with the top lane gonna look onto Jim Ball here to try and just survive. Will the healing be enough? Manages to proc it, but no, goes down anyways. Jim Ball gets a solo kill on Savage Cab in the top lane.
I will say that was one of the best moments of a coincidence right there. You're just like, just savagery across the field, like, well, Savage right here.
Savage.
I was trying not to say it. It was on screen. I had to do it. Stabsy getting a nice replay here, finding this double kill in the bottom lane. I mean, it really is just solo plays everywhere. Poor Kiko's just too late to the play and will manage to find 1, but is unable to save his bottom lane.
And it comes back to what I was saying in the draft. If you can get that Zeri shot, just last.
Another fight here in the bottom lane, though. Just constant action here on the Rift. Valandre still only level 5, cannot find the disengage. Nice hook back here from Bilo onto the Jinx. Will take down Moonswag. Double kill for Dark Lord 70. Whole lot of gold going into the pockets of Cal Berkeley.
You were asking for bot lane to start spiraling on blue side, and there you go.
They're getting exactly what they need, and we're just looking for McMaster to answer back on the top side here. But Savage Cab is just feeling the brute force of this Volibear. Jim Ball doing a great job neutralizing essentially 2 versus 1. I have not seen this Rek'Sai go top, so Jim Ball absolutely earning their keep here in the top lane, see if they can continue to win against the Fiora, or if it will eventually turn once one of those items start to come online.
The big bear just is too tanky sometimes. Looks like Void Grub's also being taken again.
Yeah, it could be a potential 6 grubs are going to come down here and try and make this stop happen. It's 3 versus 2. Kikos is trapped in the back side of the pit, gets stunned up. There's 3 people just here to take down Kikis. They do find the kill, and now it's Ari trying to kite out. Thon will go down. The Void Grubs will be taken. Trying to see who come out on top of this one, but it's so close. Dark Lord goes down, and it's just Jimball left. The biggest bear you've ever seen slams down on the Savage Cab and manages to take one more kill here on the top side.
That volley bear just tanking up a storm. At first it was very back and forth, especially with that Ari death there. But the volley bear just too tanky, too much CC.
Yeah, and critically here, the big thing that happened was they managed to take 2 Void Grubs for themselves on Cal Berkeley. They'll reduce the amount of Void Grubs that spawn to 1 instead of the 2. So just a little bit less pushing power here for Savage Cab. And with the continuous lead that they're actually building here on Cal Berkeley, it's looking more and more impossible for McMaster Maroon to actually win a 5 versus 5 straight up team fight. They're looking for one right now, though, as they look to set up this dragon. Moonspike gets chunked out. Dark Lord bravely just dashing over the wall into the pit. Kikos knows that they can't win this one. They're going to be forced out here. Talia, again, still the leading member of this squad in terms of gold and damage output. If Talia's not confident, your team can't be confident.
Nope. Though when you see that teleport, no, a big angry bear is on its way. It's time to leave.
Yeah, I do like the rotation they managed to pull off here. Did have to force out both teleports as Little Fawn going to the top lane to prevent Savage Cab from being able to take a bunch of tower plates. Jimball in the mid lane. Got a little bit of a mismatch here. Standy KS looking to get some damage down. Will not find a seismic shove. Jimball continuing to just dodge everything and will walk out of this one relatively unscathed. The dive in the bottom lane though, they're looking once again. The action never stops here in the finals. Jinx managing to cleanse out and run away. Might actually find 1 kill back here and will escape with the Get Excited passive. Moonswag coming back in here, maybe looking for a little bit more as it's Kikos now coming down. They may have overplayed their hand here. Oh! By Kikos. Seismic shove lands one more time. Bile will surely go down here. It's a double kill for Kikos. And Cal Berkeley got a little bit too excited there on that tower dive.
They shouldn't have gotten too excited. That's the Jinx's job.
They're stealing things everywhere. I mean, there's a Silas on their team. They're allowed to steal a little bit. Surely?
Well, the Silas is with the Jinx, so.
I tried. I gave him what I could. Savage Cab here looking for a play onto Jimball. Will manage to dodge out on the charm. Looking on in. Oh, Bear Pass with the Volley Bear Slam. Jimball looking to escape and just turn this one around, though, with the added support from Dark Lord. They're finding the knockups, they're finding the damage. Jimball bleeding out, but manages to escape with a shred of their life. As the plays come out, massive roams here coming out by Little Fawn to find what they needed here in the top side.
Beautiful play here. You see Ari coming down to help. The poor Volley Bear, the mirrored ultimate, and then Rek'Sai coming in as well just to be sure that they can escape.
Yeah, just a mismatch of junglers here. They just didn't have the extra support. They didn't have good eyes on Rek'Sai. They went for the play. They felt like they had to make it. They did not have Kikos to back them up.
You get a quick glimpse of Shelly.
And Kikos off the back of that tried to start up the Rift Herald here, but was not able to take it down as we got another engage here as the tower goes down. Valandre gonna go very low. A flash forward from Stabsy. Moonswag gets taken out so quickly there, and they'll find the double kill in the bottom lane as they'll look to make the shove happen. Kikos goes golden, but it's not long for the world. Goes down here, losing out from Darksteel Stack. Savage Cab is in 1v3. Actually gets a massive 600 gold shutdown here onto Jimball, but they're gonna go down themselves as this Rift Herald will be converted for Cal Berkeley.
Yep, in that bot lane fight there, you can see the Zeri's shotgun blast really starting to hurt, really starting to shred through even the Nautilus, who's getting more tanky at this point with the locket.
Oh, NACE looking for the nuke with the Zeri ultimate, not able to find all the damage just yet. Good knock up here from Valandre, but will a reset come through? Barely not gonna happen. Massive shutdown gold claimed here by NACE as they'll happily take that one. Meanwhile, on the top side, the Rift Herald has gone down, but these shutdowns are what you need if you're the team that's behind.
Those shutdowns are going to give you a lot of gold. Even if blue team is denying McMaster that ability to push with the Fiora, they're still gaining back what they're losing in gold.
It's going to hurt the Dragon here, spawning soon for Cal Berkeley as well. Going to continue to look to try and claim this Earth Soul, I believe it was. Two dragons up. McMaster's going to start getting forced in these situations where they're going to have to fight. And, oh, Savage Cab getting into a big scuffle here with Jimball, 2 levels down. It's not going to be a long fight if he's not able to get away. Jimball going for the dive here, manages to wait out the riposte and will just take him down. Big slam coming in from Jimball. And now we're looking at the back from the bottom side as Danny KS barely managing to avoid that Ari's big damage, but it's still not going to be enough. Still manages to take him out. And I believe Ari still had 1 additional dash there to continue that chase.
That is true. Let's see here. Yeah, once you're running from that volley bear, there's nowhere you can hide.
Yeah, the big hurt here is Savage Cab doesn't actually have teleport. Normally, what you have is the big TP pressure flank to allow you to make those plays and try and make a comeback in the game. When you don't have the TP and you don't have the winning lane with your combat summoner, you're really hurting for any ways to for any way to win the game. And now you're just seeing that happen here. Savage Cab not able to win out in top lane and not able to win out on the map. Still no towers taken here for McMaster. They need to get the gold out of these towers and into their pockets.
At least one little nice thing is that the minions are closer to their base now. They can be a little bit safer and just farm up.
Yeah, it does get a little bit better for them. You're always kind of waiting for those inhibitors to go down as well. It is a little bit cope to say, guys, the minions are coming, don't worry.
That is true.
But I mean, hey, we're looking on the bright side
We're looking
here.
on bright sides.
Mountain Drake will go down. 1 more to go for the Mountain Drake soul, and this Volibear only will get tankier.
Looks like they're all starting to play a little bit of ARAM here, though it looks like a collapse is about to happen.
Stabsy getting hooked on in. This is a massive engage. This is exactly what McMaster needs. Teleport will come through. Savage Cab going down quickly here. Needs to get out of the fight. In the backside, goes Rek'Sai. Finds 1 kill there onto Savage Cab. In the other back line, it's going to be Little Fawn going down. Kiko's trying to find some damage here on these last few remaining members of Cal Berkeley. They'll be forced out here. Moonswag looking for 1 more auto to finish off this Rek'Sai. Might need 2 though as they go over the wall. Kiko's finds a nice seismic shove to pull back the Volibear, but may have bit off more than they can chew. Goes golden to stay alive as the Volibear goes over the wall. Shut down for Moonswag on the top side of the fight. And KS looking for more on Volibear, but again, he's a very, very big bear coming back into the fight. Pulls across the rocks for the damage. Valendrail will maybe be able to find the kill. It's not quite enough still. They want to go to the tower. They want to chase him down, but they just cannot find the kill as Jimball manages to escape. But for how long as the wave is being walked by Moonswag. 4-man squad, Kikos will find the kill. And the tower goes over, finally claiming 1. Big gold swing in favor of McMaster.
That was 1 big bear, but at the end of the day, that's 4 people. Looking here, the last person you want to die first in this fight is the Zeri. That's a lot of your damage gone instantly. And from there, it just kind of turned into the red team tanking through everything, able to chase Cal Berkeley down.
You got to give a shout out to Valandre there. I mean, that's what you draft the engage support for. They needed something to lock down the Zeri. He's doing his job. Perfect engage by the Nautilus to find the fight. And now they got the lane summons they want. Savage Cab is facing off against Ari, and it's not looking good for Little Fawn.
No, the PR is starting to get just a little bit spooky. Always spooky to see as a mage, but with that nice team fight, a little bit more gold in the pockets, the Ari's going to have a little bit more trouble.
Yeah, and you do see them actually calling up Jimball here to trade places with the Ari. That matchup could not last. Savage Cab will continue to have to deal with Volibear. And there is still this 2-level deficit, so despite them making up some gold, it's still actually very, very hard for Savage Cab to play. And you're going to see that right here as the stun does not come through. Able to survive for now, and able to kite out, live to fight another day.
And the bounties will be falling off soon as well, which makes it a little bit harder for McMaster to get that gold, bring up that gold deficiency.
I mean, again, when you're playing a team comp like McMaster, your whole thing is you're just looking for initial damage on the 1 target, get Jinx to get excited, and win the team fight through pure DPS. They can still do that. There's still a good chance when you're this close now in gold, shorten it up to about 3K, you're always a team fight away from being able to swing this one.
That is very true.
And we saw it happen with Valandre. Those angles don't come easily, but if they can find 1 more team fight like that, McMaster has a very good chance of making the comeback happen.
That is very true. Get rid of that damage early so that they can spiral the team fight back out of control.
And again, it was best case. It's the best fight they're ever going to get this game. We'll see if they can duplicate it. Jim Ball continue to make the push happen, making Volibear look like the Fiora player. 3 levels up here now as Savage Crab quickly edges over to manage to make 2. Picos is down here in the bottom lane. Can they find the kill? Big damage comes down on the Jim Ball, but that healing is still completely insane. Now he's on the run. No flash, but Ken just R over the wall as Jim Ball getting tankier somehow and healing by the second. Looking for the fight back on Savage Crab. They're actually forced to go back over the wall, and no one wants to tangle with this Volibear.
Definitely not. It looked very promising for a second there with the Talea, but Volibear can just jump over the wall. And if the Fiora comes with him, it's a 1v1 again.
I mean, again, most of this lead, most of this damage that's coming out from Volibear is in the levels. Level 14 on the Rift, highest in the game, minus just Little Fawn there on the Ahri. Continuing to push this advantage as a solo laner, doing a great job of it. Just needs to make sure that they can, at some point, find some fights that allow them to just end the game, because this Fiora will eventually take over.
Just make sure Stabsy's far away from that Nautilus hook.
Yeah. Flashback up here for the Nautilus, but it's also online actually for Stabsy. Could be a trade of summoners if both players are paying attention, or a quickly one team fight for McMaster if they are not.
Looks like there's going to be a little bit of a dance around the mountain drake here. Just setting up some vision.
Yeah, actually forcing a teleport here from Danny K just to get back on the map. They need to walk down and get some early vision to make sure they're not just walking completely blind. They don't want to give away this dragon for free.
Oh, that was a close hook to the Ahri.
Yep, gonna go a little bit wide there as Valandre looking to set up, find another miracle fight for the team. Taking a lot of
Another
space
hook?
here actually, as Cal Berkeley forced to just secede a lot of their vision.
See, at the end of the day, Valandre only needs to land one of those. Doesn't matter the ones that miss.
Yep, and they
He
can
can
just
land the one.
keep throwing them. Everyone's a little too afraid to engage, but not Valandre. The flash forward comes through, hooks on the Volibear. Jim Ball's still very tanky, though. Need to be careful. Nice disengage from the Renata. Can they continue to kite back, though? A lot of damage coming out from Stabsy. Keep your eye on Stabsy. Going massive here on the fight. The chain lightning is all connecting. No reset for Jinx. Managed to find Rek'Sai, but it's too little, too late. Cal Berkeley, with the power of Stabsy, just forces them down, and they'll find everything they want here, the soul included.
Lightning everywhere.
It was just absolute brutal. I mean, Valandre wants to find the miracle engage, but it's just not possible. They wanted to try and burst down Volibear. Too tanky, unfortunately, and they're not able to find the reset that they needed.
Volibear standing out front wants them to go for him, wants them to focus him so that Stabsy can get off that lightning and just rip through their whole team.
And it happened just like that. Continuing to chase down from Little Fawn as well, already doing a whole lot of work there in that fight. Going a little bit unsung, but still found a good chunk of damage there to make sure that this fight was absolutely one for Cal Berkeley. Baron will go down here as well as they claim every neutral on the map. And now the only question left is where will they push?
That is a good question. Looks like Fiora as well, taking that little side lane role, split pushing. It's what Fiora is really good at, especially when it's a little bit neutral on which top lane has won here.
Yeah, this is the part of the game for Cal Berkeley, but they just kind of go, how do we want to do this? You could forward one with your Volibear, but he is also your tankiest member. If he's in the fight, he's the one that's taking the hook. You saw what happened when Volibear eats the hook. But also, I mean, you're still winning the side lane. You could just send Volibear down to the side lane, force 2 members down, and then you have a numbers advantage somewhere else. So, I mean, like, they could go about it multiple ways. Looks like they're just going to go with the ARAM route. Ahri in the top lane will eventually join up with them, or they'll rotate up to take the final outer tower here from McMaster.
It's like trying to close out a chess game. Where should I put all of the players in order to end this game as cleanly as I can?
Let's see what they can do. I mean, the last thing you want to do in a game like this is let it go to the Elder Dragon flip. I mean, at that point, either team can really win it. It's always just a massive risk. So they have the soul, they have the Baron. Let's see if they can manage to find the last fight that they need to close this one out.
Yep. Looks like they're just going to siege here at the tower.
Oh! And it's actually dodging the hook will disable it. Tower gonna go down here as the disengage does come out. It's actually a flank. I think that was Renata from the backside, or no, Silas sold it. That's stolen it away. As it Stabsy finding 1 kill here on the front, they managed to take 2 structures down. Inhibitor goes down, and they got a numbers advantage on the map. Savage Cab in a very, very precarious position. Gonna be forced to try and make a fight happen. Will try and get onto Little Fawn, but it's just gonna get a solo kill. Too much damage from the Ahri and cannot make the force down happen.
You can't stun the Ahri if the Ahri's too far away.
Yep, nice spacing there by Little Fawn to make sure there was no chance of an outplay. Will be the 5 members strong now, sieging on the top side towers where they can here. Nice flash engage from Bywell. Will try and get onto Kikos, and a perfectly timed charm comes out. It'll be the game for sure coming out here for Cal Berkeley as they look to run down just a few more members. Danny KF looks for a big ultimate. Doesn't manage to take out Jim Ball, still alive somehow. Dark Lord 70 knocks up 1. They're looking for a few more members here to pad the KDAs. Moonswag in the backline cannot find the fight. And oh my god, Stabsy wants one more and they'll get it.
It is an ADC duel of the ages, but at the end of the day, Zeri Lightning is going to be Zeri Lightning.
Too hard to beat Stabsy doing what they needed here in game 1. We'll see if McMaster can answer back in that game 2. But it was a clean game for the most part, Cal Berkeley.
Thank you again to Mavics, the official gaming chair of NACE Starleague. One lucky winner will win a Mavics chair during a NACE Starleague Grand Finals this weekend at Full Sail University. Tune in Saturday, April 27th and Sunday, April 28th for a chance to win. And if you are thinking of quitting nicotine and want support, Truth has a free texting program that offers tips, motivations, and daily check-ins designed to help you every step of the way. Check out thetruth.com/NACE Starleague to join up. All right. Cal gets one on the board, though I'm still kind of taken aback at just how many curveballs were thrown out from McMaster in so many shutdowns. Every time it's seen, until the main kind of sweep fight, where they claim the dragon and then Baron shortly afterwards, it always seemed like just when Berkeley, Cal was getting in a sense where they could get, a toehold of the start of an avalanche, if you will, shutdown.
Yep, for sure.
I mean, they were just always going to be on the back foot that game. Stabsy did exactly what they needed in this series to come out on top. A few good kills did end up going over to Moonswag. Just not enough, though, for Jinx to out DPS that Zeri. And, I mean, again, I give a shout out to Valandre. What a crazy engage from Nautilus to find that one amazing turnaround fight that put him back in the game. That was the foothold. They just could not complete the avalanche.
That was just a beautiful, as an engaged support main, that was the hook every engaged support wants. Right onto the ADC, shut them down long enough for your team to follow up, and then just spiral over the rest. Can we talk about that Zeri, though? 12-3.
Stabsy, Bile, just dominated the bottom lane. I mean, I didn't think they got a whole lot of jungle help. It looks like for the most part, it was just them running over 2v2 as what I would say is the weaker pairing. When you have Jinx and Nautilus on the other side, that's a much more powerful duo. They have that 6-second CC combo through the Jinx traps. You're kind of expecting that one to find the win. But I mean, it was just a crazy, crazy skill differential here in the bottom lane. We'll have to see if McMaster Maroon can find something in the bottom lane. It's maybe a little bit more lane dominant with their engaged support and try and find some way to just win out in the bottom lane or just not bleed out too much.
That's one thing I will say about those two pairings is that when you have Zeri Renata, the support's going to have a way to peel, a way to keep your ADC alive, and an engage where Nautilus can keep Nautilus alive. Not Jinx. Can engage, has probably better engage than Renata, but it can't keep the ADC alive beyond just, let me lock down the other ADC for you.
I'll say this, Bylul made a good argument that Renata has better engage than Nautilus.
That's what I'm saying.
A whole lot of flash snares. It looked really good.
I don't know if I've seen a Renata do that before, so just flash in, throw out the arm. I don't remember what it's called. Throw out the arm and just lock down whoever for their team.
Well, talking about throwing things out, do you have any recommendations for what should be kicked in this next draft?
Keep the Talia. Talia looked really, really good. I think Keiko's piloted it extremely well. I don't think they need the crazy double assassin duo in the mid jungle. I'd like to see Danny KS get a little more help to make sure that they can find a lead and then transfer the lead through mid. I don't think you're going to find the lead in bot lane. I think you might be able to find a lead in top lane. But I think if you want to win the map, this mid jungle duo is the key for McMaster Maroon.
I'm thinking we're going to see a whole lot less Enchanter support bans.
4 is too many?
Four might be just a little too many. I get the idea. I don't like fighting enchanters either, but just a little bit.
And the thing is, there's always another enchanter.
There's always another.
Renata is another enchanter.
Renata. There's going to be a Janna. There's going to be a Soraka, a Nami. They all play similar enough that the enchanter main can go, you know what? I'll just play this. I don't necessarily play this all the time, but let's just throw it in.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good. Bile proving that they got a deep champion pool. I mean, when you go 4 bans into one player and they still pull out a champion like Renata and perform brilliantly, they deserve all the praise in the world. Jimball held it down. This was the big question for me, was can Jimball manage to neutralize Savage Cab? Neutralized it and more. Amazing job in the 1v1. 1v2, if you want to count Kiko's coming top as much as they did. They were not able to find the advantage on the Fiora that they needed. So I think the biggest change in draft for McMaster will come in the top side.
For sure. Jimball just tanking the Storm, tanking the Nautilus hooks, making it so Valendry just couldn't quite get a hook onto that Zeri, which is what they were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, and I think the whole team of Cal Golden Bears did a great job of making McMaster feel pressured to find those engages. I wasn't thinking the hook was going to come out on that last Dragon fight. It looked like it was just going to be very, very neutral. Everyone was happy. We just kind of sit apart. But in the end, they felt forced. And they just had to make some kind of play happen. And they just weren't able to find the crazy engage that we were expecting to see.
When the Volibear's out healing the Fiora in the Fiora ult, you know that there's a scary thing about to happen.
Yeah, and there was a little bit of jungle help. I mean, Dark Lord 70 did come down a few times, but I mean, for the most part, this lane was already won by the time this Rek'Sai made it down here. So Stabsy, Bylul, great job winning that 2v2. I think that Cal Golden Bears is just going to continue to play the exact same style. Why change what's working?
I just realized something. It's Cal Golden Bears. They played the bear.
That's why they won.
That's why they won. They played the bear.
The only disappointing thing is I think there is a golden Volibear skin, and I did not see it this game.
Nope. I don't know what Volibear skin it was. It looked like a normal Volibear to me, but I think he has a few blue
It was
skins.
bearish.
It was bearish.
Yeah.
It was bearish, for sure.
One of those few shutdowns I managed to find. This was a little bit more of them capitalizing on the over-aggression from Cal Berkeley. I did like that Cal was playing a lot with their leads. They were trying to find just a little bit more on every single play. That was just one of the only times that they overstepped. The only other time being the time that Valendriel found the absolutely insane engage.
For sure. I guess that Volibear skin is pretty gold. It's gone. It's the Prestige Dragon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that counts.
Pretty gold, pretty red.
It looks a little too red to me.
A little too red.
wearing the colors of the wrong team just a little bit, I think.
Just a little bit. It's pretty golden, though. You gotta give them that.
I'll give them that. You know what is golden? Zonias. And we saw a few good usages here, but I felt like for the most part in this game, most Zonias were just a quick delay on death. I typically like to see Zonias built, especially against a team that has something like Jinx, where you can just delay the shutdown, delay that DPS from coming through. But it was actually mostly Kikos, I think, who was just getting a little bit too caught out and in bad positions. Wasn't able to find a whole lot of value off the Zonias. Maybe would have been better built to have something more like Ryle's for some team utility and allow that space to be created so that Jinx can just free fire.
Yeah. I will say, though, one nice thing about Zhonya's is if your teammates are close by enough and you hit that Zhonya's, it might not just be a delay for death. It could possibly turn the whole thing around when your teammates get there. It's just finding that perfect timing. Isn't that what the rune was called? Perfect timing.
That was it, yeah.
To hit that Zhonya's button and live.
Yeah, and poor Moonswag, man. I mean, they did find some great opportunities to full DPS. This was actually the fight that managed to turn it all around briefly here for McMaster Maroon. Whole lot of damage comes through from this Jinx. I mean, they're able to free fire, they're able to find as much damage as they could. In every single fight, I felt like they were the last one alive, which is what you always want on your ADC. You don't want them going down first. But I mean, at some point, Zeri just has more items. And what can you do in that case?
At some point, the Zeri is, 12-3. And There's just not much a Jinx can do to compete with that. Jinx needs that spiral in order to just break through.
I will say, I mean, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with the composition McMaster Maroon ended up drafting.
No.
I think it really did just come down to execution. Big change-ups I want to see for them. Less enchanter bans.
Well, we already see one.
All right. It's not looking, I'm not hopeful yet, but we'll see. There's still room in the draft here. Change up the Fiora pick to something that can match up a little bit more just as like a bruiser into the Volibear, I think. Assuming Cal Golden Bears don't change anything. It looks like both teams have opted to stay on their sides. McMaster Maroon taking the red side once again, as I think it really does pursue what they want to do.
Another enchanter ban, Melio. I will admit Melio is annoying to play against. When you're playing a engage support, you go into engage and soccer ball.
Soccer Ball is very, very good at finding those disengages, and also McMaster Maroon did end up drafting a lot of crowd control. Makes sense they want to get rid of Emilio. They want to try and maintain that pick potential. Emilio is just so good at putting a stop to all of that.
Talea gone. No
Is it?
Talea. Banned by Cal Golden Bears.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, Dark Lord 70 is, in my mind, the Talea player. Kiko's showing that they have got a few moves of their own. We'll not have that on the table this time. Nidalee is available, though. We'll see if there's a crazy counter pick planned here for Cal Golden Bears, because that was banned last game. Or if this will be McMaster Maroon getting the most snowball-y jungler possible on their roster.
Well, there's a non-enchanter support. Aphelios being banned out here.
Yep, this is going to be Stabsy's best hyper carry. There is still Zeri available, but I'm kind of thinking that this might get picked up on this rotation for McMaster Maroon.
Yep, there it is. Maybe. It's hovered.
They're thinking about it.
Thinking. The Ahri also picked up on the side of Cal Golden Bears, not really changing that mid lane up.
Yeah, just a very, very good B1 pick. Rounds out so many compositions so well. You can play pick, you can just sit back and be a backline mage. If you want to find that dive, Ahri will be there.
Oh yeah.
Zeri, of course, being locked in. There is potential
There it
of the
is.
Ahri Vi to come out, but it's risky in the Nidalee. I've seen that matchup played out. Nidalee will feast on your Vi if you do not give her plenty of support.
Trying to get in that cat. Let's see what they pick up to go with this Ahri here. Are they going to stick kind of more to their team comp that they had last time, or change it up a little bit with the Zeri Nidalee picks?
I mean, I think they have to find some kind of new answer here. This is McMaster Maroon throwing the gauntlet down and saying, we're changing the draft. You guys have to find an answer.
Oh.
And the answer is they're going to flip the matchup on its head.
You're going to take our Zeri, we'll take your Jinx.
This is a, I think, fairly handshooketh?
And shook it?
I like handshooketh.
That's a good one.
Handshooketh matchup. Both teams want a hyper carry. Zeri's relatively safe blind. Jinx is a relatively safe blind. You can kind of just take them. Neither of these teams willing to pick up the very, very aggro bot lanes, it seems, as things like the Lucian, Nami, Lucian, Braum, just not going to come out to try and shut down one of these hyper carries like crazy.
The bear being picked up again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good in the first game, and again, it's still a flex pick here. You don't necessarily know if you end up throwing two bans towards the top or towards the jungle. You might just end up moving the Volibear in the jungle.
There's the Braum. Braum instead of Nautilus. This is what was shown in the first broken draft. Definitely an interesting pick. Not too much melee so far other than Nidalee's other form to capitalize on that passive, but decent. Slow him down for Zeri.
Yeah, it can still be very good. I mean, everyone uses auto attacks. You can always find some kind of stun on any frontline target. So it's a good peel against that Volibear.
Not another enchanter.
Oh.
But it is Renata. I'll give them that. It is Renata.
Let's see if they end up moving that ban towards something else in this last phase. But I mean, support hasn't been picked up. There's a flex pick in the top jungle. Throwing more bans at the fort is a guaranteed. So
That is true.
you're gonna get one of them, and they're also
Oh,
gonna
the Zac.
block out the Zac, which I believe was also hovered in that kind of broken pick ban.
I think
But
so.
getting banned out here, they do not want to allow super heavy engage, even if it's untargeted, through the Zac.
Nothing quite like seeing the Zac circle in bot lane. Not knowing where it's coming from, just there is a circle on the ground. I'm about to fly.
It is a pick that I think has some trouble getting onto the Zeri, and it is a pick that I think Nidalee could have abused. Dark Lord, though, I think is just bit of a Zac specialist. Definitely a pick that they could walk in and just run over the game with, even though that there is some compositional ability on McMaster Maroon to just neutralize it.
And what you were saying, ooh, Nikali.
This is what I was worried about. McMaster Maroon has locked in their double assassin mid and jungle. They're gonna have to be so careful against this combo. There's a whole lot of damage packed into that. They can go over every single wall. They're gonna want to lock in a jungler that can give up camps and be okay.
Are they gonna pick him? Yes!
Thresh locked in. Is that your request?
So I am a Thresh Rel main. So either of those two, I do love seeing Thresh. I love watching people play Thresh. He's just so fun to watch. He's got that safety with the lantern, or extra engage with the lantern. Flay can be used as an engage or a disengage. Even Hook really can be used as either.
Rek'Sai will be the final pick here. We got a very similar composition.
Very similar.
Minus the lack of Enchanter here for Cal Golden Bears. See if McMaster can come up with something else here as their final pick. Will be for the top lane.
They did ban out 2 bruisers to go against that volley bear with Well, I don't know if Pantheon's considered bruisers. Dan Jax. That's not a bruiser.
Oh!
No!
That is evil and cruel. The greatest sin you can commit as any top laner is locking in the Vayne as that R5.
Vayne?
I mean, it's a good pick in the volley
It's a
bear.
good pick. Don't get me wrong. Good pick. It just stings a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I like it a lot here in their composition. I mean,
I do.
it's really hard for Rek'Sai to get onto either of these AD carries, frankly. If you do get there, there's a Braum to answer. They're looking at the dive as well. I mean, this Vayne can be super aggressive with the Akali and Nidalee, and just let Zeri be that backline carry.
And Vayne's gonna tear through that Thresh Volley Bear Rek'Sai combo.
Yeah.
All 3 of them tanks.
If they were lacking for damage last time, they're not going to be lacking for damage this
They're
time.
not lacking for damage this time.
Well, maybe we just need a little bit of time for the Vayne sting to wear off. We'll take a short break and then be back with the second game in this series, so don't go away.
Quitting isn't easy. Truth has a free texting program called This Is Quitting, and it's literally like having a superpower for quitting. It's 100% anonymous, free, and it's built to be like your bestie.
Text TruthMC to 88709.
League Studio, we're in the middle of our League of Legends Open Premier Grand Finals as McMaster goes up against Cal Berkeley. Cal already has 1 point in this match. We're just about ready to head into the second match. We got our picks, bans, and drafts all lined up. We just took a break over the spectator delay, allowing our 2 casters here, Aria and Paul, to catch their breath, refocus their thoughts, and get ready to see if Cal takes this all.
I mean, we had a close first game. It's going to be a close second game, I think. McMaster Maroon on the back foot here, but when you draft an aggro composition like this, you're never on the back foot. There is no true back foot for you to go back to. You're just going to be full face forward, your full confidence on this Vayne counter pick. See what you can do here in this game number 2.
For sure. And I will say the one thing they kind of need to watch out for, the whole team is squishy, except for the support. But all of those squishy characters have a way to get out. You've got the Vayne, you've got a Collie being able to just disappear. Zeri can dash away. Who was the last one?
We'll see here in just a second as we get loaded onto the Rift. The big thing I'm thinking about is that they have a Collie, they have Vayne, they have Zeri. These 3 champions are all excellent at being just massive damage threats. It's going to be so much harder for Stabzy to be an AD carry. There's no enchanter this time either. It's a Thresh locked in your bot lane alongside you. You don't have the added safety of shields, of healing. It's all on you. So if they find the damage, there is a chance you can tear through this Jinx, and I think that they've drafted more damage actually than Cal Golden Bears. Stabzy has to do a lot in this game in order to stay alive and make sure that they don't get neutralized before the fight even starts.
And that's one comp you don't want to see as an ADC. Is just all that damage. Look at them standing there dancing. You don't want to see 4 people who can just get up in your face and one-shot you.
Yeah, there was a small chance that it would have happened there on the level 1 as well, making their escape into the jungle. No level 1 kills will be had, but there is a little bit of a vision play coming out here. Nice ward placed down. I like to refer to this as the Faker ward because this is literally what Faker does in every single match. At about this timer, he'll go ward Raptors. And a lot of mid laners have picked up on it as a great strategy to figure out where the enemy jungler is starting.
That's a clever play. Just know when they're taking Raptors, when the mid lane should probably think about back. Got a KDA, not KDA skin, but KDA character matchup here in the mid lane.
We can dream.
We can dream.
It almost happened.
You got Popstar. That's KDA.
KDA
universe.
adjacent?
Ish.
Ish.
KDA int.
Looking like a rough start here for Danny K though. Does have the Doran shield and the health potion trying to heal back up. Good poke coming out so far from Little Fawn. This bottom lane matchup. Mostly even here, despite the double engaged supports being locked in. No one going for the crazy level 1 all in. But we'll see if Stabzy can make it happen as Kiko is going for a wild invade here on the Nidalee. Doesn't actually find the addition distance on that jump. Yeah, Volibear and Rek'Sai here getting double zoned off by red buff Nidalee.
Volibear really wants to help.
Yeah, manages to find an auto attack on the Volibear there. I mean, Dark Lord 70 is a single spear away from going down.
And
Oh!
Nope, not quite a single spear. Almost. Though now Nidalee's in a bit of trouble. Doesn't really have teammates who can follow up fast. But looks like they're all gonna just back off, be friends.
Yeah, feeling safe here for now. I mean, just delaying a lot of time here on Dark Lord. The big thing about playing like this is if you're Kiko, you're counting on your team to win their lanes. If you force any jungler out like this, you need your team to have the winning lanes that need to be flipped by the Rek'Sai. I mean, top lane's going well. You saw Jim Ball just underneath the tower, just waiting for Savage Cab to crash the wave. So happy about the Vayne. Mid lane looking a little bit rougher here for Danny KS. Come level 6, I think this story flips on its head. See what they could do.
Come level 6, it's gonna be dash central.
Yeah.
Dash central.
Yeah, this is a nice 3-stacked wave by Savage Cab, so did exactly what they needed here on the Volibear. Just looking to get some autos underneath the tower and take as minimal damage from the tower as possible as they look to just continue to be a bit of a bad guy for locking in the Vayne.
I'm just gonna stand as far away as I can, poke you. Nothing Volibear can do.
DKS in the mid lane, looking aggro, but not able to find anything just yet. Teleport did come out, so has a bit of an item advantage over the Ahri as the all-in from Jim Ball does actually land. Savage Cab goes so low on Vayne. Despite that massive lead, it all gets evaporated in an instant as Jim Ball finds an excellent engage.
And that is the one issue with playing Vayne top lane. If they do get onto you early, it's just, well, I run away and I hope.
Yeah, and the big thing here is Jim Ball actually still has Ghost. And now Savage Cab has burned that. This is the tool that Vayne. Oh, nice hook
Oh,
on
that was beautiful hook.
Moon Swag, able to dash out as they manage to find good chunk of damage back on the Bilo here. Stabzy though, able to just free auto and still has that full health bar as now Kiko says come on down, flash auto, dive in the top lane. Jimbo, no, goes down! Blood for Savage Cab. as they manage to just barely hang on in the top lane on the inside dive.
Just a little bit of miscalculation on the Vayne's ability to escape there.
Yeah, I mean, you mess up barely against the Vayne, they're going to be able to find that kill. No flash available. It's Melandriel going to go very low here. Out on the Braum goes down, actually. And now Bile finds the kill. They'll have the the reset here on the Jinx to push in this wave. Moonspike very low. Going to need the support, actually, of Kikos here to make sure that they can catch this wave and safely recall.
And we were talking about beautiful hooks last game. We're going to get some beautiful hooks this game, it looks like.
Yeah, Bile heard us talking smack saying they could only play enchanters. Showing up here on the Thresh. It's looking good. As Jimball.
Oh no, scene.
You know, I get it. I see the frustration. Volibear just so badly wants to find some angle onto this Vayne. Savage Cab just doing a great job, fully zoning them off from EXP here. Gonna need to maybe call up Dark Lord, who's only currently level 3 on Rek'Sai, to allow them to play this lane.
Volibear having to go all the way around the long way.
Yeah, you'll notice that Volibear did only get tier 1 boots. Vayne actually has tier 2. Might actually still get engaged on here though.
This still
Savage
might
Cab,
be really good actually.
yes, not able to space out quite perfectly to
Lord?
avoid all the damage.
Oh.
Jimball being low here is a lot rougher for Jimball than it is for Savage Cab. No flash on the Vayne. Ghost will be up before Volibear's Ghost, so there's a good potential at level 6. You see an all-in in top lane. Oh,
It's going to make a comment on that Akali. Alright, but
flash
I'll wait.
engage. Savage Cab gets very, very low. Needs to be in stealth for a little bit longer. One more auto will do it. They'll find the Volibear as Kikos has arrived to just chase away Dark Lord here. Might be able to find the kill as well. Barely dodges that spear. Dark Lord puts the legs on him and is able to escape, but burns the flash critically and will not have that to try and turn this top lane around one more time in the next 5 minutes.
And that's something that's it's really why Vayne is so frustrating. So low, so close to a kill, and kite.
And it was the tumble and the ultimate. So
Yep.
she was stealth, stunned, right next to Volibear, and he was just sitting there, couldn't hit her, couldn't do it.
Akali almost dying there to the Charm Q combo. That is one, oh, there goes the safety net. That is one thing I will say about the Akali-Ahri matchup. Akali turn invisible, and if you use your charm while Akali is who knows where and miss, Akali can just E on you and just, it's over for the Ahri there.
Yeah, does no longer have that flash, and Akali still sitting on it means that they can really chase through onto that Ahri ultimate. Looking to see if Kikos can come into the mid lane, land a spear, and make that kill possible. As I think that's all they're going to need.
Thresh sidestepping that Zeri explosion there.
A good read here by Moonspike, just looking to fish out where they're trying to hide. I mean, I think they've eaten a hook over that wall at least once so far this game.
Oh yeah.
Another Lantern will come out here for Stabsy. So they're able to stay very, very safe here in the bottom lane. I like what they're doing. Just looking to scale up here on the Jinx. They have the first kill. They don't need to be more aggressive than that right now. As the biggest thing for them is just going to be to stop the bleeding here in the top lane.
Definitely. And that's something really nice about Thresh is yes, he's an engage. Ooh, nice charm. But he's also extremely safe when he wants to be.
Yep, you can always play behind the ADC and just play for the Lantern. Doing a great job of making sure that this Jinx just takes 0 damage. Savage Cab getting stunned up again here, actually. I mean, Jimball continuing to be able to find some way to get onto him. Oh my goodness, that would have been a dead Volibear if that spear landed.
For sure. An interesting thing with Volibear, if that Q is interrupted, it does come back. So being pushed back, even though it pushes Volibear away, that Q does come back off cooldown immediately. I learned that the hard way from the Volibear main.
They just keep on running, and here comes the attempted engage. Nice Jinx block. It might actually turn the fight around. Danny KS forced out, and it's the strangest way of supporting your teammates is a rocket to the face of your opponent, but Stabsy manages to pull it off, and Kikos now looking for the fight onto this dragon, going to be able to push the entire team off of it just with the pressure from the Nidalee alone. Spear will connect as well as they continue to poke. Look for the smite here, and they'll claim first Drake here from McMaster Maroon.
Very nice spear. And that again goes back to that Akali invisibility. They didn't know how low Akali was because she's gone.
Yeah, just hiding in the wings and just waiting. I mean, so hard for them to continue the fight as well. They didn't start the dragon first. Their jungler got chunked out, and Kikos is just so far ahead. I mean, again, rushing the boots of Lucidity, this just kind of talks to their playstyle. They want to just run into lanes and find and create pressure.
And it's so interesting how split this is with the junglers. Both of them have an assist. It's that CS gap and that ability of the Nidalee to just pressure wherever the Nidalee goes with spears, even just showing up.
Yeah, if you remember back to that level 2 play, I guess, for the junglers, where Kikos was just forcing Dark Lord 70 under the tower. The big difference there was Dark Lord 70 has to base and Nidalee can continue to farm. So you're seeing that advantage continue to build here in this game. 43 CS to 60. Kikos with only a 1 level lead, but I mean, that's kind of to be expected for jungle. Doing a great job of being a nuisance. And I mean, I don't think really Nidalee gets too hard outscaled by Rek'Sai. We'll see if Dark Lord can find a way to get back into this game. But it's going to be difficult, and I think it's going to require shutting down this game.
Oh no!
Gank into the top lane.
Kikos is back!
Yeah, Kikos is here to gank the Volley Bear, which is just extra brutality on top of the Vayne top. We'll look for the dash on out with the ultimate, but it's not going to be enough. One proc of the Silver Bolt will mean a cash grab for Savage Cab.
A crash grab for Kikos as well.
Everyone in the top lane happy. That's a 3-kill Vayne here as
Well.
Moonswag on the Zeri looking to get a little bit aggressive actually. Forces the flash into Stabsy. Bio getting low here. Will get stunned up. Can they find the kill? Double flashes in the bottom lane. One flash forward to try and find the last auto, but no!
Lives.
Ignite does not take down. Valandre not finding the kill there, but it will force everyone out here in the bottom lane.
Man, that, I want to know, did that Thresh's Lantern save him?
I mean, it was a small amount of
It
HP.
is a
It
small
had to have
shield.
affected the fight.
Because that's something that feels so good as a Thresh player. They think you're dead. It's same on Rel with her W shield. They think you're dead, and your shield saves.
You forget that the engaged support does in fact have a shield somewhere. It's only for themselves though.
Only for themselves. Well, Thresh is for
Fair enough.
someone else. Not everyone, sadly. Come
Yep,
on,
able to
Riot.
claim a tower plate here in the bottom lane.
Ooh.
CS lead isn't fully shored up, but I mean that will even up some of the gold here. And Moonswag and Valandre forcing out the flashes there. Braum still having the flash. There is a good opportunity for Kikos to make a play here in the bottom lane now.
Thresh also has the Hex Flash, though. Might be able to make a play out of that, though it'll be a little bit hard with the Braum.
Yeah, you never want to be flashing forward onto Braum, especially with Hex Flash. There's a small delay.
Yep.
Braum always has the ability to just dash and eat the hook for the ADC. See if they can make the play happen though. Kikos has Realm down, but so has Dark Lord 70 as they look to potentially set up here onto Stabsy. Few power shots to the face. And it's going to be an engage here onto Bio actually. Gonna make the stun happen, but it's Dark Lord looking for a nice knockup and a nice hook. They're comboing everything here on the Moonswag, and they'll go down. Flash out by Dark Lord to try and stay alive. Now hiding out the Nidalee here in the jungle. Will take a little bit more damage as Danny KS is running on down. Stun will come through, but it's actually to be the full-on kill. Kikos claims that one as Danny KS continues to dash on forward. 2 Qs will do it. Executes Stabsy here in the bottom lane. As for teleport will be forced, but it's too little too late. We'll see if Little Fawn can dash forward, but there's going to be a pause actually in this game as looks like maybe the players need to take a short, quick break here, continuing to make the game happen. But it's looking good so far for McMaster Maroon.
Definitely. It seems like almost a 180 from the last game, where it seemed like the Golden Bears were always slightly ahead, but now it's been flipped, and McMaster is spiraling with that Nidalee.
I think the big thing that I'm seeing here is the counter pick in top lane. They found a much better, much harder counter. It looked a little risky there in the early game, but I mean, Savage Cat was piloting it excellently now. It was, I mean, again, a little bit risky. The tower dive was so close to working for Jin Ball, and I think that could flip the entire game on its head if it succeeds. Savage Cab looking good, looking super fed here on the Vayne, and will be a massive threat that Stabsy has to deal with.
Definitely. And I'd argue half of the benefit of playing Vayne top is you get to make the other top lane angry. And then they make plays where maybe they flash forwards and don't get the kill, even though it's close, because they want to kill that Vayne. Put so much pressure on them wanting to kill that Vayne that it doesn't always pan out.
Yeah, that could be one of the great things about this timeout that's coming out here is just a reset button to hit.
Oh yeah.
That can be a factor. There's a saying in League called the Fnatic pause. Just a team from Europe that ended up using pauses a lot, and they would always come back and play a whole lot better right after the pause. I mean, in professional league, you're actually not allowed to talk during the pauses, so it wasn't like there was any strategy happening. It was just sometimes something would go wrong. Some would like spill water on their mouse or something. Someone would knock a trophy over and break it, and then they'd have to pause the game. And then it just leads to like a quick momentum switch on your brain where you're just like, okay, breathe. League is a game you can come back in. We're gonna be okay.
We have the objective bounties. It's okay. Got the objective bounties. We just get a few of those. We just let this Jinx get a little bit more. Try to stem bleeding in top lane.
But looks like we're back. Might end up seeing another short delay here. No worries though, that was just a technical bug in the spectator client. The action will continue as Cal Berkeley and McMaster get back into the rift here. As that action being Savage Cab being completely brutal to Jinball in the top lane. It really is just a story of revenge though. I mean,
it really is.
That Volibear looked brutal in game 1 for the Fjord to play into, and now Savage Cab getting a sweet cup of revenge tea.
Oh, definitely. Very cathartic for one, very irritating for the other.
Work online here in the top lane. We're just going to need to poke away at this tower. Really looking to see, I mean, Kikos is backing right now, but I know this team wants to get 6 plates. Cab will get stunned up. Good trade here from Jinball.
Get away before too much silver bolts stack up.
The most interesting thing about playing in the Vayne top is going to be your top laner's boot choices. You can go boots, you can go Swifties, you can just try and be as fast as possible to actually get on top of the Vayne, or away from the Vayne in some cases. But he's actually opted into Lucidity, which I kind of like because, I mean, the Q movement speed is looking like it's enough to actually get to the Vayne and make a trade happen. The hard part is just the in-between time when that Q is down. So I think this is a smart choice. I like the pickup. Berserker's Reads often don't do enough, even though there is 2 ADCs in this game. You just need to play for your lane. You need to do whatever you can to neutralize this pick.
Looks like they're taking off the Infernal Drake here. Maybe next time we'll go for it. Sacrifice
yeah,
play?
gonna go on in. Dark Lord, but the steal, no! Cannot come through. The execute does come through from Italy. Able to just tunnel on out of there though, and will be just fine despite that ignite ticket.
An Ocean Dragon. Ooh, that's gonna be very nice, at least for the tanky support. A bit for the Volibear as well. The Golden Bear.
Assuming they can get any of those. I mean, it's looking hard for Dark Lord to actually set up on any of these dragons just because of the jungle lead. Oh, here comes Savage Cab though. A few more autos will do it. That is it. 6 to find the kill. Can you count that high? Savage Cab certainly can.
And that Vayne putting in work, making it really hard for the Volibear to do anything in that top lane right now.
Yeah, they're going to look for a rebuttal here in the bottom lane, see if they can find anything. Dark Lord 70 just waiting in the bushes for him to step up, but it's not going to come through. Ghost burned by Stabsy, and nothing to show for it, but their own health bar being fully intact.
Check and make sure nobody sees Dark Lord. Let's just make sure.
It does happen sometimes. You'd be surprised where you're thinking you have a crazy sneak, but I mean, there's always that one ward. It could be end up placing there, and then your poor jungler is just sitting on a ward the entire time. Able to walk out of this one. Kikos spamming the Rek'Sai alive, so I believe they potentially knew that there was a Rek'Sai there. Oh, almost unable to find the play. Flash out by Savage Cab. Volibear looking for the revenge, but will not find it here. Jinball trying to keep forward. Wants to find this one. Shield might come through. Shut down! Jinball finds the kill and falls immediately for it. But man, that is a mental victory if nothing else.
That is going to feel so good, and that shutdown gold. Oh, that's got to be cathartic right there.
It is. It absolutely is.
The Vayne, it has been defeated for now.
This one for you, Jinball. We'll see it happen.
Let's see it.
I mean, I think the smartest thing Jinball did here was just walk out and act like the play was over. And then this is really, really good storm placement on this E-Watch. How far back this is, Savage Cab has nowhere to go. I mean, the Volibear's coming at you. You can't go into him. You can't go up. You can't go down.
You can either walk into him or walk into his storm.
Yep. Jinball finding the play there. Nice shutdown claimed and absolutely worth.
Jinball really played that well. Like walking in and out. Usually that's the Vayne's thing. I kite in and out, but no, the Volibear is the one kiting in, kiting out, using that Q as soon as it was up to catch up to the Vayne.
Yeah, and it's going to be, see if we can swing the full matchup here in the top lane. Tower's already down, so there's no more safety for Jinball on that longer lane. That's going to be the bigger risk. Once this Ghost comes back online, Vayne's a little bit before, or a little bit after Volibear's actually. Always a risk of just being run down completely. And I mean, Volibear is the one that needs to be moving here. Tower being gone makes it a lot easier for Jinx to move. We'll see if that ends up happening here in these games as, I mean, it's McMaster playing for the Dragon Soul this game. They don't necessarily need to have the side lane pressure happen.
Oh no, the charm. Okay, she makes it out, but uses her ult.
Yep. Burning resources everywhere with the lead that they've gained. Cab doing a great job this game. Stabsy can't find the lantern. It's too hard to click. Goes very, very low. Will get stunned up completely here. Moonslag tries to find the kill, and they will.
No,
Might be able to find
Stabsy.
another one as well, as two could fall in the mid lane. A few more autos will do it. Kiko's flashing in. Finds the kill as Dark Lord 70 does whatever they can, but it's not going to be enough until Volibear shows up. Jimball's here to lay down the hurt. Dashes on in. Big slam. Big bite. Danny
still
KS
going.
looking to tight. Finds something back here on the Volibear. Gonna get very low and is not tanking enough to survive the full onslaught of 3 members. Ace, actually, for
Wow.
McMaster.
They got the Kikos, but at the end of the day, an ace.
It's a tough one. It is a tough one. I mean, they looked for what they could here. It was actually just so clever by Valandre just sitting on top of the lantern to start the fight. Kiko's here, getting caught out a little bit, but I mean, it's too little too late. They're doing whatever they can to salvage this play, and it's just not looking possible. Volibear gets stunned up, all the damage comes through. This 3-man squad does whatever they need to find the victory.
It's the good old place the ward on the lantern trick. And just, no, what are you gonna do?
It's timeless. It's absolutely timeless. Wards on lanterns, in this case, a big old Braum shield. I don't think I saw any wards go down.
I don't
mean,
think there are any wards, it's just Braum.
Yeah.
Stunned behind them.
That's the most aggressive shield maybe ever that you could, like, using it to just increase the size of your hitbox to block a lantern. That's hilarious. That's just good comedy.
Oh no! The Volibear meets the Vayne in the jungle.
Volibear getting a little bit of damage, but not able to find the engage there on the Vayne. Big lead here for McMaster as they look to throw down their Herald. Whole lot of pressure on the mid lane now as they look to take over the Dragon area. Flank TP coming out from Little Fawn, so keep an eye on the bottom side of your screen for the Ahri. See if they end up holding that flank and looking for the flank engage here. But, I mean, McMaster doesn't need this Dragon. They could just march down to the Herald, still have Savage Cab on the side doing just that.
Not really either team looking to fight, more just to push each other away. Oh, though that Braum, looking a little bit more like he wants to fight.
And then Ability Spear, I mean, Little Fawn got jumped out there. They're going to potentially look to get a shutdown on the Jinx. And with everyone just forced back in the mid lane, it's an immediate start of the Dragon here for McMaster. Ocean Dragon, third of the game going over to them. So I don't believe this is contestable at this point for Cal Berkeley.
It's gonna be one pinky Braum.
You know, you don't get a lot of support. You don't get a lot of tank items as a support. You don't get a lot of items, period. So you'll take what you can get. In this case, it's just going to be some bonus healing for LeBron. One more Dragon to go for McMaster. I think they continue to be very, very clean here in this game. Not giving away a whole lot back as Danny KS looks to beef with Jimball in the bottom lane.
At the end of the day, a bear's a bear, even if a bear is 2 and 6.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to find a kill onto the 4-0 Vayne.
That is very true.
Surely Jimball can still find kills and be a big threat here in the bottom lane, even if it is an AP Akali.
Take a little bit of a stroll, just check things out, make sure no shenanigans are going on in this topside jungle.
Another interesting thing in the builds here is for Jimball, you end up stacking all this armor because, I mean, there's too many carries that make sense. They're at risk of just getting bursted down by this Akali and this Nidalee. Both are very far ahead. They could just chunk right through you, but I mean, I think the idea here in this game is Jimball wants to play in a way where the ADCs are going to be the ones that are hitting him. And these two assassins and Danny KS and Kikos want to play in a way where they're just diving the backline. If they're hitting Volibear, they're kind of doing their job wrong. I'm just waiting to see if they will end up coming into play where Volibear walks up and just gets annihilated by a Nidalee Spear and a Akali combo.
They're looking for the Jinx. If they can kill the Jinx, that's a lot of damage loss for Cal Berkeley. You've got the Ahri still, but the Ahri presses 4 buttons and that's it.
Yeah, and Rek'Sai, I mean, it's so hard to actually auto-attack anyone on that team. Stridebreaker will help out a little bit with that. Very good for actually catching out the Zeri. I mean, kind of their best tool for lockdown at this point, minus a really, really good Thresh Hook. Try to get the Rek'Sai into the backline, try and slow down the Zeri or the Vayne, but I mean, Yeah, the game just looks really rough at this point. These two carries are so strong.
For sure. Getting that, and not only the two carries, but even just the jungle mid laner assassins are doing really well. They're definitely reaching the point of where Jinx is going to be on their screen, and then Jinx is going to have a green screen.
Yeah. One thing I admire this game is the restraint by Kikos. I feel like when you have this kind of lead on Nidalee, a lot of players will just look to fist fight everything. It feels like McMaster has accepted something that not a lot of teams can do, which is that this game is won. We just gotta chill. We just gotta wait. Dragon's up in 3 more minutes-ish. Yeah,
Baron's
we
on
can
the
just go for the
table.
Baron. Yep, they're trying to 2-man it right now with Kikos and Vayne. Certainly a possibility. And we have so much map pressure. So they're just looking to continue to play this game out nice and slow. Jinx Rocket will come through though. Danny KS looking to maybe engage. Not gonna find it though. Rocket, I believe, went wide, but it did force them off the Baron. So nice read there. Using the Scryer to spot out the Baron attempt. Using the Jinx Rocket to force him off. And able to stop this 2-man Baron sneaky play from going down.
Kind of clear out a little bit. That's what Cal Berkeley's gonna have to do right now. Just try to get that Jinx a little bit more fed. Can't spiral her quite at this point, but with the CC from the Ahri.
Yeah, they're looking to force down mid tower. They might be able to do that and get a quick reset for the Jinx. Not gonna come through though. Bromwell does go a little bit wide, but there is a Vayne in the top lane just pressuring this inner. And that's a whole lot of gold they could unlock if they manage to take this one down.
I think Fiora looks like a split pusher. Well, here's Vayne.
Yeah, Vayne doing a great job, but Valandriel getting a little bit caught out here from the Thresh Hook. The box does come through by Bilo, but there will be no further engagement to have. They don't want to fight here, and they're able to just fully disengage. Vayne chugging through that tower. Savage Cab manages to get all the money. Massive gold swing here for the Vayne. So there's a big old gold injection. Terminus coming online here in just a little bit, and there it is.
And just scouting out Baron Pit.
That's what you gotta do. I mean,
Yep.
there's always a risk that they could just be 5-man on this. They haven't had the chance to actually push out mid and get this vision down for their team. So they're continuing to have to burn resources, Scryers, Jinx Rockets, whatever they can to check out this Baron.
One thing I didn't think about with this, with McMaster's team, that Thresh is going to have a tough time landing a hook.
Yeah.
Now there's a lot of good people to hook.
If you hook someone, they're most likely going down, unless it's Braum like we just saw.
Unless it's Braum. But Zeri's got a dash, Akali's got a dash, Nidalee's got a dash,
Yeah.
Vayne's got a dash.
It's difficult. I mean, even throwing the hook and burning that resource there's value in that. But yeah, you are absolutely right that it's Braum has a dash. Yeah, Braum's hopefully dashing into the hook. For
Yes.
him. And it looks like we might be getting a desperation Baron play here from Cal Berkeley. They know the solo is spawning. They're gonna try and force Kikos up, and it's gonna work. But the big issue is, can they make this fight actually work out for themselves? They haven't really started up the Baron. They're just positioning like they're going to. And this is enough to fully force the team of McMaster to come on up. A nice objective bounty claimed in the top lane here by Jinball.
Oh, nice hook to start it off. Nice play, Box.
Good knockup as well as Moonsky getting in a whole lot of trouble here. Engage just come out. Kiko's going very low. Shutdown claimed by Rek'Sai. And now the fight is extremely on its head. Jinx is in the middle of a bit of a hard place. Danny KS able to kite out for now. Goes back on in for the kill. Assassinates Stabsy. Danny KS still alive and just running away. Jinball 1v3 on the top side of the fight. Eventually goes down. 2DC's left alive for this team, and they're going to run down everyone. Thanks to move speed from Savage Cab. Finds so many auto attacks. That's a double kill for that top laner. And 2DC's alive means this Baron is getting pulled instantly.
That fight started out so well for Cal Berkeley. Bile showing that Valandrai is not the only person who can hit massive hooks. Starting off that fight so well, but that gold differential is just so big.
Oh, this is them being great teammates. Waiting for Kikos to respawn so they can get at least 4 Baron buffs down there. Nice play. Another thing to consider is that this entire time, Savage Cab was down cleaning the dragon, which is why he was so late to this fight. Eventually getting here, Bolívar dies as soon as Savage Cab shows up. That just makes sense. And a crazy rundown play here by this Vayne to pick up every kill that was left available.
And one thing that really flipped this fight fast was that Akali coming back to kill the Jinx. And again, not much damage after Jinx is down.
Yeah, it's just not coming through. I mean, You only have 1 kill on Ari, 2-item Ari. Brianna and Jinx is online. This is the timer, I think, where Cal Berkeley could look to try and turn this game around. It's their best chance. Brianna and Jinx, you just got to get 1 kill on any of these very squishy targets. You'll be able to find something. Do you have another disconnect come through? Yeah, poor Kikos has left the game. Just gonna wait for that one to come back online, but what can you do?
What can you do? Riot clients are going to be Riot clients.
I'm
They're
going to
just-
blame ISPs.
You're gonna be like
Riot
ISPs.
client, your client is perfect. Don't worry about it.
I was waiting. There it is. There it is. I was waiting for the first major rift to show up between these two casters here because, I mean, if you were joining us for the Overwatch game, Artie and I certainly had some disagreements with each other, and you two have just been singing Kumbaya the whole time, but now I finally got it. I finally got it. I need to clip this and send it to Artie and just say, see, it isn't just us.
Engage supports, enchanter haters, fight lovers, issues with the client. Client's great. Good job.
I don't know. Have you seen the tower bug that's happening right now?
No, actually.
The tower will turn around and face.
Oh.
Like when it dies, it turns around and faces towards the team that it's supposed to be for.
That's an interesting one. This is just a quick additional delay from the pause. We'll get this in just a second as the game will
Riot
resume
client?
here. It's a healthy thing.
Please,
it's for the
please
pacing.
keep bickering
I'm gonna keep
about
coping.
this, please.
Keep coping. The tower bug is funny though. When the tower goes down, it sometimes, more often in ARAM, will turn around and face towards its team and just be there,
Looming.
looming.
That's
and
nice.
it shows that it's still alive on the map, which is fun.
All right, we're getting back into the game here. No more silly pauses. Let's hope. Cross your fingers. Kiko's going to need all the MS they can here in this last game to close it out, or in this second game to close it out, as McMaster still with their commanding lead. Definitely wants their jungler performing at full capacity on an extremely difficult to execute champion.
Sure. Just gotta slow down, try and get this Jinx a few more items, and keep this Baron at bay. And again, back to the whole coping thing, minions are closer. The Jinx can farm minions with relative safety.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad for the Jinx. Able to just continue to farm up. The big question is, where can they make this play happen? I mean, you are fighting into an Ocean Soul. It's going to be so hard to find that first target to get excited and make the team fight happen. In the bottom lane, the siege is starting to come through. Looks like they want to try and force down through bot. Moonswag just poking away at minions here. They got 1 cannon to their name, then a second will soon be joining. The Savage Cab solo here in the mid lane, looking to create that pressure differential and force multiple members here just to allow the siege to continue to happen.
And those spears coming in real handy for Nidalee right now. Such a good siege.
Yep, I mean, they have the Ocean Soul, they got Nidalee healing, they got spears coming out. One of those things lands on your carriers and that person's going back to Fountain.
Is Q up? Yes, Q.
Yep,
Q.
on throwing it. Savage Cab getting a good chunk here onto the mid lane tower.
Ooh,
Actually
that's
finding
a good
a full
hook.
tower. Nice hook onto Danny Chaos there, but won't be able to find an engage. And it's an inhibitor going down in the mid lane. They just can't match the pressure of this 4-man squad. They're going to actually look for the engagement force. Hikos goes golden. Nice Zonius there. Can't find the knockup. The timing was not there. And it's the X goes down immediately. Volibear quick to follow. 3 more members underneath this tower. A flank from Savage Cab comes in for a few more autos. Doesn't really need to even be here, honestly. It was enough from the get-go as McMaster strikes back here in game 2 with a nice counter pick on the Vayne R5.
Beautiful. That, as painful as Vayne top can look, I will say that was quite the counter pick.
Sometimes it's just exactly what you need. A little bit of cringe in your draft to make it work.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
I've been in those team comps before.
Before we get to the next game of this series, shout out to our sponsors at Truth. If you are thinking about quitting nicotine and want support, Truth has a free texting program that offers tips, motivations, and daily check-ins designed to help you every step of the way. Check out thetruth.com/NACE-Starleague to sign up. And also a thank you to Mavix, the official gaming chair of NACE Starleague. One lucky viewer will win a Mavix chair during a NACE Starleague Grand Finals this weekend at Full Sail University. Tune in this Saturday, April 27th, and Sunday, April 28th, for a chance to win. So quite the reversal by McMaster and a full look at all the stats.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, where was the image supposed to come from when Jinx went down? You kept bringing it up. Jinx here, 15K, and then Ari trying to follow that up, but it just couldn't make it happen. And I mean, there's too many threats to deal with. This is what McMaster needed to do. They need to create so many different ways in which Jinx can go down that Stabsy just feels too threatened to deal too much damage.
Yes. And again, all 4 of those were squishy, but they all can escape. You're not going to get to them.
Yeah. Akali's got the great stall tactics. Nidalee healing, and an amazing Zhonya's there by Kikos to bait the engage that last game.
So good.
I mean, it dodged a Thresh hook, a Rek'Sai knockup, and an Ahri charm.
Yep.
And that's the 3 main engage tools for that team, and they all went onto that. So, I mean, I think that Zhonya's won them the fight if it wasn't going to be the gold lead that they had crashing into their Nexus.
All right, well, we'll take a short break and then be back with the 3rd game of this series. Don't go away. We'll see who takes home the crown right after this.
Quitting isn't easy. Truth has a free texting program called This Is Quitting, and it's literally like having a superpower for quitting. It's 100% anonymous, free, and it's built to be like your bestie.
Text TruthMC to 88709.
studio. We are currently in the middle of our League of Legends Championship match for the Open Premier Division. We got McMaster University going up against Cal Berkeley, and the game has been tied at 1-1. Who's going to walk away with the crown? We're going to find out in just a short amount of time. I'm stereo host Jacob Palmer. I'm joined by our casters, Aria and Paul, right beside me. I did ask at the very beginning of the broadcast, and we can actually bring up the schedule where we have been so far, because we started off with a very competitive game, 4-2 in Rocket League, and then Fisher came and swept Call of Duty. Minnesota came in, and it was a pretty competitive Overwatch match as well. Minnesota versus Washington came in, and Washington won that. So my main question going into this round was, are we going to see a sweep and kind of even things out, or is the vast majority of these championship matches going to be more so knockdown, drag 'em out fights? And I think we've got the answer to that question.
Yeah, 1-1 here in this series, and I mean, the big thing for me is McMaster Maroon found the answer. They did exactly what they needed to do, which is challenge Cal Golden Bears to come up with a second solution in draft. And now they have to. So now it's just a question of, can they do it another time? Now it's Cal Golden Bears' turn to answer back with something new, because their last composition was just about the same.
Mm-hmm. And it's going to come down to, are they going to hold the top pick to see if the Vayne comes in, or are they going to just pick the Volley Bear and try and stem the bleeding again?
Side select is huge here. I mean, Cal Golden Bears has got a choice on their hands. Are they that comfortable with the REB1? Do they need that REB1? Could you switch it out for counterpick just so you don't end up in another Vayne versus Volley Bear situation? I don't know. I mean, there's so many ways that you could go with this draft. I'm really excited for what Cal Golden Bears does to change things up.
I mean, it did get them the win. I'm sure they don't have any reservations about the Vayne top lane. We've had some people around the facilities saying that even though it got you the win, it's just not worth it. But you know what? You're not fighting for a championship trophy right now. So you can sit on your high horse and knock the Vayne all you want, but if it gets you the championship, you know, you go for it.
Deals with the Devils sometimes just need to be made. As we get back in the draft here, fans again towards those Enchanter picks, and it is once again, actually, this is a swap, yeah.
Yeah.
And we have a non-handshake bot lane matchup here. Lucian Nami, hard aggro, hard pressure here in the bottom lane. Looks like Stabsy has had enough of late game scaling.
Yep, it is time for the early game pressure. And the Nami is a great support pair with that.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about timeless things in League of Legends. How's Nami Lucian? I mean, this thing's been in meta for so many seasons at this point. They continue to try and split this pair up, and they just come right back together.
Just so good.
Jinx Braum going to be there to try and keep him safe. And this is interesting. Zac getting locked in. Previously banned out both games in the second phase. They're picking their jungle early this time instead of getting their mid lane Ahri prioritized. So I imagine we see an Ahri ban here to go alongside the Zac pick.
And we have a Pantheon on the other side as well. Taliyah going to be gone once again.
Yep, Pantheon was actually banned as an option into the Volley Bear by McMaster Maroon last game, locking it in this game themselves.
Bear.
Kind of tells me that they're looking towards just looking to create tons of pressure in mid lane with this Pantheon ultimate. I don't think this is the guys going bot lane.
No. I did notice that the Zeri has been banned as well, taking it away from both teams. Let's just not. Let's take that off the table.
Yeah. We were handshaking too much on the desk. They were handshaking too much in draft. Done with that. Lucian, baby. Lucian in bot lane.
Lucian time.
It's Lucian time. Final ban there coming through. I believe that is Karthus?
I wish I could see.
I can't exactly see it there on the screen.
That looks like someone Shadow Isles, that's for
Yeah.
sure.
Auspice side here. They got their final ban on blue. Looking to neutralize a crazy counter pick, and it is just going to be the Ahri. I mean,
It's going to be the Ahri.
they were picking it up constantly. It's a great pick for getting onto the Jinx. And removing that from the play just, again, forces McMaster to do something different. Or forces Cal Golden Bears to do something different.
We're going to see quite a different team here from Cal Golden Bears.
I
We
mean-
already are seeing 3 different ones.
Yeah, McMaster Maroon's not disappointing either. The Jinx obviously isn't something new necessarily, but they're pairing it with the Braum. They have this Pantheon, which is going to be a very interesting pick there in the top lane. Orianna, a nice safe blind locked in to go alongside the Zac. I like the pickup.
The Circles of Death.
it will just be the counter pick top lane. They really do not want to end up in another Vayne situation.
Covering
Doing
Lee Sin
every single thing possible to avoid that again.
Yeah.
to not see that again.
Lee Sin, I believe, was banned both games. So Kiko's getting one of their signature picks here. Not the Nidalee this time, but they're more scared of the known than the unknown in this case.
I would be scared of the Nidalee too after seeing how much pressure the Nidalee could put down.
Yeah, Lee Sin can't exactly zone 2 laners underneath their own tower, but is still a very powerful early game pick and will bully out the Zac at least a little bit. Vladimir is an interesting one.
I know some people in production are maybe a little bit intrigued by this last pick that's being hovered. A little bit
Alawi
worried.
is a, yeah, I'd say interesting pick into 3 melees. I mean, there is a chance that this Vlad is going top too, in which case you're kind of giving this scaling pick a free lane. But there is a triple melee threat.
Oh.
It will be the Riven instead
Riven.
locked in, and that's a much more exciting
Ooh,
pick.
that is very exciting. Gotta love seeing a Riven.
Yeah, Alawi needs that whole fight to come to her, and I just don't think it was going to happen with Pantheon, Lisa, and Braum. Certainly won't be a target. Maybe would have been a free reigning split pusher, but it is in fact going to be Vladimir top here. Crazy blind pick by Savage Cab, and again, it looks like this is just the matchups they want. They want the Pantheon mid into Orianna, they want Vladimir top into Riven.
Now, even if the team has gotten off to an early start and the team that has won both rounds, but the trailing team has still kept it interesting a fair number of times. We've seen a fair number of shutdowns be brought out, and we have a bunch of replays of shutdowns to watch and go over while we wait for the spectator delay to get all sorted out.
I mean, shutdowns is the new heart of League of Legends. It's everything. Everyone plays around them, can be so careful about not giving that shutdown over to the Jinx
See
and giving
this.
her those 3 item spikes way too early. So this one looks like this is just going to be, trying to think back.
one is
Oh,
this?
playing towards the
Oh.
top lane. Their best chance at killing Jim Ball in the early game here before he had all those items.
Make it so he can't queue until the very, very end.
It's a good play there towards the top side. This is a, poor Danny. Goes down so quick there. I mean, flash from the Rek'Sai, not a lot of counterplay to that one. And this was the game that Savage Cat was really struggling in. If you joined us for game 2 and missed this first one, it was a complete flip. Volibear ran over the entire game. Savage Cat was struggling to make something happen, and Jim Ball did a great job of just finding continuous plays solo up on the top side.
And again, similar. It was flipped in the idea that those two did really well in the beginning before the steamroll happened.
Yeah, and this was the play where they just went a little bit too far, and they got a really good shutdown here actually onto Stabsy. Almost looked like it was going to go to Nautilus there, but dragging across the rocks does deal extra damage, and Talia picks that one up as they chase down the over-aggressive members here from McMaster.
And this one here. This
Yeah, I'm like
was-
racking my brain on this one. Just
Oh.
super aggressive. I
The
mean,
Silas.
yeah, this was impressive. I think Danny KS did a good job on the Silas of just continuing to look for like these crazy flanks. Was really close there to going down, but I mean, this is what the assassin pick is for. You were trying to find some way onto Stabsy, and they did a great job in game 2 on the Akali with that.
And getting those Jinx kills too.
Yeah, not on the Akali this time, but I mean, I think the Pantheon's an interesting pick where you can still get onto those backline carries. You just have to do it in a very different way.
That was very well played tower dive there by Jim Ball.
Yeah. And then on the bottom side, we had poor Danny KS getting soloed out by Ari here. I mean, little fun on a new pick this time. Ari both games, now moving on over to the
Orianna.
Safer pick and pairs crazy well with the Zac. Excited
yeah.
to see what they bring with that one.
Getting those, I don't know if you could call Riven a Circle of Doom, but she works.
She kind of wants to be in there.
She wants to be in
She can
there.
combo off the Circle of Doom
She can
very
combo
well.
off the Circle of Doom. So can Nami.
This was retribution for
That was
poor
very
old
nice.
Bully Bear. And great happiness for us all in the desk in the production room.
The vein has been brought down. Nope.
850 gold, but I mean, yeah,
That
of course,
is-
Nilly
It's
picks
your
it back
small
up.
victories. You claim what you can get.
Yes.
That is true.
Kiko's continuing to impress in this series overall, really being a massive point of pressure in the jungle. And you saw it in that last game, completely ruined the game for Dark Lord 70. That guy couldn't play.
All right, we're ready to jump into the third game of this series to determine a champion in League of Legends in the NACE Open Premier Division. Will it be McMaster or will it be Cal Berkeley? All questions will be answered forthcoming, so take us back down to Summoner's Rift one last time, Aria and Paul.
The funny thing about best of threes like this is it's 1-1. The question is always, is it momentum or is it just a trade of the other team actually having a chance to figure out how you best win and then swinging the series back in their own favor? Will McMaster Maroon find the sweep, or reverse sweep rather, or Cal Golden Bears looking to answer back and close this one out with one more game? Composition's locked in, things looking still according to storyline. We're still on pace. Very excited to see what McMaster Maroon does with the Zach Oriana combo. Sorry, Cal Berkeley does with the Zach Oriana combo.
Yeah, I have to remember, the sides are swapped now. So it's going to be Cal on the red side, McMaster on the blue. And I will say I really do like how spread out these teams are. We don't have 4 squishies anymore.
Yeah, much more balanced team fighting going to be happening in both of these games. You have the double bruiser with the Pantheon and Vladimir from McMaster. Much tankier than they were last game, but I mean, oftentimes, as it has been said, another timeless tradition in League of Legends, death is the best CC. Vladimir very good at issuing that. We'll see if they can find some crazy combos and find a nice wombo AoE of their own. Or if it'll just be Stabs running over the game again. I mean, they still have a massive threat in the bottom lane with this Lucian. If you don't have dedicated tanks to absorb the pressure and not allow him to walk up, Lucian can be played kind of as an assassin with the Nami.
Yes. And they do have the Braum to block the Reckoning.
Yes. Braum Shield will eat that up nice and quick.
Delicious.
It's something that I think Braum I haven't actually seen too much of through these games is dashing in front of the whole fight to tank a key skill shot. There's always the ability of Braum to also absorb Jinx rockets and prevent a reset from going through. But it's Jinx Braum paired up this time, so won't have that happen. It's all about finding stuns for Jinx to follow up on those targets.
And I'd really like to see Namis can get so up in the other team's base early.
Yeah,
I'd love to see that happen.
I think Bio will do it. I mean, we had the Renata in game 1 that was just super aggressive. Constant flash engages actually found by the Renata to just finish off a fight or start a fight. It was always crazy because, I mean, the fight looks like it's, stalling out. It might be over. And always it was Bio holding on to flash to find some sort of continued engage on the Renata.
And I'd love to see, maybe not a flash play on the Nami, but...
Flash bubble is possible, but it's very, very dodgeable.
Yes. Tiny little bubble circle on the floor. But seeing that early W poke, seeing that early Q poke, just setting up things for the Lucian.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about. The funniest thing that people who don't know this battle lane matchup very well is you'll be surprised by the Lucian W start, where they use the continued movement speed to just chain autos onto you. Sort of like how Ashe will run you down in lane, but this time it's Nami applying a slow to Lucian's autos as he speeds up and sprints at you.
You don't often see that Nami taking the E, Lucian taking the W. And then you put them together and it's like, well, these two abilities are kind of gross.
It's just the combo.
The combo.
It's so good. And I'm just hoping to see that Stabsy gets a chance to play very, very aggressively. But looks like we actually have a pause here. Someone did not end up loading into the game. So we're going to go to a short little break.
Yep, we'll have a chance just to discuss a little more. That first second really took the wind out of me, so let's just slow down the pace here and just gather our thoughts.
Well, could have been another Fnatic pause. Maybe one team strategically just needs a quick breather.
Yep.
But it looks like someone actually didn't load in. Not the case this time. But either way, you can still use it.
But I'm still going to use it because it's funny.
Yes.
I'm still going to go.
Yes.
It's like when you're playing the old Oregon Trail game and you get 5 miles out of Independence and then you ask your wagon train what they should do and you're like, we should rest. We've been at it tough for the first 5 miles of this 2,000+ mile journey.
I mean, if you don't rest then, when will you rest?
Yeah, that's true. It's also like when you're writing a term paper too. You go out you finish the title of it and you go, you know what, I need a break. How about a snack?
I deserve a Coca-Cola. Yeah, I get it. Makes sense. Both these teams looking to stall out for just a little bit longer though. I mean, I think the exciting conclusion gets a little delayed here, but I mean the pressure is just building as well for both these teams across all the players. You're staring at that screen.
Yep.
You're thinking about your matchup. You're just thinking through all of it over and over and over in your head.
The Jinx Braum is looking at the Lucian Nami going, huh? The Lucian Nami's looking at the Jinx Braum going, nah.
Yeah, you're gonna be nervous. I mean, it really does hinge a lot around this bottom lane, as we're gonna see. Actually, McMaster going for early level 1 play down here. I believe this is actually going to be to neutralize the ability for Cal Berkeley to do some kind of crazy level 1 cheese. Looks like they're just bringing the 5-man stack down here to get vision. They're going to use that to prevent the cheese and then just allow the Lucian Nami, or sorry, the Braum Jinx. I'm getting there. No
One of
visuals
them.
makes it hard to play their lane. But actually forces the flash.
Run,
Flash
Nami.
W forward from the Pantheon as well. Stun with one more auto to find it. First
no.
blood in the top lane.
The squish fish.
I thought it would just be a quick little vision play to make sure they don't get cheese, but in the end, it's 3 flashes burned from McMaster to the 1 of Nami, but a successful first blood picked up for Savage Cab.
And that is very nice. Going on to the Vladimir, who could use that to spiral. The poor squish fish, though.
Yeah, it's brutal. Will just be an amp tome in the top lane. I mean, Vladimir needs a lot of time to scale. This won't mean a whole lot. It's just extra chip damage on the Gym Ball, who now has to suffer and deal with a little bit more fed Vladimir.
It's a good start, though, if you want the Vladimir to spiral.
Absolutely. Got another Faker ward coming out here from the NACE. Gonna make sure they get good vision of Dark Lord. They know he's starting topside, but I mean, it's kind of implied with the Lucian Nami. It's a lane that you have to have fist fight. NACE, nice trade here.
It always surprises me how far Pantheon can jump. It looked
He's
like
got
he was
strong legs.
way far away. That is true.
Just wait till he's at 6.
Then he'll be jumping all the way across the map to get to you.
Danny Chaos, proc and Conqueror twice here in the mid lane already. Doesn't have flash, unfortunately, to finish the kill, but still, it hurts when you're playing the laner that's supposed to poke into the guy that's got Corrupting Potion, and he's got you this low this early.
Yep. Waiting for that Q to be able to really finish off any kills that he can get to.
You got both junglers pathing down this game. We'll have to see if Kikos wants to try and use this mid lane prio to pull off an invade onto that blue side jungle, or if it'll just be use it as an ability for him to make the first play bot lane. Because I mean, Lee Sin does have a slightly faster clear than the Zac. Should be able to make it down here before Zac is able to finish up those bottom 3 camps.
That Lucian playing so far up, keeping them as far away from the minions as he can.
What it's all about is looking to continue to see fight. 14 CS to 2, but I mean, most of that's in minions that are just sitting there. Gym Ball, nice trade here on the Savage Cab. Procs his own Conqueror, but is forced back there. As, despite the very aggressive lanes and very aggressive start, not super heavy trading coming out anywhere other than mid lane.
The Riven. Jim Bob getting just a little bit of revenge.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup I'm a lot more excited for. Oh, it's way more even, but as I say that, a flash in from Jim Ball with the Ignite finds the kill. Damn that first blood, it does not matter. Jim Ball will find it with a nice flash of their own.
And there's the revenge.
That's what they needed. I mean, a more aggressive place here in the mid lane. I said it was safe, but it is not safe for anyone. Kikos, what was that? Threading that Q through the minions, it looked like. Connects just before the flash and is able to chase forward on to Little Fawn.
No, get down, Mr. President, for that one.
Now looking for a potential kill here as Jim Ball's using their pressure to find plays in the jungle. Not able to get over the wall in time. Double buffs for Jim Ball is gonna hurt.
Beautiful.
Dark Lord look for a little bit more here. Then chaos very low, able to just walk on out of there. But that is going to be rough for Savage Cap. Looking like it might go the way of the first game with both the first blood and the double buffs now traded on over. Lillandria looking for a trade. Moon actually going to eat the bubble there. Forces a flash heal out of Stabsy, or flash cleanse rather. Summoner's burned, but they'll be able to get this wave crashed. So despite all of that, not hurting too much here in the bottom lane.
Unfortunately, with this Lucian Nami into that Braum, the Braum has such power to just say, no, you focus me now.
It's always going to be about that. I mean, throwing up the shield, Lucian can't always follow up onto the Nami play. It was a great bubble by Bylol, but unfortunately, like you said, Braum shield's just too dang powerful.
And Braum being able to get up just in the face of Lucian and say, nope. Don't look at my ADC, look at me.
It looks like DNKS is starting to struggle a little bit here in the mid lane as the gank does come through, looking for the stun. Nice Zac engage, but they burst down DNKS before they can do anything. And now Hikos left alone here in the 1 versus 2.
Oh no.
Cab.
Oh,
this
the
is timing there
missed
barely,
time.
but it doesn't matter. The Ignite will not be enough to kill Jim Ball with the minion autos. No! Jim Ball playing on a knife's edge here in the top lane. Managing to hit level 6 at level 4 for Savage Cab. It's going to be brutal here if they don't get help soon.
Man, that quite a turnaround. Jim Ball saying, let's bring this back to that first Volibear game.
Got a nice replay here, that solo kill in the mid, or no, sorry, the 2v2 in the mid lane.
2v2. This looked so promising for McMaster here up until the Zac circle on the floor.
Yeah, makes it hard. I mean, you're just waiting in the wings, and they had the play advantage already. Massive minion wave made it so hard for DNKS to actually trade there. And then Jim Ball, again, knife's edge in the top lane.
Jim Ball misses that knock up and goes, I'm Ribbon. I can do one more ability.
Oh, double bubble here for Viola, but again, the wave is just too far away. Savzy needs to hit some minions here as Kikos is just waiting for the right opportunity, and here it is. Exhaust drop, the stun will come through. Kikos finds the kill. Now Dark Lord is looking for a kill onto the Braum. Flash out from Valandriel will keep him alive for now. Flash out from the Zac as well as Dark Lord goes low, but no passive pop here on the Zac just yet.
Almost looking so good for that Lucian Nami up until Lucian went
Risky
down.
for Orianna here, actually. Then he can't looking for no! That spear would have done the Orianna in, but Little Fawn gets a little bit quicker as Dark Lord comes back in for one more gank, finds the kill with Violol as they take out the enemy ADC.
Beautiful. And Dark Lord's ability to play very, like, just jump in, no fear because of the passive.
Yeah, I think. Okay, the Cope answer here, Moonsbag wanted the base anyways. Happy to go back as quickly as possible. Should be able to make it to the wave without losing too much. And oh my, Jim Ball, level 7 to 5, I believe, there just runs down Savage Cab. No more summoners available. You cannot be safe here in the top lane. They have to get Zac up to the top side with some levels to balance it. Or sorry, Lee Sin up to the top side with some levels to balance this one out.
Or a Pantheon. That'll work too.
Could also do it. Jim Ball gonna get low here, but can they finish the kill? Not gonna do
Maybe
it.
with a spear. Maybe with a spear.
Oh.
No.
Looks like Jim Ball's got the legs this time. And 4-0 here on the Riven. It's looking like we might have another carry performance from the top lane, as this has been probably the most contended role we've had so far in this series.
For sure. Very back and forth. The first game, the Volibear steamrolling. The second game, the Vayne steamrolls the Volibear. And now we got the Riven.
Now we got the Riven. And I mean, top lane has been the story of who wins the game so far. But whoever manages to get the lead in top lane has won every single game. This time, it's a commanding lead for Cal Berkeley's Riven.
And here comes the Zac just to press this even further.
They're gonna look for the pullback here? No, they're gonna go for it. Maybe a little worried that Kikos was coming on up. And Kikos is in the area. Certainly could turn this one around.
Oh.
Kick out of the Eve to manage to stop him from actually dashing away. Now popping the passive here, but can they actually find this kill safely? Looks like yes, as Savage Cab will pick that one up, and that is exactly what they need here in the top lane.
Smart play from Jim Ball. As sad as it is to watch your teammate go down, it's better to not risk that shutdown going over to McMaster.
Yeah, there was a big risk there. I mean, I like the look here towards the top side. I want to continue to snowball, but it is very, very risky for Kikos to come up here. Found a great timing there onto the Zac. They managed to find the damage they need here, and Jim Ball was not willing to take that 1 versus 2. Not yet, at least.
Not yet. Not quite. Just a few more kills, few more items.
It'll absolutely happen. I mean, the top lane's all about is creating those crazy mismatches in levels and gold and finding plays just like that one. Oh, big bubble there, but not going to be able to find the kill just yet. There is an Orianna waiting for the dive here as the wave comes on in. Needs to find the shockwave. Where it'll be Little Fawn onto the Braum, just bursts them down. Jinx in a bubble, Jinx in a wave, and Stabsy will take that kill. Plates taken, minions denied here. Textbook play from Cal Berkeley.
That was such a nice dive. Putting out that shockwave, it didn't get the Jinx, but it got rid of that Braum, which was half of the problem.
Honestly, yeah, I mean, they didn't have the shield because they burned it here, but there was always that risk of Braum being able to find some way to save the Jinx. Not this time, though. I mean, you just full burst him with the Orianna combo. I like the look. I mean, even using the shockwave there, zoning the Jinx forward a little bit so that she can't even play back into her own tower.
And it looks like Reckoning was burned there. I didn't see it. Maybe it was burned earlier. But that Nami bubble into wave allowing Lucian to really pick up that kill there.
Yeah, I mean, kind of said it before in Champion Select, but Bile continuing to find engages even on non-engaged champions. Looked great on the Thresh last game too. This time around, pulling out another Enchanter pick and finding nice engages with it despite all the bans against them. Ball looking for the trade. Cav gonna force him out actually. I mean, has now got the items in the pocket to be a threat here on the Vladimir.
Vladimir finally.
Pantheon from the skies! Danny KS will find the shutdown. That's a big amount of gold in this mid lane pocket. As Kikos even looks to try and get a solo kill here on the Little Fawn. Kick comes out, guaranteed Q, 2 shutdowns from McMaster, and they're quickly bringing this one back.
If they want to bring it back, shutdowns is the way, as we were saying earlier.
Heart and soul of League of Legends these days.
Snipe?
Yeah, one more time.
Snipe! Oh.
I mean, the particle effect itself looked like an Ezreal Q, which is what shocked me. I got really confused for a second. But I mean, this is just Kikos being the threat that we were promised in draft. That's what they were afraid of. The ability to threaten your solo laners on a jungler, like completely by yourself, full HP. Only thing this thing was their ultimate, genuinely, and excellent play here by Kikos to find their own shutdown. This is a big lead, double eclipses here for this mid jungle duo.
It's going to be a little bit harder now for Cal Berkeley.
Wait, actually, this is so cute. We saw this last game too, where they mirror each other's builds. It was Lichbane into Zonia's, I think. I can't remember the second item exactly. But they were, the Nidalee and the Akali were just matching builds completely. They're doing it again here. So far, so good. We got Eclipse. See if Pantheon continues to match Lee Sin there.
Didn't they do it first game as well with Dark Seal?
Yes, they did. That's mid-jungle synergy right there. You know what builds are good? Braum gets bubbled though! Bile looking to find one more. Forces 2 flashes out. Dark Lord forced to flash out themselves. Goes very low and no passive to keep him alive. And now it's Jinx getting excited. Moonswag looking for a few more autos. Manages to dodge out. Kikos finds the Q to connect. And it's a nice sonic wave to chase down Bile. And despite a nice looking engage at the start there, Cal Berkeley is not able to finish the play.
2 flashes burned to get out of that Zac circle. And that's very sad as a Zac. Flying in, waiting for that engage, and flash.
Yeah, I mean, the minions are gone at this point. You're taking that full tower aggro. Makes it very risky as well. This is always the problem with Jinx. You give over 1 kill, you're guaranteed to give over another. That reset is so powerful whenever there's a multi-grouped up team fight. And now that gold is dead even.
And that Nami bubble, that was a really good Nami bubble. We saw it again in the replay. Caught the Jinx, but the problem is,
Close.
The problem is, at the end of the day, Lee Sin can just Q to the Nami anyway.
Yep. I mean, you had to hit the double bubble there. Bile has hit some crazy doubles so far this game, but just couldn't find that one. So I can't fault them too much. You know, they're playing an excellent game here on this. Again, another Enchanter support. But it looks like an engaged support to me.
I'm an engaged support, or I'm an Enchanter support, but
I also have cannons. Moonswag goes low here. The cooling comes on out. Cannot finish the kill, but that is a chunked out Jinx, and this is going to continue to bleed some more CS to this tower. Braum rotating up means that they cannot continue the pressure as Stabzy looks to kite out.
Run, Squish Fish, run.
That was a close one.
Waiting here. Maybe you're going to get something out of this. Acting like they backed off.
I mean, no flash this time. Moonswag wisely not walking up here, but Jimball goes into the alcove. Will it be the outplay or will it be just the instant kill? Massive burst drop onto this Riven's head. See if they can survive it. Nope, not gonna happen. Almost turns it around on the one player there on the top side. Kikos gets a little bit low, but it's not enough to finish a kill.
Doing a little bit of a lane swap here. The Vladimir going,
instantly bursted! Dark Lord goes so low here, able to heal back up off those blobs, but it's not enough. Goes into passive and surely going to be another kill here as it's Orianna roaming up. No help from anyone as they do not want to burn teleport to save that Zac.
And we're seeing this lane swap really helping out McMaster here. Swapping that Vladimir with the Pantheon, allowing Pantheon to take on that Riven that's become a bit of a problem, and allowing Vladimir to scale a little bit off of playing with the Orianna.
the best thing about playing the Lee Sin with the Pantheon is they just make such a great duo on engaging on one target together. Pantheon is a guaranteed stun, point and click. He'll make it to that target. Lee Sin can dash to follow up and then kick for an additional few seconds to CC and then another guaranteed Q. But here's a self shockwave. Sombrero gonna try and finish a kill here on Savage Cab, but it's Danny KS flying in from the top side to find a kill in the mid lane.
So unfortunate. As soon as you see that Pantheon ult,
Someone's going down.
someone's dying.
Little Fawn wisely holding on to the flash here, will not go down just yet. Here's another look at that mid lane play.
Yep, Pantheon Spear, you see the Braum.
I mean, they just don't have the vision to make these kind of aggressive plays. Little Fawn wants to get aggressive on the Savage Crab, look to just chunk him out, force this mid laner out and create a pressure vacuum on the map, but they just can't do it if they don't have vision of Pantheon. And in this case, vision of Braum either.
But they did get that top turret for it. Looking at Ooh.
Dodging out of the slam there from Valentre. Dark Lord going in,
Bold
looking for a
play
Q
from
smash of
Dark
their
Lord.
own. And this is knockback Lee Sin. A nice wave to follow up. Tons of CC comes out from Cal Berkeley as they look to follow up with a little bit more. Shut down onto Kikos by Jim Ball there. As they look under the tower one more time, they'll go back on in. Nikes surviving with the shield. Zach downtown will find another shutdown for Stabsy, as it's a big old swing here from Cal Berkeley once again.
Talking about circles of death, there they are. Nami bubble, Zac jump, Orianna. I'm not sure if Orianna's there. Let's
Not
see.
that time in the bottom lane, but I mean, this combo was crazy.
That Nami bubble, not bubble, wave able to capitalize on those other circles though.
And again, lending yet another bubble here on a Danny Chaos to make this second part of the play happen. Dark Lord just went way into the backline, saw the opportunity and went for it. Finding more and more kills for themselves. They get a tower, they get an objective here. I believe they have taken down the Herald. Yep, there it is in the pocket of Dark Lord.
And Nami saving Zac there with that last minute W, just enough.
Yeah, it would have been a nice counterplay there for Moonswag to get a little bit of gold back in the pocket. But in the end, it is McMaster bleeding out a little bit here on the map. They're going to feel the pressure of those towers being down. Plenty of opportunities now for Cal Berkeley to look for an engage and a wombo combo here with the Zac Orianna.
And they still do have the chance to spiral. They've got quite a lot of gold onto that Lee Sin. They are beginning to spiral with the Vladimir, as we've seen. That Pantheon doing work as well. And that Lucian's going to start falling off compared to the Jinx.
Yeah, will happen eventually. Still has a little bit of time here. That build is loaded towards burst, you see. Rapid Fire Cannon with the shock passive, plus Static Jib with the shock passive. He's looking to just dash in and chunk someone out and then finish them off with the culling. So keep an eye out for Illusion just approaching a target. Usually means there's a Nami right behind him.
Yep. And that Nami with the
Here it is.
Imperial
Pulling.
as well.
Not gonna be enough. As here comes Valandre. We finally got it. Get down, Mr. President. Danny KS dashing on in with the Pantheon. Will dodge out on a shockwave and not continue this fight as the dragon is claimed by Cal Berkeley.
So close to that burst play there. If the Braum hadn't been there to jump and eat the rest of that, it would have been a kill for that Lucian.
And matching with the tone of the game, we're done with defensive Dragon Souls. It's going to be a Hextech Soul in the Rift this time.
Which you two were really hoping for.
Oh,
it.
I was
yeah.
hoping for it. Absolutely. This is something that Danny KS can utilize very, very well to quickly rotate the Pantheon to another part of the map and look for those ultimates. On the opposite side, Cal Berkeley is leading in the Dragons. Lucian wants to build this Electroshock build. This will only add to that.
Oh yeah. He's going to get a lot more burst. I'm curious as to what the Nami will build next. That Imperial Mandate really going to do work with that burst as well if Nami can land a bubble. Or a Tsunami, or any slow.
Good chunk of damage onto the top lane, but Jinball's looking to turn it around. Here comes Kikos to finish off the ribbon. Not going to find the kill as Danny KS walks out nice and easy. Kiko's always in the right place at the right time.
So close. McMaster learning that Jimball is going to be a problem in this game, so rather than letting Jimball continue to become a problem, let's shut that down. Let's get Lee Sin up there before too much more damage happens. Let's get Pantheon up there instead. Funny little bubble there.
You talk about scaling, just wait until this Vladimir comes online. I mean, the whole thing about Vlad is typically trying to have enough range to just space out the damage that comes out from Vlad. Very, very hard when he's got Ghost and he can just run you down, and very, very hard when you're Lucian who has no range. You're going to be looking to just burst this guy out. I mean, if the Lucian dashes in, Vladimir ult's going down, and that Lucian will quickly follow.
Oh, another. Is it Reckoning or Coaling? I
Coaling.
can never remember. Coaling. Okay.
Just come out there, but not able to finish off any kills. Stabsy continued to put down tons of pressure, though, using every tool at his disposal to make sure it happens.
Okay, Nami going to catch Braum.
They're going on Braum, yeah, I mean, it's a little bit risky, but there's no one here for Braum to dash to. Braum still can't board hop, and they're going to finish off one kill here as they look towards Baron, actually, on the table here on spawn.
If only Braum could ward hop.
If only. Give supports ward hops. Ethan looking for the wall. Kikos is priming for a steal here. They don't have teleport, obviously, on Braum to get back into this fight. It'll be a 4 versus 4. Oriana has teleport on the side. Now burning that to get into the pit here. They want to commit to this one, it looks like. Maybe looking for a fight instead, but not going to pull the trigger just yet. Again, forced out, back onto the Baron. Still at half HP. Still an opportunity to steal this one as Kikos is looking to walk up. They're just kind of stalling out for Braum here. Braum not in the fight just yet. Zach looking to charge up and go on over. Shockwave goes wide. They're not able to find anything with that one. The engage is thwarted here. Valangier looks for the knockup, and they're looking to make the fight happen. Zach goes into passive mode, and this is Jinx getting a reset. Unfortunate engage attempt there by Cal Berkeley. They found nothing with the Shockwave as Pantheon looks to continue the fight. Immediately bubbled on up. Almost gets bursted down. Stabsy dashing out. Riven ultimate on the top side. Barely missing out on Danny Chaos there. Sickling just come on out. Savage Cav in the mist does go down there. Stabsy managing to find one more kill.
And the Cal Berkeley did what they needed to do after that engage. They backed off, reset, got everyone safely out, and the second that McMaster overextended, they could capitalize on it with that Nami bubble into the Lucian ultimate.
I understand the look. I understand the pressure to go on the Pantheon, but Stabsy here, healed up by his support. We got Jimball as well, just waiting for someone to overstep, and overstep they did.
And that Nami putting in some work to keep that Lucian alive. I get the look, though. Both of them are squishy. It would be so nice to get that Lucian shut down. 600 gold right now on him. But at the end of the day, it's a Nami Lucian.
Very, very difficult to take down. I mean, they still had a lot of disengage ultimates available. Nami Wave obviously never came out to follow up on the missed engage. Still had that as an opportunity. They're going to clear out the vision here and try and force him down one more time to start up this Baron. Not catching anything just yet. They're going to pull the trigger though.
They do have all 5 this time.
Knowledge is there. The intel is available. Kiko's not priming for the steal though. Not going to get over the wall. Going to look for the fight instead.
Okay.
Baron down to half HP here. Everything goes on over the opposite side, looking for a flank
Lord.
angle. Keep an eye on Jimball despite on the minimap there as they look for the flank. Kikos does land the Sonic Wave. Vision is there. Zach actually getting pulled by the Baron. Lord Baron says, no, you're not engaging just yet. They get pulled on back. Nice knock up here by Valentia, but goes very low. Needs to get out of that fight. You are not tank the Coaling, and here comes the entire team. They're running up and down. Cal Berkeley looking for a few more kills here. Then he has overstepped. Jimball will find the kill, and 2 kills go over. The Baron bait and Baron dance eventually pays off here as they pick up 2.
Lord Baron was correct. Don't engage yet. Wait just a little bit longer.
Lord Baron's putting in the work here for Cal Berkeley. A 6-man on the team. Tower will fall on the opposite side of the map for Savage Cav, opting to not fight this one out and instead get a bit more gold in the pockets of McMaster. Baron should go down here. We got an issue, as there's nothing really available left for the steal to happen.
Looked like a few attempts were made by Kikos there. A couple keys just to sort it out. Neither of them hit. Could have been an interesting attempt at the steal, but they do get the Hex Tech Drake.
This is a big part of scaling comps in League of Legends. When you are the team that needs to scale and you're the team that's behind, typically it's said that if you get 2 of these dragons, that buys you enough time to get your items online. Let's take another look at this fight.
That Riven coming in from that top side there.
Big part of Riven as well. I mean, you can't always approach the fight straight on. You get chunked on out. Your dashes aren't that long range. If you find a flank angle, you make a fog play. You always have the ability to get into the fight at a funkier angle and make a play happen.
No one expects the Riven in the bush.
No one expects a stealth Riven.
Looks like McMaster's just gonna kind of take some time, clear out some vision, see what they can do to fight back. Ooh.
Swag. Get down, Mr. President does come on through from Valentre there. Getting the fight here in the top lane, Jimball versus Savage Cab. This time it's gonna go over to Jimball barely though. A nice flash kick in from Kikos. The cleanse is burned. They cannot finish the kill though. And now there's Stabsy in the backside with 1 kill and no one to contest them. We'll find yet another one with a shockwave followed up from Little Fawn. 2 kills go over. Another botched engage here, but this time by McMaster.
That Kikos play was amazing, but that Nami wave is just so good at disengage.
Looking like it could be the bitter end here, actually. I mean, those 3 members down, 20-second death timers. They're looking to clear as many structures as possible at the very least. Minion wave in mid will get taken down. They don't have a whole lot to work with here. 1 cannon minion will be way too far back and 1 caster, but they're looking at the end. Nexus tower, 1 will fall. Can they get a second? From forced back, 6 seconds on these respawns. They're looking to maybe chase this one through if they can try and find an engagement. Everyone takes the portal, and they're all out of there. Nice and safe.
You gotta love the Hex Tech portals. They're just so fun. They're fun in area, they're fun in Summoner's Rift.
You're gonna look for a little bit here, it looks like. Yeah, barely dodging out the slow.
Oh,
Panther
no.
look for the ultimate. Bubble dodge.
Oh,
Gonna
bubble?
go down here. No, barely alive thanks to the shield. Zac on the side cancels the engage. They want to run. They have to get out of here quick. It's Kikos looking for a kick. We'll find a shutdown on Delusion. 1 more kick forward. Kikos with the double kill. And they find a chase down despite the Baron recalls, despite the portals. It's not enough to escape the wrath of McMaster.
That was with Baron as well. They plunged right into those Baron minions without any fear, and they may turn it around right here.
I mean, this is massive. They're getting objective bounties off these towers. They're going to claim their own inhibitor, it looks like. Jinx gets excited off structures. McMaster could look for an end of their own right now. 20-second death timers on the Orianna. Will they look for it with this minion wave? They have 1 cannon. They got more minions than Cal Berkeley had. As we're going coast to coast on Nexus here. Can they find it? No!
The engage!
Massive engage from Dark Lord. Shuts down. Jinx. Moonswag goes down. Everyone falls. Hope is lost as there's a wave in the bottom side. 5 seconds on Orianna. It'll be a TP into the base. And it's McMaster thwarted. Cal Berkeley looking at the end.
There was no Hex Tech portal for McMaster there. You saw them try and go through at the very end, but that engage was phenomenal.
Death timers
Look at that.
most
Circles.
likely too long at this point. Crazy engage here to finish this one off. It looked good. It looked really good for a split second there, but I'd hate to say it. Nexus is not looking too healthy here for McMaster. 5 members strong showing up in the base. Cal Berkeley is going to take this one, and they will be your NACE champions.
What a spectacular end to the Open Premier Championships. I said this yesterday after the Rocket League Championship. I don't know what is going to go down at Full Sail University for the in-person Varsity Premier Championships. But my goodness, if the teams in the Open Premier haven't been giving every single game like the best performance ever, I almost feel grateful just to be here watching the Open Premier because I don't know how anything could top this. All teams traveling to Full Sail, your challenge is on. And a thank you again to our sponsors, Truth. If you are thinking about quitting nicotine and want support, Truth has free testing program that offers tips, motivation, and daily check-ins designed to help you every step of the way. Check out thetruth.com/NACE-Starleague to sign up. And also thank you to Mavix, the official gaming chair of the NACE Starleague. One lucky viewer will win a Mavix chair during our Starleague Grand Finals Varsity Premiere this weekend at Full Sail University. Tune in Saturday, April 27th and Sunday, April 28th for a chance to win.
We said it at the beginning of this match. I'll say it again. When that team got the top lane, whoever gets that top lane advantage wins the game. It happened first game, it happened second game, and it happened here.
I didn't expect it to happen. I really thought it'd be all about Stabsy. I thought it'd be all about the mid jungle. In the end, top lane is the role that matters. And I think every top laner's heart out there hurts to hear that.
Top lane, not an island in this game.
Certainly not.
Well, thank you, you two, for giving us some great commentary on what was a fantastic series. We're going to take a short break and leave you with the top 5 plays of the game, so don't go away. We'll be right back.
Quitting isn't easy. Truth has a free texting program called This Is Quitting, and it's literally like having a superpower for quitting. It's 100% anonymous, free, and it's built to be like your bestie.
Text TRUTHMC to 88709.
Welcome back to the NACE Starleague studio. We have just seen an incredible end to the League of Legends Grand Finals in the Open Premier Division. Cal Berkeley has walked away with the win. And I'm here with our casters, Aria and Paul, to reflect on the win we just saw with someone who just played a very important part in that win. We've got Dark Lord, the jungler, joining us for a post-game interview. Nice to have you with us, but I know these two especially are going to want to talk to you about the specifics, so take it away, Paul.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, Dark Lord. Biggest thing for me was in that game 2, Italy putting a lot of pressure on you guys. What was the game plan to recover from that, and do you think you guys executed on it well?
When it was in game 2, I got invaded, like level 1 pretty much, level 2. I mean, I kind of knew it was coming. We had wards set up for it, and then I saw it on my passive with Rek'Sai, but I don't think I was like that far behind. I think the idea was like, Italy's kind of a weird spot in that game. You know, she couldn't finish camp, she had no flash, she was low HP. I think we just wanted to play her on our bot lane. We had a bit of mistakes that game, and the Vayne got really ahead, so I don't think we executed too well on the game 2, but going to game 3, I think we had a better plan, just ban than Italy.
And it looked good.
For sure. And then kind of going off of that Vayne getting ahead, what was your team's thought process with the top lane kind of throughout game 1, 2, 3?
Well, my top laner, Jim Ball, Jack, so he plays Volibear really well, so if we can get our hands on it, it's usually like a pick we like to like blind, and we can flex it with the jungle. We kind of are picking like Rek'Sai, Volley, trying to like get him a decent matchup. I mean, he played really well game 1, even getting the counter pick. I think if we can play around him, it's actually really strong for us because just like rolls the game. Game 3, he got his Riven. It's like one of his most played champs. He was hesitant to get the counter pick on the Vlad just because he doesn't know if it's the greatest matchup. But once he got his hands on it, you can see right there, he's just killing everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I think it looked like you guys managed to find the picks you needed. Now that was a big thing for me was Zach was banned, I believe, game 1 and game 2 away from you. Game 3, you saw it was open. Was it always 100% we're locking into Zach on this R3 pick?
Yeah, it was actually something I called for in draft. I said we were kind of hesitant to pick the there was the Zeri, the Phelios, and the Jinx, and those were kind of the big picks for us. And we tried the Jinx and we didn't really like it, and they were trying to pry with the Zeri more. So I said, why don't we just ban Zeri, give them Jinx, I'll pick Zach, he can't play the game. That's pretty much it, right? I like the matchup way more than into like Zeri and stuff like that. So yeah, when they pick Jinx and Zach's open, it's just, I pick it every time.
I loved your guys' draft adaptations, looked really good throughout the game. Any more questions?
I guess my last thing, what are your thoughts on your rival today in the jungle, Kikos?
I think he played actually really well. I think I did a little bit of inting in some of that game 3 right there, and I felt really far behind. But I mean, the Nidalee obviously is doing Nidalee things, invading, and the Lee Sin was pretty clean. I gotta give it to him, but I mean, in the end, we won, so GG's, I guess.
And that is the final word of the day. You have won. Congratulations on your championship win, and thank you for joining us for the interview. All right, that's going to do it for us today. We have got to get going. Thank you so much for joining us for the Open Premier Finals. Please tune in for the Grand Finals this weekend, and a thank you again to Aria and Paul for joining us for a very exciting league match. But for tonight, that's going to be it. See you next time. Get some sleep. See ya.
Just yet. There isn't Orianna waiting for the dive here as the wave comes on in. Needs to find the shockwave. Will be a little fun onto the Braum, just bursts them down. Jinx in a bubble, Jinx in a wave, and Stabsy will take that kill.
A collapse is about to happen.
Stabsy getting hooked on in. This is a massive engage. This is exactly what McMaster needs. Teleport will come through. Stabsy going down quickly here. Needs to get out of the fight. On the backside, goes Rek'Sai. Finds one. Can they keep the kite back though? A lot of damage coming out from Stabsy. Keep your eye on Stabsy. Going massive here on the fight. The chain lightning is all connecting. No reset for Jinx. Managed to find Rek'Sai, but it's too little by Jim Ball there. As they look under this tower one more time, they'll go back on in. Nikes surviving with the shield. Zach downtown will find another. Massive engage from Dark Lord. Shuts down Jinx. Moonswag goes down. Everyone falls. Hope is lost as there's a wave.